Oh, 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 ho, 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 ho. Ugh. Wow. Hello, hello.
Hi. Am I good to bug you?
Yeah, hold on.
Do you want me to order the stuff as well on your card?
Knock yourself out.
Will that be easier for you?
Yeah, sure. Careful. Don't die.
Wait.
Address? Address for what?
The address, is it your address? Like,
Yep,
is
this
it
one.
good? It's the same? Okay.
Yeah,
I don't need it.
Okay. You still have to invoice me from...
I got it.
Be careful, don't die.
Bye, buddy.
Why?
You know who the most feared warriors in ancient Greece were? You're gonna say the Spartans, aren't you?
Yeah.
A city-state called Argos, and they were gay lovers, where every single man was fighting next to his lover because they assumed that it was gonna inspire them to fight harder and to not turn their back and to not be cowards because they were next to their lovers. In the Battle of the Champions, Sparta and Argos decided that they weren't gonna waste all their soldiers going to war with each other, so they nominated 300 soldiers each to fight each other. We're gonna meet back here tomorrow, and whoever's left on the field is gonna be the winner. So these 300 homosexuals fought against 300 Spartan hoplites. Both sides fought till there were 2 men from Argos left, and all the Spartans were dead. Both armies meet there the next morning, and there's one Spartan standing in the middle of the field, badly wounded. He obviously stood up after the battle. Argos was like, yeah, we won, we killed all your dudes. Sparta was like, that's not the deal, though. The deal was who's here on the field the next morning. And they ended up having a full-scale battle anyway. You know who the most feared warriors in ancient Greece were?
Are you worried about the radicalization of the online left right now? Yeah, I'll talk about all this political stuff when we come back. It is really worrying. It is like a death cult. Like in the similar vein that the Republicans have become like a death cult over the vaccine stuff. The idea that people are cheering on. Oh shit, you guys didn't have video for that. I'm sorry. The idea that leftists are like cheering on the crazy dude for the self-immolation is insane, is unhinged. Like, the guy was clearly unwell, and if he wasn't mentally unwell, then he was just a fucking moron. Like, they're also greenlighting terrorist attacks on Twitter. I'm hoping this is just like a minority opinion, maybe. But start the day with Hassan clips. A couple. I just have to make sure these are as tight as they can be, though. This is our last day. We'll do this for like 20 minutes, maybe. Like, this is unhinged. Reminder that plane hijackings used to be perfectly normal and were mostly non-violent. 9/11 was an outlier and the first of its kind. What the fuck? Are you going to go over the noise answer shit? When I come back, maybe. There's nothing of value in the video. I'm not wasting my time doing a 2-hour react to a guy that's reacting to my tweets. Maybe when I come back. $240 quotes, though. Yeah, there are other... What was the one tweet that I responded to? You can't protest peacefully. You can't boycott. You can't hunger strike. You can't hijack planes. You can't block traffic. You can't throw Molotovs. You can't self-immolate. You can't heckle politicians. You can't march. You can't write. You can't dissent. You just can't be. Unhinged. Why is your mic so quiet the last couple of days? Nice. That's it. They're also getting tarred and feathered hard in the replies. No one agrees with them. The guy with the 15,000 likes on his tweet? Okay.
Didn't make me love Putin. It made me hate my own leaders, because I grew up in a country.
What was your first impression when you met Vladimir Putin for the interview?
I thought he seemed nervous, and I was very surprised by that. And I thought he seemed like someone who'd overthought it a little bit, who had a plan. And I don't think that's the right way to go into any interview. My strong sense, having done a lot of them for a long time, is that it's better to know what you think, to say, you know, as much as you can honestly, so you don't get confused by your own lies, and just to be yourself. And I thought that he went into it like an overprepared student, and I kept thinking, why is he nervous? But you know, I guess because he thought a lot of people were going to see it.
But he...
What? I don't. Okay.
About this as a streamer myself for almost 6 years now on how hard it really is. I'm kidding. I would look. I just.
Oh God, it's just like, what's funny is you haven't even addressed this again since then. I know, it's just an opportunity for every single person to be like, look guys, I'm a content creator.
Wait, did I miss something, or what did he say?
About this as a streamer myself for almost 6 years now on how hard it really is. I'm kidding. I would look. I just.
Oh, it's never mind. I was fixating on the wrong thing. I got it. Okay. Wait. This is what he's. Wait. Okay. I thought there was something like more insidious in here. I got it.
Oh God, it's just like, what's funny.
Wait, how long is he about to go mauled over this comment? Wait, what?
You haven't even addressed this again since then. I know, it's just an opportunity for every single person to be like, look guys, I'm a content creator. I'm really privileged. Like, yeah, dog, we all are. We all talk about it all the fucking time. it just annoys me because like it's such a fake fucking thing to do. It's just literally using someone who you're friends with, like being maliciously clipped out of context to be like, I'm actually one of the good content creators. I know how privileged I am. It's like, yeah, I do too. That's so fucking dumb. Oh my God. Like, it's like no different than what Muda did. He showed the context though. It doesn't fucking matter that he showed the context. It's just a way to just literally farm off the fucking drama. Whatever. Fuck it. Who gives a shit?
I don't give a shit about this conversation. Frankly,
yeah, no video for Nick Marks from Ludwig. You know, because
I think it's dumb. Okay.
Stream and these people have to deal with it. Law.
Can I just say also just real quick? Can I just, because I don't think you understand like how much of a like selfish rat fuck piece of shit Hassan is. Okay, Hassan is expecting, right? He has the expectation that these guys are gonna throw out a life raft for him when he's committing optic suicide. Okay, that these guys are gonna stake their reputation on throwing a life raft after him when he sat there and he basically ridiculed Ethan for being upset that Hassan's entire fan base was calling him basically a fucking Nazi, with Hassan being like, well, I don't know what I can do. I'm not doing anything about that. I don't know. I can't do anything about that. And now he's over here rolling around like a baby who's shit his diaper twice with nobody to change it, crying that all of these other streamers aren't throwing out life rafts to help Hassan because he can't fucking control himself for more than 2 weeks without saying something else fucking retarded. Jesus.
It's like, it's odd that I have to just like sit here and be like, yeah, that's right, dude. Yeah, wag your fucking finger at me. Like, you know.
Ludwig deleted the video? Did he actually? Oh, then Ludwig is even a bigger pussy than Hassan. What the fuck?
What I mean? Yeah.
Where is the meme? Where's the meme?
I've gotten numb to the criticism. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now.
So we gathered 4 people, including one former Hassanabi fan.
Where? Give me the full. I want to watch that. Not the itty bitty clip. Give me the 10 seconds. I want to see it.
I've gotten numb to the criticism. Like it's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now because I make content out of it. I think it's funny and fun.
My issue.
God, the way that he sorry. The way that he talks in this interview is so fucking funny and epic. The way that he talks about how he seeks out criticism because it's fucking funny. I seek it out. I make content out of it. Like, bro, oh my God. How long have you been living in California, dude? Jesus.
It's just, you're right. A communist, hypocrite, fucking. This bums me out more, honestly, than random dumb fucks online that are just saying a whole bunch of shit about my family or whatever. You know what I mean? I said this already. The shit from Twitter doesn't do anything. It's not real. It's like mostly fucking bot farmed into oblivion, and it's like a right-wing shithole. It's when content creators who are liberal or have like a larger, broader audience, like an audience of real people, when they frame it in the same way that they see it off of Twitter, that is fucking, that actually does lead to real world shit.
Wait, what?
But
I said this already. The shit from Twitter doesn't do anything. It's not real. It's like mostly fucking bot farmed into oblivion, and it's like a right-wing shithole. It's when content creators who are liberal or have like a larger, broader audience, like are not.
Is that Ludwig? Content creators that are liberal? How many of the people roasting Hassan right now are even political content creators? What does politics have to do with any of the stuff that's going on over the past few days for these stupid Hassan clips? Are liberals like the boogeyman now? Like even normal people, you're in traffic and some guy like swerves in and out, you're like fucking liberals? Like what?
Audience of real people when they frame it in the same way that they see it off of Twitter, that is fucking that actually does lead to real world shit.
Want, but that is the reality. Okay? And I'm not trying to fucking woe is me for somebody making 50K playing video games, but it does get even worse for some streamers. Specifically, today, it got a whole lot worse for a lot of streamers because they woke up and the website that they used to stream on, that they built their career on, that they made their community in, is gone. And that's what I actually want to talk about here today, which is the Twitch shutdown in Korea. If you
That's so whack. Oh my god.
didn't know, that shutdown officially happens literally right now, February 27th Korea time. It's February 26th America time, and that's how time zones work. It is officially shut down. Why? It's actually
Dude, come on, bro. Don't fucking farm me like that. Jesus Christ. That's lame as fuck, actually.
He's such a soft little baby bitch, dude. Oh my god. I wouldn't care if he was just soft if he at least treated the people around him that way. I can't believe he expected Ethan to endure his fucking fan base spam posting Ela murdering Palestinian baby cartoons across 7 different anti-fan subreddits with him saying, I can't do anything, bro. And then he gets so mad over this shit.
Like, I thought he was at least gonna. Oh yeah, for a good cause at least. Yeah, dude, he's a great cause. He Franco'd you? No, Philip DeFranco at least did a honest like he did the what do you guys think at the end of it? But at least he did a fucking honest like he showed that it was like out of context and it's fucking bullshit. Like for the most part. Not
By
you.
the way, I'm not even defending I'm not even like I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, "Who the fuck is this child? Cold, arrogant, kind as fuck."
I love you, but there's
Don't
only
you
so
moderate?
much I
And
can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's
talking
only
shit
so much I
about
can
Matt?
do if you're
Like,
making that argument. You know that, right? Like at a certain point, you're an adult, and the words that you're saying are going to be perceived by people in a certain way. I can't constantly tell my community to shut the fuck up, like
Right, well,
which I have,
listen,
and I think
do,
they should. But at the end of the day, it's because I know you personally, and I think your heart is in the right place. But they don't know, so it's hard. It's hard for people to view what you're saying beyond.
This is after weeks. I'm pretty sure this is either after a week or weeks of his fan base. Like, there's like 4 anti-fan subs. It's like H3 underscore productions. There's the H3 Snark. There were like 3 or 4 anti-fan subs that were running. Not to mention just the original, the actual H3 sub was getting fucked. The actual H3 productions, not the H3 underscore productions one, was getting fucked. Like, Ethan was enduring so much insane shit over really nothing. Right? Like, Ethan has the most milquetoast takes. It's like, yeah, Palestinian people dying are tragic, and yeah, Israeli people dying are tragic. And people are like, what? Why are you a fucking Nazi? You fucking rat Jew? What the fuck? And it sounds like, bro, you kind of sound like a rat Jew.
telling you
Some of these coming from Hassan's own mods.
perspective. You disagree. That's it. I mean, what the
Okay.
fuck do you want from me?
Okay, but do you get where I'm coming from?
Also, you know what? Fuck. I have the reputation as being a bridge burner. Between Hassan and Vosh, these motherfuckers have burned down like more important connections shit over the past year than I have in like fucking 10 years, okay? These guys, like, my bridge burnings and shit are usually like random fucking crazy, smaller streamers or like Bad Bunny and shit like that. Hassan lost a podcast with one of the largest podcast people on the internet. Vosh has literally alienated himself from the entire fucking world. How the fuck am I the one with the bridge burning reputation? What the fuck?
He fucking threw me to the flames, posted a fucking Twitter, a fake tweet, said that, we are so privileged, actually, which he's right, we are. Something that I also agree with.
That's a good meme.
He just said it was out of context, farmed me regardless, moved on to be like, look how nice I am. And then fucking flipped it over to something entirely different. And sold a fucking Rocket Mortgage ad in the process. What'd you think of Asmus? I didn't even watch it. I didn't watch any of it. It's irrelevant. It's gonna be fucking go away in like 2 days, and people like only the dumbest losers of all time will constantly be like, "Oh, are you having a hard time at your job?" Over and over again. Don't make him responsible for an already trending subject. It's kind of lame. I'm gonna be honest, because every new video that fucking gets uploaded like this feeds into it over and over again. And if you're gonna fucking talk about it, the least you could do is like, you know, be like, "This is ridiculous." Yeah, same goes for all the fucking, "Oh, I'm so privileged, ooh woo," streamers too. Because we are, and I do talk about that.
Of all the trend setting you've done as a streamer since 2011, burning bridges is the only one you're given credit for. True!
Yeah. It's really crazy how every time this happens to other streamers, you are the first to stand up for them. When it comes to you, people just farm and kick your back in. You go out of your way. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. Who cares? All right. That'll be all for tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
It's extra funny because Lud and I did a roundtable for Anthony Padilla's new show where we talked about how we think streamers are out of touch and how privileged and lucky we are for like 2 hours only 2 weeks ago. Hasn't been released yet. Would have been nice for him to be like, "Hey guys, by the way, Hassan is my friend. Obviously he doesn't think streaming is the most difficult job in the world."
A lot in your fucking chat. Like, whenever your chat was, like, calling me out or whatever, and I talked about this even before, like, the tier list drama or whatever, which I don't really give a shit about the tier list in that circumstance. But I had talked a week prior
I remember this. This was when Hassan was mad because XQC. Did he put him on the same tier as me, or did he put him one tier lower? Oh, my God. Bro, when Hassan saw that, it was over. Tier list, there was, like, a 1 week period on Twitch where, like, tier lists were, like, the biggest drama instigators of all fucking time.
to that, there's clips of it when mentioning Moon and NMP Lol, Asmongold, and all these other content creators actually, you know, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. And I thought that for the past year, especially since like the gambling debate that we had, you, me, Trainwreck, and Ethan, that you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend. That was building a lot in your fucking chat. Like,
two more. Wow, Footballs, thanks for tier 5 summer, buddy.
Kid, I want to stir up a bit of fucking interest.
Oh no.
Listen, see, streaming, hardest job in the world, harder than working down a coal mine. See all the people in coal mines right now across the world? Fuck them. Kid, I want to stir up a bit of fucking...
At all. You should call Hassan and apologize. Why is Hassan mad? What did I do?
Oh no. His fucking fans.
What'd I do? Because I'm a mogul male? I feel like everything I said was fine. Am I crazy? He's mad about the Dubai trip?
Hassan rated him and his chat was spamming about it. He said, "Call Hassan, he's crying unironically."
Hard for views? Oh, well, I mean, shit, if that's the deal, I'll just fucking pull him out of the thumbnail, and then I feel like it doesn't really matter much, right? I can just pull him out. I feel like that's... Because I feel like outside the thumbnail, you can't really make that argument much. Here, check it out. Boom. That's a change on the fly, baby. Me and C-Dog VA. That's a funny picture. That's a funny picture along with that title. But I don't think the content of what I said is something I wouldn't say in public or to him personally. Unless that's a problem. But look, I'm going to deal with this off stream. I don't need to deal with this right now. Why is Sea-Dog so short? It's because my boots make me 4 inches taller. Connor, thank you for the 20 gifted.
Thanks, Connor.
Bowers, thank you for the 26 months. Small is currently digging. Okay, but guys, I'm trying to talk about unpaid intern. What are we doing here? What's going on?
Jesus. Can you respond to Forethoughts of dog shit post? What is Forethoughts post? Seems recently you've been kind of blowing up. Example, the Piers Morgan thing. Do you think it's the Israel-Palestine stuff? Were you blowing up before? No, I think it was before. The Israel-Palestine stuff has probably actually slowed down my ability to capitalize off the recent stuff. But we'll be okay when I come back. I wanted to do this. What, there is no, where's the Forethought post? Huh. Idolization of Aaron Bushnell by leftists is totally expected and is completely acceptable. There is no evidence of having mental illness. He wanted his suicide to be as visible as possible, which is why he live streamed it. Explicitly and repeatedly stated the cause that it was for. Irrational extreme action are not mutually exclusive. This is not new. Do not fucking story point to, oh my god, he was in Bad Bunny's chat, as if being in anyone's Twitch chat, podcast, or Patreon exclusive Discord will give you the desire to self-immolate. And say he was an idiot, but stop trying to take away this man's agency over the most trivial and frivolous shit. His suicide was an explicitly political statement. Expecting people that share his beliefs to not valorize him for the most extreme acts of peaceful protest a human being can commit is beyond idiotic. I'm not wasting time arguing over his mental state unless you have evidence and notes saying someone fires on it. Wait, what? Is any part of this satire? Or I can't tell. Am I just... The idolization of Aaron Bushnell by leftists is totally expected and is completely acceptable. Do we think is it acceptable to idolize somebody who commits suicide for a political cause? Is that when we say acceptable? What do we mean there? I guess I mean like it's technically it's your life. I mean if you really want to kill yourself, it's fine, I guess. But is it terrorism though? No, it's not terrorism. Oh shit, what is this? Hold on.
Okay, so let's widen the picture to the rest of the Middle East. Generally speaking, once again, you seem to blame economic geography for most, if not all, of the dysfunction in the region. I'm wondering how you interpret the success, notwithstanding the security concerns of Israel in that context.
Well, you know, the region overall, whenever you got an area that's dry to desert, it's hard to have basic agriculture. And if you don't have agriculture, you never get small businesses, and you never move up into, say, manufacturing and industry. And so this region has always been left behind. The places where that is least true are the places where it rains. And that is Turkey, and that is Tunisia, and to a lesser degree, Morocco, which are the three most economically advanced states in the region by any measure. The Israelis are unique in many, many, many ways, mostly because when the Jews were brought back in the post-World War II environment, they brought a lot of skill sets that they had developed elsewhere over centuries with them, and a lot of capital, in addition to the strategic sponsorship of the West in general, the United States in particular. And that gave the Israelis access to trade options that no one else in the region had, but they also started working with skill sets that no one else in the region had. And that's allowed them to build up a bit of a technocracy in a region that is known for anything but. You got this weird little pocket of service economy and high-tech manufacturing in a sea of something else. And it is because of the people, not because of their ethnicity, but because you've had, a few million people who now call themselves Israelis who for generations lived somewhere else. It's a full-on graft. And it's part of the reason why North America and Australia are just so different from Europe. They took the skill sets that they originated in another place and applied them to a new geography and made something new, for better or for worse. Now, maintaining the security of a little statelet like that under normal circumstances is impossible, because this region, the Levant specifically, has never been powerful enough to look after itself. It's never had the population density to generate a military force that can keep things at bay. And so it's always been at the whim of greater powers, whether those powers be the Turks or the Persians or once even the Mongols. That, countering that, the forces of history and just the sheer demographic overbalance of the tiny size of Israel versus the huge heft of these other players, requires a lot of really creative thinking. And what the Israelis have done, sometimes in league with outside powers, sometimes not, is one after another turn the countries that border them either into allies like Egypt, into security proxies like Jordan, basically has become a dependency, or break them. In the case of Lebanon, basically becoming a failed state, and I'd argue Syria is pretty close to that as well. It doesn't solve the broader problem of a partnership with those larger outside powers to prevent invasion, but it does give whoever is going to cross in from elsewhere the fact that they have to cross through these other areas first. So let's assume, for example, that the last country that occupied what is today Israel, Turkey, decided it wanted to come back. Well, first it would have to absorb Lebanon and Syria, and there's no one in Turkey who thinks that would be a lot of fun. So it's kind of a firebreak strategy.
When he says the last country that occupied modern Israel, is he talking about the Ottoman Empire when he references Turkey, or?
Strategy. I don't want to suggest that it's going to work forever, but it's working for now.
Well, what are your expectations for the future of Israel, given the durability of the hatred of the surrounding Islamic cultures to varying degrees? What are their prospects from a security point of view?
There's the partnership angle, and then there's the internal angle. The partnership angle is well underway, and if it hadn't been for the Gaza war, we would probably already have a formal peace deal between the Israelis and the Saudis. Now, they have been cooperating fairly tightly for 15 years now.
Would saying last country to occupy modern Israel even be a factually accurate? Well, that's why it's kind of weird, because like Israel annexed the Golan Heights, which technically Syria was holding on to, and then also the West Bank from Jordan and the Gaza Strip from Egypt. But I mean, I guess it's a whatever. It's not a huge thing.
There's a lot of Israeli forces that basically train the Saudis on their own equipment. There's a lot of intelligence cooperation on both sides, especially vis-a-vis Iran. I'm not suggesting that they agree on everything, but whenever the Americans have put official or unofficial sanctions on either country for human rights abuses, they turn to one another in order to play the United States off of whatever the issue happens to be, and then provide direct assistance to the other one in order to get what they want anyway. And it's been a fairly successful model so far because the Americans have not called them on it. So they've had a de facto alliance, I would argue, for at least a decade. And the question has been up in recent months is whether just to make that formal. There's a generational split within Saudi Arabia about whether they should go formal and get something for the Palestinians as part of it, or just throw the Palestinians under the bus and make it official. And that is a conversation that is very much in play. So in terms of a security guarantor, Saudi Arabia can't play that role. But if the Israelis can flip Saudi Arabia to formally being on the same side as Egypt and Jordan and Morocco, and at least neutral like Turkey is, then you really don't have to worry about the Arab side of the external security threats. And that would be a significant victory. And I think that is now within reach. And I think we're definitely going to see that this decade. The Iranian problem isn't going away, but it's distant. And no one is thinking that there's about to be another Persian empire that's going to expand out and occupy the entire region. The Iranians are too technologically inept at the moment to pull anything like that off. So, you know, that's a problem for a different century. The internal problem, I think, is going to be more.
Can somebody cut me? Can somebody cut me at the very end of the video when the guy sets himself on fire and they extinguish him at the end and his body's rolling around a little bit on the ground? Can somebody cut me just like 5 to 10 seconds of that video and give it to me on a streamable that I can download, please? I need it for a meme. Thank you.
More of an issue. The success of Israel owes more to itself than it does to American sponsorship. It is because you've got this highly educated population that has
I feel like it would be good for the, I want to quote tweet this one. It's funny to see how this one act of protest has caused all the most useless and cowardly people to writhe around in fits of obvious discomfort, desperately trying to minimize or otherwise shit on it. So I want to do like the thing and like me when I writhe around in obvious discomfort, and then it's the guy rolling around. That's what I need. I need that clip. It would be perfect, please. He doesn't roll around, he just kind of falls. I think after they put him out with a fire extinguisher, doesn't he roll around a little bit? Wait, let me recheck. Oh no, he's not really rolling. He just kind of sticks there, huh? Listen, as a quick thing, these people deserve to be bullied, okay? You should not encourage people to set themselves on fire for shit like this. It's fucking unhinged and it's fucking retarded, okay? This is not a noble thing. It's not a good thing. It's stupid. Why would you fucking do this? The reason why people do insane fucking protests like this, where you set yourself on fire, or where you do hunger strikes or whatever, is because you literally have no other avenue to communicate your voice. There's either suppression of the media, or you don't, or you live in a dictatorship, or you're locked in prison under lock and key and you've got no way to communicate. This is when people resort to these measures because there's no other way to make their voices heard. Self-immolating in a democracy is the most retarded fucking thing you can do. It's like starving to death in a Baskin Robbins. What the fuck is wrong with you? Go vote. Go on social media. There's a billion other things you can do to make your voice heard. Literally nothing will change because this guy killed himself, other than there's one less retarded fucking voter in the world. Like, that's it. He's removed himself from the voting pool. If anything, the only thing he managed to do by setting himself on fire is hurt his cause by one vote. It's fucking retarded. Don't encourage people to do shit like this. It's stupid. Oh, fuck, it would have been good. Okay, done with this. Do you not feel like the news story would net him more than one voter at least? Is anybody changing their mind? Is anybody seeing this and like, man, I kind of thought Israel was in the moral right to defend themselves from Hamas, but when that retarded 25-year-old Reddit anarchy poster set himself on fire screaming in that live leak Twitter video, I'm kind of feeling differently about it now. Like, wow. Maybe Israel should stop. Yeah, that's what I believe. Also, don't you dare say rest in power. That's for black people only. He was black. Okay, true. Fuck. Okay, sorry. Stop. You haven't said the N-word in a while. I try to space those out every 6 months. Okay. I grab my watch, a Red Bull, and then we're just gonna keep padding our note stuff out, I think. Some guy emailed me yesterday like 30 pages of like, I guess, declassified communications between Sadat and Begin and his like administration and shit during the whole 73 to 79 era. What an interesting read. I don't know why I brought this up. It's not reading it to you on stream. Wait, what are you guys all typing for? Hello? Because of the emailer. Oh, fuck you. Oh, I get it. Maybe. Sorry. I got this thing. We're in the future, guys. Look at how cute this is. Wait, I don't know why I brought you the physical thing. We can just look at it online. Look. Look, now when I'm traveling, I just have to plug in this one thing, and then look, you can put your... Look. Watch. Wait, let me show it. Load it up. Is this the same thing I just clicked? Look, on this one little thing, you can put your phone, you can rest your AirPods, and you can put your watch, and it charges all three of them at once. Look at how cute this is. Oh my God. Wait until you find out that about MagSafe portable charger you can just slap on the back of your iPhone. Wait, what? MagSafe portable charger. Wait, you mean you could... Wait, do they make cases with, like, chargers inside the case? I just don't use my phone that often. Fuck, that is kind of base, though. That is pretty cool. How much heat is generated from the mag charging shit? Is it about the same amount of heat that's generated like by USB-C charging? Official Apple cases. Official Apple iPhone mag case battery. There's a first party. No shot. I don't believe you. No, this is a separate thing. There was... The point of MagSafe is to protect against battery degen? How would it protect against it? Oh, does it draw power from that instead of the battery first or something? Given your opinion on the Aaron stuff and the disagreements on the subreddit, what is the Aaron stuff? If the case says it comes with MagSafe, doesn't that just mean that you can magnetically charge through the case? It doesn't mean it has a battery in it, do you? Or does it? Sorry. Oh, Aaron equals Human Torch. Okay. What did this guy email me? Dear Density, I'm watching your program diligently. Unfortunately, I've heard many people talking to you on the program, but in my opinion, the sin by not addressing various issues. Therefore, I wrote this short essay regarding the Israel-Palestinian conflict. I must praise you that you seem to know a lot about the subject and you're fair. I would like to start with the most basic, the simplest truth. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a story of tragedy. Tragedy occurs on both sides are right. I definitely understand the claims of Palestine. You must understand about the claims of both sides, especially after 710. I'd like to highlight most of Israel's claims. I feel like my voice is not heard. I'll start by the Arab nation was once glorious, especially when Europeans were primitive centuries ago. Later, the Arab nations were by the Ottoman Empire after its collapse. Okay, also, wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. I stayed up till like 6 a.m. last night, just reading some final things, padding out notes some more. Okay. Fuck. I need people to bounce off of because I have to make sure I'm not super fucking wrong because I don't want to be really cringe. I want to be really, really, really careful around this topic, obviously, because it's Finkelstein's parents. But I feel like Finkelstein, the invocation of the Warsaw uprisings, seems like one of the least appropriate and most disgusting links that you could ever draw to Hamas. And I'm trying to figure out if I'm missing information or if there are some events that I don't know that are like preceding things that I just don't have an understanding of. Because he does this, he leans onto two different things between the Nat Turner slave rebellion and the Warsaw Ghetto uprisings. And both of these seem unbelievably disgusting and wrong. It's disgusting in a moral equivalence, and it's wrong in that the comparison just doesn't work at all. The Nat Turner slave rebellion were slaves that were killing their slave owners and other civilians, to be fair, with like torches and fence posts. Compared to Hamas, who is, their leadership are millionaires at least. They're fighting with AK-47s and rockets. They're not currently enslaved. The level of organization, coordination, financial support. Nat Turner and his slaves were not getting aid from all over the fucking world and having an office at the UN dedicated to the management of their humanitarian issues. I don't understand how you can ever compare the Nat Turner slave rebellion to fucking Hamas. I don't understand that comparison. I don't even know the steelman for it. I can't even think of a good steelman for it. That was the first thing. And then the second thing is the invocation of his parents apparently fought in the Warsaw Ghetto uprisings. I have like the general knowledge of World War II, I guess you get in America, that I guess Germany and Japan were the bad guys and supposedly Italy was in there somewhere. I don't know what the fuck they did. And they died to America glorious and Britain glorious, and the Soviet Union had a lot of people died too, I guess. That's like my overall thing. So I don't know much about like the individual uprisings, the individual fighting or whatever. I've heard this said a few times before, I think by Finkelstein, maybe other people. I've heard this said a few times before, where it's like, yeah, the Jews engaged in like terrorism. And do you think that would have been bad for the Jews to fight against the Nazis and blah, blah, blah? So I looked up the specific, like the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. If I'm not misunderstanding it, the fighting stopped when most of them had already been shipped off to fucking death camps. The things that they fought against were the SS coming in to take them to the death camps. And like, I think, was it 40,000? Is that too many? Got killed by the SS officers coming in to murder them? Or if they didn't get murdered, they're gonna be shipped off to death camps. What the fuck is the comparison? I thought that when Finkelstein brought this up, I don't have like the specific knowledge. I thought that it was like, maybe like Jews were rebelling against like the, fucking Germany in 38 and 39 or in the 30s and they fought it, blah, blah, blah. Am I missing events or something? Is there something that I'm not understanding? Because it can't be this bad. It can't be. There must be like events or something. Also, god damn, fuck. I got to be very careful when studying nationalistic things in the future, okay? Because, damn, this is some wild shit. This is crazy. What was it? It was 50,000? I think was it 40,000 killed? Hold on, let me check. It was an insane amount of Jews that got killed trying to resist, and they knew they were dying too. This was a no hope resistance. They 100% knew that they were going to die doing this shit. And they fought and they died. This is what was collected. But besides claiming an estimated 56,000 Jews, this is what they had for arms. 7 Polish rifles, 1 Russian rifle, 1 German rifle, 59 pistols of various calibers, several hundred hand grenades, several hundred incendiary bottles. Hamas was literally paratroopering into this isn't real, but it was literally parachute flying in to the fucking southern Israel to go and kill people. What the fuck? How do you ever make this comparison? How do you ever compare the Jews like last stand in fucking Warsaw to the fucking Fortnite school bus droppers? What the fuck are these comparisons? Am I missing something? It just seemed wild. It just seemed wild. Oh, and there was this quote. And nobody. It also is very. I'm extrapolating a little bit, but also apparently nobody really gave a fuck about helping the Jews in World War II as well. What was the it was in the there was it was like 60 pages of like declassified material. I just read through all this last night. It was so interesting listening to Diane and Begin and the U.S. president and everybody. Like the conversation back and forth, interesting. But it was interesting seeing a few of the comments we read up. Fuck, I'm trying to think of what this was. What was this guy's email to me? I'm not gonna be able to find it. Fuck. No, it's has attachment. Oh, it was this, maybe? Nope, it wasn't this. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I'm not gonna find it. I'm not gonna find it. PhD candidate. What was it? Oh, fuck. It was a throwaway comment. I think Diane made a comment about how, like, something to do with begging Hungary to, like, bomb the... It was to bomb the train tracks leading to... what was the name of that concentration camp? I want to say Trinidad. It's not that. Fuck. I need to remember. I'll remember these names. I won't remember. I have the notes with me. Treblinka. I wish I could find this quote. I'm not going to be able to find the quote. I'm not going to be able to find it. I'm not going to be able to find it. I'm not going to be able to find it. What did this guy email me? He said PhD, and he had attachments to the email. Invoice. Did I trash this in anywhere? Didn't he say that? Studying. Maybe he said studying. Oh. It was this. Oh, this wasn't Diane. This was Begin. Begin or Begin? I took note of it, and when my turn to respond arrived, I said the following. I wish you to know that the Jewish people are united today more than ever before in Israel. I especially noted the unity of the American Jewry, because for a Romanian ruler, the American Jewry position is decisive. I added that this also applies to Jews in Britain and France. They are all united around us. I continued and said, you know very well what happened in 1944. Your Transylvania was within Hungary, and we requested that the British bomb the railroads that led to Auschwitz. Thousands of airplanes bombed all kinds of strategic targets, but refused to bomb those railroads. Nobody helped us. This is why the Jewish people are ready to face all dangers. I wanted you to know that, but if your scenario will be realized because of our policy, that means peace with security. Then it is a disgrace to that particular country, and we shall stand tall for our rights. The back and forth negotiations. All of this stuff is so interesting. This must be published somewhere. Oh, this is way longer than 60. This is like 180 pages. Anyway, okay. I don't think there's anything I need from this. Wait. I don't trust anyone who uses the term Jewry. It's a weird word, but... There's kind of like a lot of words in this region that's a little bit weird. It also feels weird as an American to say Arab. It feels racist. Or to say Arab people or Arab states. It feels kind of weird. But I mean, like, I guess in like studying this region and everything, it's just like, it's just more common. It makes sense. Oh, you think you're an expert then? What's the capital of Jordan? J. Boom. Doom. Sorry. There must be no, sorry. Fuck. We got to do U.S. history. Fuck. All the history shit is so much more interesting. I hated history before. All the characters and all the people involved are just like super. I don't know. I think they're super fascinating. And because the history is so recent, like World War II and onwards is like relatively recent. It's not like Roman shit from like 400 years ago. Another Groyper quote. Boom, boom. Finally getting a World War II historic. No, we can't. I can't do broad stuff anymore because it's way. How many months have we spent on this? It's like too much. I've got to do like smaller chunks. Oh, I thought there's not this back and forth. It's also interesting because like when you read like I feel like they just have more personality. I don't know why, but I feel like in history classes, all of the leaders and all the conversations just seem so fucking sterile, or they just seem so boring. Like the president is like, oh, and then for the freedoms of our people, we must do these things. Like everybody speaks like a poet or whatever. Oh, this is kind of funny. I think these are secret. These were, let me check, top secret meetings between. I think this is Begin and Carter. It must have been, right? The main thing is that Assad and Sadat are ready for peace, and it is only proper to hold on to this opportunity. His opinion is that peace treaties with adequate international guarantees will not only fortify the peace, but will strengthen Israel's security as well. Syria has constantly been like trying to get roped into a lot of these peace deals, and it's always kind of been there, but kind of not or whatever. I said nothing about Hussein. Oh, but one of the big contentions around the Egyptian peace treaty is Israel doesn't want to recognize the PLO. PLO doesn't recognize Israel's existence. Israel doesn't want to recognize the PLO. There's a huge like thing about this like stuff like, no, fuck the PLO. We don't want to recognize them, blah, blah, blah. I said nothing about Hussein because I know that you have better relations with him. But I also know that his participation in the Geneva Conference is tied to the issues of territories and the Palestinians. There is a good atmosphere for convening the Geneva Conference, but one basic issue is lacking, namely the participation of the representatives of the Palestinian people, and specifically of the PLO. This is Begin talk. Or no, this is the president talking, sorry. The participation of the representatives of the Palestinian people, and specifically the PLO. It is true that the PLO resorts to various forms of struggle that might be considered as unacceptable. These are similar to an organization that you were involved in Jerusalem during the British mandate. And then Begin's response of, I was very involved, ... Because Begin was the leader of the Irgun, which was like the terrorist fucking arm, essentially, in fewer words, of like the, I don't know, that back and forth is right. I know, it's necessary to relate to the PLO as an organization that attempts to reach for 3 million people. Good memes. Okay. Boom, boom. Non-contradiction is back. What do you want? Hello, hello?
Hello?
Hi, what's up, buddy?
You hear me, Destiny?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you. I'm just gonna turn off the video stream so I don't have an echo. So I think we should continue what we left off with last time. Do you remember?
No. What was the last topic we left off on?
We were discussing the relative impact of religion.
No, I'm not interested. If you have a different thing for me, we could do that. But I don't. There's no way that you're selling me on this whole other thing in one day.
Oh, but I forgot to bring up so many good points, and it was like.
Yeah, but even the few that I fact checked.
I was shaking my head that I didn't even bring that up. You said in 48. You said in 48.
Wait. Just to be clear, there's no way that with quotes you're going to rewrite my whole understanding of this conflict in like one conversation. It's not worth my time to do this. If you want to do this on the first, we can do it on the first or second.
Did you give me 5 minutes to try?
No, I would rather spend 5 minutes on literally anything else. There's literally any other thing I can talk about.
Okay, we were just having a discussion in the chat about Human Rights Watch and these other organizations and whether the fact that they devote so much attention to.
Yeah, I actually thought that was a good point you brought up. I wrote that down. I'm probably going to bring that up. Or I'm probably going to rope that in somehow. International criticism
Like-
of Israel is highly disproportionate compared to its population and number of people affected would be.
Highly disproportionate is an understatement.
Okay.
It's like they're treating Israel like they're a population of 4 billion people.
Sure. Anything else?
Well, initially, I really wanted to discuss the religious component because you were saying that in the recent years it became more religious, but it used to not be.
As much.
But, huh?
Yeah, as much. I just don't think it was a major factor.
But you could see even from the beginning with, Haj Amin Hussein, he was the most prominent leader in Palestine at the time. That guy was explicitly religious, and all his things were rants against Jews. I mean, I don't see how you get European colonialism as his animus versus
Sounds great.
anti-Jew.
Listen, on the first or second, we can chat about it, okay?
On the what?
On the first or second, we can chat about it, okay?
I'd like to ask you. So let's say Finkelstein, and to support his claims, he starts teeing off lists of organizations that agree with him. What are you going to say in response?
I've got two counters to this. So one is, I think I feel pretty comfortable right now going through the individual things. So ethnic cleansing is a stupid term that's never been applied anywhere beyond Yugoslavia, where the Bosnians were committing genocide. It was a part of that. So I think ethnic cleansing is a stupid term. Open air prison or concentration camps are dumb terms. I can bring up living conditions of the people in the Gaza Strip. These are nothing even. I would ask him which concentration camp does he think most closely resembles the conditions in the Gaza Strip. Apartheid.
The living conditions in the Gaza Strip
Yeah,
were higher before October 7th than the average Egyptian.
Than the average, Arab state, for regional comparisons. For apartheid, I think these are dumb. I'm prepared to argue with this more explicitly if he wants to dive into it. And then if he does want to lean in heavily on those, on the Amnesty International's Human Rights Watch and UN resolutions, then I'll also have a section in another part of the conversation where it's, okay, well, if you're going to accept all of their condemnations against Israel here, do you also accept their condemnations against Hamas in regards to this, and this, and this? Because I don't think, for instance, that he accepts, for instance, I just said for instance 30 times, I don't think that he accepts that Al-Shifa Hospital was utilized by Hamas. I don't think he accepts that. But Amnesty International has a whole exclusive report on Al-Shifa Hospital in 2014 after Protective Edge. So why would he accept Amnesty International's ruling there, but not accept it there, but then accept it when it comes to critiquing Israel? Or why would he accept parts of... Yeah, go ahead.
Here's the issue with that. Because he's going to say, okay, I accept that, but look at the relative weight of Amnesty's condemnations on Israel versus Hamas or any other group. He's going to say it's overwhelming, and he would be right in saying that because Amnesty devotes almost all their time on Israel.
Sure,
so
but then I mean we can go
they
through.
Reported here and there.
Yeah, but then
Hamas,
but then the next question would be okay, well, what do we do with an Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, or whatever condemnation? I think we can both agree. Well, okay, well, if some Israeli soldiers or somebody was committing a war crime, they should be held accountable, and then you just move on from there. Just because Amnesty International does a report and says oh, well, a lot of civilians might have been killed or some Israeli soldiers acted improperly, that doesn't mean that you get rid of an entire country. That doesn't. There's no what is the follow up to that if he brings that point up?
I think you should somehow bring in just how lopsided these organizations are vis-a-vis Israel versus any other country.
Listen. I understand what you're saying, okay? And I understand, I think that there is a world, I think that your argument isn't horrible, okay? But Finkelstein's primary method of debating is to lean in really heavily on all of these things. So there's two ways rhetorically that I can maneuver in the conversation. The first way is to say, well, listen, here's all the reasons why those things are biased, okay? But the problem is that, okay, well, if I say all of his things are biased, and then I'm going to cite the Israeli Counterterrorism Institute or the IDF, well, now it just looks like we're just playing my source versus your source. That's one way I could do it. I don't think that's necessarily the worst way to do it, and I probably would rely on a lot of IDF reports over things coming out of Amnesty International. I think you can make good arguments for that, but rhetorically, I think that puts me way too into the opposition. What I would rather do is say, okay, well, you've got these Amnesty International Human Rights Rights Watch, whatever reports, that's fine. We can accept parts of these conclusions. We can analyze other parts of these conclusions, but we also need to equally apply them when they're critical of Hamas. And we need to ask why they're not more critical. For instance, of people in Syria. If 10x the number of people, 20x the number of people have died in Syria where they're using chemical warfare, why would there be no reports on Bashar al-Assad as opposed to how many reports on Netanyahu or Sharon? Why is there so much to speak of the Gaza Strip? But where is all the condemnation of the Houthis, of all the people actually dying of malnutrition in Yemen, right? I would rather go into his world and use the sources and facts that he has and then fight on his battleground than to just say, like, no, I reject all of that. I'm only going to go by the IDF, because I don't think there's any good conversation to be furthered there. And I don't think that his audience or anybody in the middle would find my arguments very convincing. So I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying, yeah, go ahead.
Just before I respond, do you know did Lex tell you what the topics are, or it's just going to be flowing?
It's going to be relatively flowing, but it's going to be like a 4 to 5 hour conversation. So it's going to be really comprehensive.
All right. So when you say, I'm going to rely on IDF, you don't even have to. Like, for most of these stuff, like the Amnesty International reports are not going to be for the history or like.
No, that's going to be modern conflict. It's going to be like
more Benny Morris and.
Yeah.
But
like
I'm
2008
saying,
onwards.
Let's say for the recent conflict, or for their things on apartheid, where they go at where they're as observed as saying that Israeli Arabs are under apartheid, despite the fact that by any objective measure, Israeli Arabs have more civil liberties than any other Arab in the Middle East. And these are the only people, the only country in the entire world that they called apartheid. I mean, at some point, you have to like take a step back, because there's the volume of Amnesty or UN Watch or the UN Human Rights Council's condemnations on Israel are going to dwarf whatever their condemnations are on Hamas on any topic. So if you're going to point out something bad Hamas did with any of these organizations or the UN orgs, he could come back 50-fold on you with the same strategy, and he would be in the right there, because there are like 50-fold.
Yeah, but so if you're having a casual debate with somebody and you reference a document, so let's say that we're arguing over whether or not guns are safe. Or whether or not more guns in the United States are good. And somebody references, oh, well, this study says they are, okay? That would be a legitimate appeal to authority. You're referencing a study. The study purports to claim a particular thing. It's done by a reputable institute. That's an okay appeal to authority. But if you're going to have like a 5-hour debate with a person and you're going to contend with the studies, the person can't simply reference the study. The person needs to be able to talk about the underlying material in the study. I would hope that because of my knowledge on the subject, and it should be for Finkelstein and the other two people, for their knowledge for, I keep wanting to call him Rabin, Finkelstein's partner, Rabbani. It's not Rabin. Rabbani. For Rabbani and Morris, for Benny Morris, all of the subject matter we should all be familiar enough with to not just say Amnesty International. That would be, at that point, I believe, a fallacious appeal to authority. If somebody says, well, Amnesty International says this, and I go, okay, well, I disagree with it because of that or that, you need to be able to justify why the Amnesty International report is good. You can't just fall back on it. If Norm fancies himself to be an expert, or if Rabbani fancies himself to be an expert, then he should be familiar with the underlying stuff, which he should be, and then we'll just argue on that ground.
I'll make two things regarding that.
Go.
First, I think appeal to authority is a very good use. When you appeal to authority, you're usually appealing to something that has some credibility with everyone. Like usually when people hear UN, they think credible. But my point is that this is not the case. The UN is not some impartial body. The UN is just consists of the member states, and whatever the majority of them want, that's what they'll do. So when he starts listing as supporting, let's say, supporting his claim of apartheid, if he starts listing the UN or the reports from the UN or Amnesty International, he can use those. They will back him up.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that with more underlying familiarity, I think that it's possible to say, like, well, let's talk about the actual underlying stuff. So if he wants to lean in really heavily about, like, well, if the UN is charging them with apartheid, then they must, be an apartheid state, then I would simply ask, do you think South Africa was apartheid? And if he sees the trap, obviously, well, now he's going to have to talk about, like, okay, well, fine. South Africa was obviously apartheid. That's what was created. That's what it's called. And yes, I understand not a single person in South Africa was ever actually charged and convicted with apartheid. And the country itself wasn't even actually held accountable under the Apartheid Convention or anything. But this is why that doesn't, right? At that point, he has to navigate the conversation. Like, the ball is in his court. Again, I think it's better to move there than to just say, like, oh, well, I don't trust any of the larger bodies. It looks bad, I think.
Yeah, two things. I think you should have at some point bring in just how ludicrous the disparity is, just to show that these.
I can reference it, but you have to understand. I understand what you're saying. Okay, you're not hearing. You're not hearing.
I do. I am hearing what you're saying.
Yeah, it looks bad to say that I don't trust any of these bodies. I mean, it makes you look crazy. You've lost the debate if I come and say, like, I don't trust. Especially look at the names of these places. I don't trust Amnesty International. I don't trust Human Rights Watch.
If you looked at the PowerPoint and just looked at the number of resolutions on country Israel versus any other country, you would immediately see that this is not looking crazy to make the point that there's something very weird is going on over here. That's first. Second, I saw Finkelstein, a lot of his things when he argues with people, I think it was with Dershowitz one, and he always goes with, oh, he's not just disagreeing with me. He's disagreeing with Amnesty. He's disagreeing with Human Rights Watch. He's disagreeing with the UN. He's disagreeing with, and it lends an air of credibility just by listening out these organizations, because the average person thinks, oh, this sounds like a human rights organization. This sounds like UN, so it sounds credible, and it lends an air of credibility in and of itself. Therefore, if you don't touch on the aspect of,
I said I would touch on it. I'll bring up the disparate treatment, but that's it. I can't. That's just not my strategy. I'm not doing it. You're not convincing me of this. If you want to do it, I'm not gonna try to. Yeah.
Have you spoken to Morris or?
A little bit in email, but not extensively. No.
You're not like you didn't like discuss how you're each gonna do it?
No, I have no idea what his fucking. I don't even know if he cares much about debates or anything. I truly have no idea. He just seems like a happy.
He's doing it by video?
No, we're all flying to New York tomorrow.
Oh, what time is the thing?
On the 29th.
No, what time of the day? Like when is it airing?
I don't know. When the debate? I don't know. Sometime on the 29th. But it's not live. So.
Okay, so yeah, okay. So when after your thing after the 29th, when do you want to have the discussion on religion?
Maybe the first or second.
Okay.
But if you want to be prepared for that conversation, it's not a big. If you want to convince me that religion is like a major factor, you have to show me. It can't just be quotes. It can't just be the weaponization of religion to make people feel a type of way or whatever. You've got to show me where people are acting in a unified manner in the interest of their religion in a way that supersedes their national interest. And it's not just like something that's along for the ride. I'm not going to deny that everybody in the region is Islamic or that like Islamic rhetoric or whatever might play into things. I just don't think that it was primarily a religious conflict. I think it was a geographic one. I think the religious shit is something that goes along with it. But the same way that if a bunch of Nazis came into a building that were all 6 feet tall and they started like beating up people, that you might start to hate people who are 6 feet tall. I don't think that you're hating people because they're 6 feet tall. It's just all the Nazis happen to be 6 feet tall. All the people in the region happen to be Arabs. If they were Christian or if the Jews coming in would have been some other fucking religion, I think that even other Arabs, I think it's possible that like the same conflict could have played out. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong on that, and if I am, you need more than just like, oh well, this quote from this leader where he said this about jihad. And I was like, okay, well.
No, and I'm going to argue religion. I'm first and foremost saying in religion in the sense that the Jewish aspect of it is a central role in the hate and the interest of the Arab countries against Israel.
I think I partially agree, but when you say like Jewish aspect, what do you mean by that?
I mean, if it wasn't Jew, it was like with your example last time. If it was white Arabs who came into the land, this conflict would not be a conflict. And if it wasn't a conflict, it would be a conflict the same way of attention as the Sudan conflict has attention.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think that, like, I think them being Jews matters just in that, like, the reputation of Jews at the time would have made it more humiliating for the Arabs. I just don't think that was as religiously centered.
No, and that for the Muslims, it's
religious,
and also
I understand. Yeah,
the fact that they're Muslims and they can't lose Muslim land that was once theirs is also a central feature, and it's not just modern day with Hamas. This goes way back, and it was always. And if you look at the religiosity of the masses in any Arab country, actually, the ironic thing is the only place in the Middle East where the masses are not highly religious is Iran. But there you have the leadership, which is highly religious. In the other countries, it's the flip of that. It's you have the masses that are highly religious, but usually the leadership is either secular or pretend religious, like MBS.
Gotcha. Okay. Listen, find it. You can find all the data you want for this. We can argue about it later. Yeah. Anything else?
Don't forget about just don't forget about the.
Yep, I've added it.
Inconsistency of these organizations.
How do we feel about the so many examples of this, but one being that in the Lebanese civil war, when the Green Line was formed in the mid 70s, the Christian Palestinians went over to West Beirut to be with the Muslims, and the Christians, like the Phalangists, went to the east. So it was very clearly on national lines, even though this was generally seen as a very highly religious sectarian conflict between Christians and Muslims.
Yeah,
but because they were Palestinian, the Christians went with the West.
Yeah, I did say last time that Lebanon was unique in the sense that it didn't break down like the other Arab countries, because first there was a significant Christian population, and second, yeah, I did say that last time that Lebanon.
But why would Muslims fuck with Christian Palestinians when they're literally fighting a war with Christians?
Could you repeat
Because
that?
these were Muslims. These were west of the Green Line. These were Muslims mostly. It was Muslim. It was Shiites. It was Sunnis. It was Palestinians. Why did they fuck with Christian Palestinians when they were literally at war with Christians? Like people who were not too long prior considered dhimmis. Like within living memory, they were dhimmis, right?
Why would who fuck it with them?
The Muslims in the west of the Green Line in Beirut. Why would they fuck with Christian Palestinians when they're literally fighting a war with Christians, if not for the fact that nationalistic interests superseded religious ones?
Oh, I'm never making a claim that there's not inter-Arab conflict, or my claim was that precisely that there is a ton of Middle Eastern conflict that has nothing to do with Israel, and that's another reason why it's so obvious that when you have all these conflicts and all these deaths, and you don't have 5 months of intense activism around the world about it, and you only have it when the country of Israel is specifically involved, that tells you something.
Well, yeah, but the country of Israel is also the one. The country of Israel. The country of Israel is also the one that's the most white identified, Western identified, colonial project that everybody is looking at too, right?
But I think that as a motivating factor might work for the leftists that march arm in arm, but that's not what is motivating the Arabs that are marching, or the Arab public opinion in the Arab world, or the Arabs that live in the West. But you said we're going to debate this then, so
sure. I also feel like there's a lot of I feel like a lot of the inner Arab conflict or inner Muslim conflict is also motivated by Western stuff, right? In terms of for instance, the Iranian-Saudi conflict and the axis that's developed on, seems like it's informed a lot by Saudi Arabian allegiance to the United States versus Iranian allegiance to, more of the East.
Yeah, I'm not saying that because of the situation in Israel that other things don't matter. Of course, natural resources matter to them. Geopolitics matters.
But it seems like that also transcends religious stuff too. So, for instance, if Hamas is a Sunni organization, but they've got the support of Iran, which is the fucking Ayatollah, very Shia. It seems like the nationalistic and the geographic stuff all supersede the religious stuff.
It's actually the hatred of Israel supersedes all the inter Muslim disputes, whether it's Sunni, Shia. That's the only thing that you will unite on, which kind of tells you something.
Well, but they're not all united on it. Only the ones that stand in opposition to U.S. interests are united on it, right? Everybody else is pretty chill with.
No, there's a reason why even the Arab countries that are the leadership is at peace with Israel still has to mouth condemnations of Israel every day.
I agree. Yeah, there's a lot of weird.
None of them, except for the UAE, would even condemn October 7th. That's how much the population has a grip on them.
Yeah, sure. I don't disagree with that. Yeah. Okay. What's up, Loner Boner Box? Wait, non-Carter, did you do anything else for us, or?
I wanted to continue this discussion after you do your debate on this first or second.
Okay, first or second. Whenever I come back, I'll drag you up. All right.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks.
What do you want, Boner Box?
I thought you were asking for me. Someone in my chat said that.
Oh.
They said you were crying.
I'm always crying. How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. What have you been doing today?
I watched the Sean and Noah Samson videos. The full Noah one and some of the Sean one. Then I got bored.
How is the I tried to skim through the Sean one, and I think I got hit like 10 different checkpoints, and every single one is just talking about how evil Israel is. So
Yeah, I mean the Sean one. At least he has one part where he describes Israel from '48 as a British colony, like established as a British colony, which is kind of weird.
based okay.
There's like kind
after
of
the
like
terrorist attacks, from after the Arab revolts from the Jews to the Brits, and the Brits saying "fuck this" and leaving, and blah blah blah. Yeah, okay.
There's a kind of like misunderstanding about there's a quote from Arthur Balfour where he's basically talking about, it's like the end of this sort of like 10 paragraph piece that he gives where he basically says that like part of the argument for the Jewish state would be that it'll stop like European countries from having to deal with immigrants, like Jewish immigrants who are like hostile and unfriendly. So then he kind of projects onto that like Balfour did the Balfour Declaration because he was like xenophobic, and then he invokes like Richard Spencer supporting Zionism as a way to get the Jews out, and he's going to make that comparison. But if you read the whole text of what Balfour's saying, and like everything else Balfour says, Balfour's whole take on Jews having to leave Europe to go to Palestine is because he believes that Europe and the Christian world had fucked over Jews so hard and made them homeless for so long, and treated them as lesser people for so long, that Jews like basically rightfully insulated themselves and didn't want to have any loyalty to those states going forward. And that's the argument he's making. He's making the argument that like Jews don't owe Europe anything. Like that's why he kind of saw Zionism as like Britain's way of repaying the Jews for like the wrongs of the Christian world. So yeah, it's just like context, whatever.
Yeah, it makes
but it's
sense.
basically the, like innate of trying to say Zionism is anti-Semitism is like kind of one of those lines that people like to push.
Gotcha.
The Noah one is just him repeating the South African court case, basically.
Fuck, I still haven't read that. I have to tonight, or I might read it on the
I
flight
mean,
tomorrow. Do you think is there any? I heard one thing about, because this would be worth it rhetorically, that a lot of the quotes are actually clip chimped in the South African ICJ submission. Do you know if that's true? Have you gone through any of the quotes?
Yeah, I said that to you. Yeah.
Oh, you're one of the people that said that.
Yeah,
I thought a lot of people emailed me to say this.
They're very clip chimped. I mean, some of them, like the Amalek one is clip chimped. The fucking human animals one, I think, is clip chimped. Yeah, there's a few of them that are just very much like in the paragraph literally before and after one of those. They specify Hamas. They say we are fighting Hamas.
Yeah, I've seen those. I remember looking those up at the time, like months ago. Yeah.
And obviously, the Amalek thing about how like people say Amalek is like because in the religious text about Amalek they actually talk about killing all the women and children, right? Like that's like
I've heard the Amalek thing get caught up a lot. Yeah.
But it's also just another thing of like it's the literal meaning of a word or how the word is actually used, because Amalek has been used in like Holocaust memorials. It's like there's do you know the Amalek monument in The Hague?
Nope.
In the Hague, like where they have the fucking ICJ and shit, there is an Amalek monument with the Star of David and like some people, and it's underneath it says, "Remember what Amalek did to you, never forget." And it's in the fucking Hague. Like it's on one of the buildings. So it's like, is that why? Is there a monument in The Hague calling for a genocide of the Germans by calling them Amalek? Like no, it's just like that's how they use the term.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's like a never forget thing. Yeah. Anyway. The problem is that I'm pretty sure if you're submitting a case to a court, you do kind of have to throw everything against the wall and hope something sticks. So I don't blame like South Africa for having some weird shit in there that's not really going to fly, because all they need is like a few things that the court considers plausible, and they're obviously needing to make their opposition defend everything. So you probably would need to see the whole thing to see if there's anything in there worth keeping.
Sure. I will say though that I'm trying to think, at least for U.S. standards, I don't think you're supposed to just throw everything at the wall to see what sticks. You're supposed to have a good faith engagement with the court system, and it wouldn't. I'm speaking out of my ass, but I would wonder if you could get like a either summary judgment or motion to dismiss in pretrial if somebody was including their complaint stuff that was like clearly fabricated or clearly taken out of context. I don't know if the case would stand on its merits if somebody was clearly false. I need more crim law friends. All of them are sellout corporate lawyer fucks. But I don't know if you're allowed to just throw in whatever. I used to think that prosecutions could do that in the U.S., and then somebody pointed me to a standard in U.S. courts where that's actually not true. The prosecution, at the very least, for criminal stuff, is supposed to behave in good faith. Like if you find exculpatory stuff, you have to turn it over to the defense. Or if you're like quoting stuff, or if you're citing evidence in a complaint or in an indictment, and you know it's not really that solid, that you can get in big trouble for that. Like a mistrial could be declared, or the case might get thrown out or whatever. But ICJ obviously might be completely different. Everything, I don't know.
It might be permissible to gish gallop the ICJ.
It might actually be, yeah.
Yeah, well.
Okay, boom, boom, boom. Let's see. What have you been? Did you say you covered those 2 videos today, or was that yesterday?
Just today.
Okay.
Otherwise, I've just been reading little bits here and there.
Gotcha. Let me just run through this outline again. I think I need to fill out like 2 more sections of this, but let me see if there's anything else I might have questions about. Let me scroll from top to bottom. Oh, real quick, for historical examples. So ethnic cleansing is a term that is used. Has it been applied to anything except for like Israel and Bosnia and Herzegovina or whatever the fuck? The Serbian, has it ever been applied anywhere else? Because I saw people were bringing up examples of, like, for instance, when Russia was attacking Ukraine, a lot of Ukrainians were fleeing cities, obviously because they didn't want to get killed, but people weren't calling that ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, I don't know. That one, I don't think so. I mean, Stalin did quite a few ethnic cleansings, right? Like the ethnic cleansing of the Crimean Tatars in 44.
Wait, did Stalin do ethnic cleansings, or was this ethnic cleansing as like an overall thing that was like more akin to genocide than anything else?
No, the removal of the Tatars was just he deported all of them. He just deported all of them to fucking Uzbekistan on little trains. But that wasn't ever seen as a genocide, I don't think.
Were a ton of these people not killed? I don't remember for the Soviet shit if they were killed or
like
not.
It wasn't the same as people did die on the way, but I don't think it was the same kind of like intent that went alongside Armenia, for example. Yeah.
Do you think that Russia kind of moved around a lot of populations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I think the process is called I read for the Soviet stuff, and I think even pre-Soviet Union in the old empires or whatever, it was called Russification, where the Russian empires have always kind of like moved in a lot of their people, moved around a lot of other people to try to like get a stronger ethnic and linguistic and cultural grasp on whatever territory they had.
Yeah, it depends on who you're talking to. Like it was all different kinds of ethnic groups, like millions of them in total. Generally, people call it like I think in the Wikipedia they call it population transfer, but yeah, other people do call it ethnic cleansings.
I feel like
very much ethnic groups.
Transfer seemed to be the term that's used a lot. I don't know if I've seen ethnic cleansing besides like the last 20 years applied to Israel. It feels like everybody just calls it transfer, population transfer.
Yeah, transfer is like it's just a euphemism though, isn't it, for expulsion or like.
Well, the term ethnic cleansing like implies a lot. The reason I don't like ethnic cleansing is because the implication for ethnic cleansing is that based on an ethnicity, you're cleaning away like dirty people, which I think is a much different connotation than like population transfer relating to like times of war or conflict.
Yeah, or doing it for political reasons rather than like racist reasons is another thing, right?
Yeah, I would say like part of conflict, like political reasons. Yeah, basically, yeah. That I feel like it's a much different connotation. Ethnic cleansing carries like heavy connotations of racial superiority or racial domination, I think. But it's a weird thing because I don't know if that's like ever applied to any other type of thing, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, people use it all the time for all the like Soviet movements, and people use it for but even people use it. I've heard people use it for things that they justify as well, right? For the Germans in the Sudetenland, like, and Poland and Central Europe and pushing them back to Germany. People recall that in ethnic cleansing. So
I've never heard that before. And any of my studying of like any of the other stuff related to like Russia, Ukraine, I don't think I ever saw the term ethnic cleansing.
Yeah,
maybe it wasn't.
Usually it's more of an activist term. Yeah, like
sure.
it's mostly It's
well,
often used as an
yeah,
activist
that's
term.
like I think that's my point. Is that it's like an activist thing. What did I read initially? Was it actually like 12 to 14.6 million people? That's an insane amount of people. After World War II, Germans just like fled from a whole bunch of fucking territories and went back to Germany and then never got invited back, or?
Yep, millions and millions of them went. Some of them fled. Some were actually taken by the Nazis as the Nazis were retreating, and then the remaining couple, like 2 or 3, 4 million, were actually pushed back by the Allies. Quite brutally as well. Like quite a few people starved to death on the way. Do you know there are like center-left historians who justify it?
Really? How?
Not the way it was done, obviously, but they do justify the idea of having to transfer Germans from that area because their entire existence for like that whole period had basically just been weaponized as an excuse for Germany to annex things in the future, and they were very worried about like any re-emerging German state doing the same thing further down the line. And also, some of them had lived there for centuries, but the overwhelming majority of them were like proper fucking German supremacists. Like they had no interest in having anything to do with like an independent Czech Republic or an independent fucking Poland or anything like that. So, and that might have like, people argue that because of their position, they might have like fucked the stability of those states going forward. So yeah, people do try to say it had like some rationale behind it. Yeah.
Okay. So my edgy statement 2 months ago, I think, was true, that not all ethnic cleansings are bad. If ethnic cleansing is going to just be defined as population transfer without any, I do think I really truly do feel like if you were to poll in America, I bet it's the same in fucking Europe. But I think if you polled in America what ethnic cleansing meant, I think over 50% of people would heavily associate it with genocide, like actually killing people, not just. I think it would be over 50%.
Raphael Lemkin originally wanted it to be number 6 as the acts of genocide. He wanted ethnic cleansing, like removal, to be one of the acts, and the UN was like, no. So,
I know there was the huge, massive population transfer between Greece and Germany. But, I'm sorry, not Greece and Germany. My bad. Greece and Turkey.
Yeah.
1923. I don't know like if any of this would ever come up, but it's just good to have examples on hand. 1.6. Between Greece and Turkey. Somebody said population transfer between India and Pakistan. How many people was that?
Yep. Millions, like 7 million. Yeah.
7
was it 7
million?
Wait, was it 7? I think it might have been 7 million on each side. 7 million Hindus leaving Pakistan and going to India, and 7 million Muslims going from India to Pakistan, maybe? Or 7 million total? It's 7 million something.
16 million people? Holy shit! I don't know anything about Indian history. Anything further east of like, really of Iraq. I don't know anything about it. For Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and then India. Yeah, India is a whole thing on its own. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay, hold on.
I mean, I know one person who came from, like, their family came from Lahore in Pakistan, and they were Hindus, so they had to just abandon everything and go and set up in like fucking Delhi or whatever. Yeah, but yeah, that was it. Like they just left everything behind, ran away, because like I think like 1 million people died, the ones who stayed in each respective country. So it was pretty messy. But yeah, they're the ones who live in India are Indians now, and the ones who live in Pakistan are Pakistani.
It's interesting. I looked up this partition of India for ethnic cleansing, and it's interesting that in the sources below, for ethnic cleansing, the citation for one book is a book published in 2012, and then the other two are citations of a book published in 2009.
It's hard because I don't know that much about partition of India, but like I think flight was mostly because of just like mobs and like local riots. I don't think there was actually like any Indian or Pakistani regime trying to. I might be completely wrong though, but I mean, yeah, you could still call it that, I guess, because people like to use it loosely for other things. So
sure, I guess the one thing that I think is important is that because Israel is presented as like uniquely fucking horrible, terrible, bad in regards to the stuff in 47 to 48. Like ethnic cleansing is thrown around, the refugees, it's like uniquely, horribly a terrible thing. But it feels to me, I'm saying feeling because my world history is not the best, but it feels to me like it was actually fairly par for the course for whenever major conflict happened, that one, territory might change a little bit, especially in the case of wars, or two, that population transfer would happen after it because people just like move massively from one area to the next in regards to conflict. But all of that, like nobody really talks about any of that. It just feels like, I feel like if you were listening to people talk about Israel Palestine, you would think this is one of the only places in the world, except for maybe Bosnia and maybe with Hitler in Germany. It's basically it's the Serbs, it's the Nazis, and it's the Jews that have done ethnic cleansing, and everything else is more or less kosher. That's what it feels like. Yeah.
The second thought video I watched, he was saying that there's the Nakba's up there with the Holocaust. He like word for word basically said something like that. Yeah. It did happen quite a lot in the formation of nation states, right? I guess the difference is that the reason more attention is drawn to the Nakba compared to other ethnic cleansings is that most of these other ethnic cleansings or removals or transfers, whatever you want to call them, is that the people like from Pakistan went to India and became Indians, and that was it.
Yeah.
Done.
Yep.
Whereas the Palestinian refugee problem is like it's been kept alive, so that's kind of why.
Yeah. Which plays into my other role of like the refugee problem like needs to stop being artificially prolonged by UNRWA. Like there has to be an attempt to settle people. There has to be an attempt to not keep people permanently in refugee camps to further the conflict. It makes it more and more intractable, as do the settlements from Israeli side and everything too. Yeah.
It's UNRWA, by the way, not UNRWA.
UNRWA.
Yeah.
UNRWA.
But yeah, I mean, even I never make this point because it's just so optically stupid to say, but it's true. Compared to other 20th century conflicts, the 1948 war, and you can say this for both sides, was fairly like low when it came to atrocities and like just like overall causing of like suffering, right? Like compared to World War II or compared to the Yugoslav wars and all that, like both the Arabs and the Zionists, compared to those other wars, were like a lot more well behaved when it came to like taking prisoners and all that shit. Obviously, there were still massacres on both sides, and there were still like half of an entire population uprooted. But yeah, or you can also I don't know. Do you know about like how the refugee problem? Obviously, like it wasn't just it was mostly an Arab refugee problem, but there were like tens of thousands of Jews who were displaced as well during that war.
Yeah, they were all technically ethnically cleansed from the West Bank, right? That's part of, I think, where like the Sheikh Jarrah controversy and everything came from in 2008.
Yeah.
Was people fighting over like, hey, well, we were in East Jerusalem, we got kicked out by Jordanians, so we should be able to get this apartment and shit back.
I mean, the West Bank was like fairly lower numbers, but also just within Israel itself, like people in settlements that were a bit further away from the main cities and were in, especially settlements that were surrounded by Arab villages. A lot of them got uprooted as well. The only difference, I guess, is that like Jews didn't really have other countries they felt like they could go to, so they just had to kind of stay there and just take it and hope for the best, right? Yeah.
I will say it's really interesting going over the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Maybe my mind is like poisoned as an American, but when we think of like, you know, like World War I and World War II, I'm thinking like, oh my God, that's Dresden got bombed. What was it? I should know this. Is Dresden 60,000 people dead? How many people died in the Dresden bombings?
I thought the bombings was 25,000.
Maybe it's 25,000. Fuck you. Okay. But
Siege of Leningrad, you got like 1.5 million.
Yeah, holy shit, yeah.
Dead,
or like the fire bombings of Tokyo, that one might have been 60,000 or 70,000. But yeah, and then the bombings in Nagasaki, like I'm thinking like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, like all these deaths, blah blah blah. And then it's just not to take away from the human suffering or say that any of this was okay or to excuse any of it, but it's just really interesting that when you read about the massacres that happen between like Israel and Palestine, like the like one of the most famous massacres, at least for the early history, is Deir Yassin, if you consider that a massacre, right? The Deir Yassin massacre is like, isn't it like it's like 100 people dead, right? which is bad. It's not good, but it's interesting how, I don't want to say low stakes, but it's interesting how small the numbers are in this conflict. But again, when people talk about it, you might think like, man, Deir Yassin, I don't know, 10,000 Arabs must have been killed, or, this many people must have been getting holocausted, or this many people. But the casualty numbers for all of this conflict is surprisingly low, given how much like voice is given to, like this particular conflict.
Because the only two arguments you can make that really make it more, that kind of amplify it a little bit, is that at least for the Arab side, even though 700,000 is as a proportion, that was half of the Arab population in Palestine. So in terms of understanding like the collective trauma and the inherited like family suffering and all that kind of stuff, like it spread throughout the entire community basically, because everyone knew someone who had been displaced.
Sure.
And the other argument, I guess, is like the UNRWA thing, that they're still going. But it's funny that like people will they'll like oppose the NATO intervention in Yugoslavia, when again, like how many Kosovar Albanians were displaced during that war? It was about 800,000, right? And then like the Bosnian war, like you had like Srebrenica, where 8,000 people were killed in the space of like 2 days. Fucking rape camps and shit like that. So I feel like a lot, definitely from the last two videos I watched, they're very much like, it just looks like people, that fucking Noah Samson video, it looks like it's just someone who's seen a war happen for the first time, right? And they're just like,
exactly.
And
even
how
like
they're processing it.
And even what people like pay attention to, and what people even, I feel like even on the Palestinian side, I'm curious, and I could be totally wrong because I just only see, I'm almost qualifying that because maybe there are places where people talk about this way more. I feel like for Palestinians, when I look on Twitter, like everybody knows like Deir Yassin. Everybody knows the Nakba. I don't think I've ever in my entire life seen like a Palestinian bring up like the Sabra and Shatila stuff, Shatila in Lebanon. I don't think I've ever seen
bring
that.
Up all the time.
Do
That's
they?
really
Okay.
common.
I've never seen that brought up on Twitter before by any Palestinian people, and that was actually like thousands of people dead, depending on whose numbers you take. So.
But what people, what I know Israelis get frustrated with this is because in the Lebanese civil war, Sabra Shatila was one of quite a few massacres that were just as bad. Like Karantina, which was, again, it was Christians killing Palestinians, that was about the same number. And Damour was one where the PLO murdered Christians, and that was like a few hundred as well. There were loads of massacres in the Lebanese civil war, but the one that we talk about mostly is Sabra Shatila because Israel was involved.
Okay. I've got open air prison concentration camps. There is no definition of concentration camp or open air prison, right? These are just like totally.
Not that I know of.
Okay. Do you have any? I tried to follow this rabbit hole last night. Do you know how much Palestinian leadership is worth?
I've heard Abbas is about 100 million. I've heard fucking Hania ranging from anything like 400 million to 4 billion.
So I tried to okay, this was the rabbit hole that I went down. It was very funny because I was going to include this, but now I don't know how I feel about this. Wealth. I want to can I do this rabbit hole? Okay, so there's a New York Post article that was cited by I think it was a Times of Israel post. Wait. Or it might have even been this. Wait, do you know what I-24 News is in terms of reputation or anything?
I-24?
Yeah.
It's like Israeli right-leaning, I think.
Is it? Okay, that's good to know.
I think so. I don't know, but it's Israeli, right?
I truly have
I think
no
they're
idea.
right-leaning, but I don't know. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find the rabbit hole. Fuck, I'm not gonna find it. God damn it. One of these websites basically was saying that collectively, the Hamas leadership is worth $11 billion. And then I clicked the source. I was like, well, what is the source on that? And then that took me to a New York Post source. Hamas leaders worth a staggering $11 billion. And I'm like, okay, I'm curious how you would even know that, right? Like, how does anybody know the net worth of a black market smuggler Hamas leader, right? Assuming that's how they make their money, it's what my assumption would be, right? Then when I went through this, so Terror Group's top 3 leaders alone are worth a staggering $11 billion. I see this picture here, okay? One of the sons of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh lounges in a luxury hotel suite in Qatar. Hania is worth more than $4 billion, okay? These are big, big, big numbers, okay? $4 billion, okay? So I tried to scroll down through this. Abu Merzouk, 72, a senior Hamas political leader who heads its international relations office, is estimated by the Israeli government to be worth $3 billion. Oh God, what was the next link that I clicked from this? Oh fuck, I didn't click one. I tried to Google it. I tried to Google around for net worth. Oh wait, maybe it was net worth Hania.
Yeah, the estimates for him go quite wild, right? They go from like a few hundred million to 4 billion or some shit. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not gonna be able to goddamn find it. This shit was retarded. Oh wait, it might have been this page. Hold on. Okay, there's a tweet by Embassy of Israel to the USA. I don't even know if this is the real embassy in Israel. Basically, yeah, it's kind of what you're saying. The ranges were more significant because I found a website that was saying Hania was worth $4 billion and the other two guys were worth $5 million. And I don't know if it was a typo or if it's just like, I don't know if, is there any accurate?
I have no idea.
I'm sure they're wealthy. That seems to be obvious, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck me. Okay,
I mean, they basically live in hotels, don't they? They live in hotels in Doha, and sometimes they go to Turkey.
That is true. And not to flex my out-of-touch millionaire status too much, but like I could stay at $900 a night hotels for an entire year, and that would be a whatever. It wouldn't bother me. But I'm not a billionaire. There's a huge difference between being like a net worth $5 million versus net worth $4 billion. That's a huge discrepancy. And it's just like if one of these leaders is worth like a couple million, like yeah, that's obviously probably corrupt, maybe I guess depending on age and everything. But like him staying at like $900 a night hotels, that's not indicative of him being a billionaire. That's an insanely huge number. I'm just curious if there was a source to that. Fourth thought, what do you want?
I thought you wanted to fight with me over the Reddit post.
What do we? Oh, you think setting yourself on fire is an acceptable form of protest? In a democracy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think it's not?
I feel like extreme acts like that, I think, should be reserved for when your voice is like literally being suppressed, like you can't be heard. So like in a situation where you might be living under a dictatorship, you might be in prison, your rights are being restricted for some reason. Fourth thought is quiet. Yep, tell him to fix his mic. I don't know why. Tell him to fix it.
You could have told me. I moved, so all my.
Yeah, but those are what you just said are reasons why it's bad for you to do it. Obviously, it's fucking stupid if you can do activism or boycott or whatever. But like, what if you just want to? What if you're just like retarded and you want to burn yourself?
Well, I mean, if you're retarded and want to do it, then you can do it. But it's about it being like encouraged or supported. I think it's really scary that people are supporting an American citizen who lives in a democracy setting himself on fire for a cause. It just seems really silly. I think there's like other things. You should boost your volume by like 10 times. You're super, super, super quiet. Oh shit, like here's another tweet by the Israel MFA, the Israeli Foreign Ministry. Again, I'm not sure if this is actually them or just a random fuck account. Hamas leaders are lining their pockets at the expense of millions of innocent Palestinians. So we've got Khaled Mishal, $5 billion, Musa Abu Marzouk, $3 billion, and then Ismail Haniyeh, $5 million? Like, why is he even listed here? I just think it's kind of funny. Oh, gray check equals government account. Oh, that's nice. Thanks, Elon.
I think Haniyeh is like the leader of Hamas, right? Like the #1 leader.
Right now, I believe that is the case. Yes.
Yeah.
Ismail.
Okay, trying again. Is it still super quiet?
I don't think you're. Are you even changing anything?
Hold up. I'll be back in a minute.
What do people do when they say, "Is it still quiet?" but nothing has changed? Do they realize? Are they just fucking with me? Are they turning random knobs on their desk and they hope that like something is happening? Or
couldn't tell you. I mean, if I was really stupid, I could turn my monitoring up and think I'm turning myself up to you. But
okay. Oh wait, Khaled Mishal is famous for being a billionaire. By the way, that's been known forever. Oh, maybe that was one of the guys where I tried to look him up, and they were saying like he has portfolios, including investments in tons of different like banks and everything as well. So maybe.
Michelle was the guy who was leader very briefly when they wrote that new charter in 2017.
Gotcha. God, he looks. Okay, follow me here. Follow me. Hold on. Middle Eastern George Clooney. A little bit. Right, guys? A little bit. A little bit. Right?
Which one are we talking about? Michelle.
Yeah, a little bit. Middle Eastern George Clooney. No, that's all I need. That's fine. It's good enough for me. I do think that it's really funny.
Salt and pepper beard. I want one of those when I'm older.
They do look
I got a salt and pepper beard.
Super nice. I do agree. Yeah. I do think it's funny the virtue signaling that goes on between people that live in certain areas, like where they come from and citing where they come from, when in reality they're from super wealthy families. Not to call out anybody in particular because I love all of my employees equally. But like, for instance, like Karantos, you're familiar with him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like comes from Somali and everything, but like very clearly he's from like an incredibly wealthy family. He does like really well. He goes to school in Malaysia, blah, blah, blah. But it's funny. I feel like a lot of that sometimes happens with some of these Palestinian leaders too, where like, oh, I'm Palestinian, blah, blah, blah. But they're from incredibly wealthy families. They're like international people. They're well-traveled, well-educated, went to school in London, Hassanabis, you know, those types of people.
Yeah, but Karantos deserves all the wealth and he deserves to complain about it.
True. And based. Okay, so we've got Hamas administration. Have you seen anything compelling that shows that the living conditions in the Gaza Strip are horrible?
What, now?
No, not now. Not post October 7th, but prior to October 7th?
So unemployment was a pretty big issue. Food insecurity. Again, when I say food insecurity, I mean like, you know what I mean. It's fine. Yeah, but I don't know what you mean by horrible. Do you mean like concentration camp level?
I mean like concentration camp open air prison. Because one of the biggest justifications that Finkelstein gives for Hamas's justification for war on October 7th was them living under concentration camp conditions.
Which concentration camp is comparable to Gaza?
That's my question. Yeah. But hold on, wait. If I ask that, am I gonna get fucking dunked on? Was there like some fucking luxurious like Norwegian concentration camp where everybody went and they were like hanging out in bed and like, am I gonna get fucked on that point?
The fucking the South African ones, the British, that was like the first widespread use of them. I think like the death rate was about a third or a quarter within 2 years. That was pretty fucked up. What else? Like any of the German ones? They're not going to say any of the German ones. Well, they might say. I don't know. Like it depends. Though it's such a stupid comparison because in a concentration camp, like you might be getting tortured for your political beliefs, and you're in there for no reason at all, and like you're in a confined space, and like you might be getting diseases and shit, but you might not get bombed. So I don't know. Like take it or leave. I don't know. Like. I know with Gaza, the big problems are like unemployment. I think youth PTSD is a thing. And occasionally, like obviously, economic insecurity is a thing, which again, the locals blame Hamas for.
Yeah, fuck. But, yeah. Somebody just said this in YouTube chat, and I was going to say this, but I don't know if this is too mean. Does unemployment matter that much when you've got so much foreign aid coming? Like unemployment, if I say like first order, second order, third order problems, you understand what I mean by that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That like maybe yeah. So I feel like unemployment is like one of those, would you consider it like a first order problem, but like the second or third order, or maybe it would be because like unemployment isn't necessarily bad. Technically being jobless is fucking awesome. The bad thing is not having money to afford food or not having food. That's like your first order. Like not having food is really bad. And the second order is like not having money for food would be bad. The third order is like not having a job to earn money for food might be bad. But like if you have all your food and all of your needs are met, does the unemployment matter that much?
I think the aid is always, the distribution of aid is a problem, not just the fact that it's going there. And also, I guess, like, I think I don't know, I think people generally like feel very humiliated when they have to depend on aid. So that's like a thing.
I don't disagree with that.
Numbers on like Hamas is like stealing aid.
Yeah.
And also, this is as good as the mic gets.
I think this is better, much better.
Loud.
I think there's a lot of accusations about Hamas stealing aid. I'll probably go through that for Cast-led, Protective Edge, and for the Modern Conflict. I think a lot of people complain about Hamas stealing aid, including Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, everybody else. Yeah.
But I don't know. I think if someone says concentration camp, I think a good question. I would just say like, okay, it is. Then what do you do about it? Let's like rhetorically just get out of that situation because I feel like trying to explain the different parameters between a concentration camp and Gaza is just like a pain in the ass. It's like.
Well, I think one of the central things that I'm trying to put here for the mythological language is that I think that what it's doing is it adjusts the expectations of everybody and removes the agency from the Palestinians. So, for instance, if the Palestinians were in subpar living conditions because they haven't figured out what they want their territory to look like with Israel, well, what needs to happen? Well, the Palestinians and the Israelis need to come to an agreement on what the territorial distribution should look like. But if the Palestinians live in open-air prison concentration camps where they're subject to apartheid and genocide, well, the rest of the world has to do something, right? Like you wouldn't expect people undergoing genocide and apartheid in concentration camp conditions to save themselves. That's an insane suggestion. So I feel like part of the reason why people use a lot of this loaded language is it removes all of the agency responsibility from Palestinians, and it sets them up to think like, oh, well, somebody else is going to come in and do something. Clearly, we're being genocided.
Yeah, that is a problem. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there are any concentration camps that would like.
I just don't want to stumble into some dumb own, and it's like, or something I didn't know where it's like, well, actually, the really bad thing are the death camps, and all the major concentration camps got turned into death camps, the bad ones. But actually, the average concentration camp was actually not that bad. They just did a lot of work. They were actually better than the gulags in the Soviet Union. I don't know. There's like some crazy fact like that I'm not aware of.
I mean, even if you just follow up really quickly, like which concentration camp? Because it definitely wasn't any of the German ones, right?
Mhm.
Even in Dachau, which was like a prisoner camp, like half the people died. Like half of the prisoners died. I don't know, fucking. The death rate in Gaza is not 50%, so
Sure.
fucking.
Infant mortality, 16 deaths to 1,000 live births. Let's see. We would compare. I think Jordan is a good first step to compare to. They're 106 on both. Gaza is 133. And Gaza here is 91. Higher is worse on this, right? Or better? Higher is worse. You don't want to be first place here. This is infant mortality. I think I'd probably want to compare to, I'll say Jordan and Egypt are like your best comparisons in the region. And then from there, you would, and then worse than that would, my imagination is going to be like Libya and Syria, right? Or Lebanon, if we want to be really mean. I'm just thinking of like, who would I compare like the people in the Gaza Strip, their living standards to?
Oh, okay, yeah. You could ask if it was a concentration camp under Egyptian rule after 48.
Are the American the Japanese internment camps, were those considered? I know retroactively, I think some people say they're concentration camps, but was that comparison ever made at the time?
I think concentration camp used to be a pretty like okay statement. Like people would just say we're putting these political groups into concentration camps. That's what the British used to do for like people who didn't want to fight in the war.
One second. A lot of the moral loading around the term concentration camp came after the Holocaust and how it was very, very public. So not really, not at the time.
Gotcha. Let's see. The Jordan rank is 106. Life expectancy. Do you guys disagree on the self-immolation thing?
I don't know what his opinion is.
Do what? You both just talked at the same time. I didn't understand.
Lonerbox, do you have any thoughts on the self-immolation thing?
I wouldn't recommend it, but do it if you want. You know, as long as you're far away enough from other people so they don't get hit. Yeah, why not?
Based. You, Steven?
No, I just don't. I super disagree. I just think it's bad. Am I a cuck for that?
You might be. One second. So, like, in my mind, the big thing is that he's not crazy. That's kind of like the big main argument that I dislike.
Okay.
I just don't think there's a lot of evidence that the guy's mentally ill. But in terms of, like, is it acceptable as a form of protest? I think there are some situations where it can be entirely justified. Obviously, I don't think Palestine applies. But, I don't know. I can, like, imagine a case where it is, like, 1944 or 1940s, and someone is setting themselves on fire as a Jew in, like, America, or turning away, like, one of the boats or whatever. So, like, I can fathom where it makes sense as a statement.
You don't think the guy was mentally ill, though?
It's possible, but I haven't seen any evidence of it, going through some of his post-history chat logs and Reddit account.
I think I agree with that. I think if you believe what he believes, based on what I read, you would do that. Like you would think that's like, because you would think that nothing else is working, right?
Yeah,
or nothing else is
essentially.
going to work. Yeah.
Yeah, and like there was a lot of premeditation that went into it that makes it very obvious that it was not a spur of the moment thing. Like he had a will drafted, and I believe it was his last year of service. So he specifically, I think, wanted to die as a serviceman, but don't quote me on that.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same opinion that I had roughly when I was watching the the two videos I watched today with the Sean and Noah Samson. I think like if those two videos, for example, or just like anything like that was the only content you ever consumed on Israel Palestine, you would actually think that like the Fourth Reich has manifested itself in the form of a Jewish state and is committing all those crimes against Palestinians with impunity and American support, right? You'd think all that.
Yeah, they're like left-wing Jane Sixers. Like, I don't think they're insane. I just think they have a very different epistemic foundation.
I like how people in this fucking chat aren't getting the point. Like, someone Lonerbox disagree. He could spend his life working to help these people. That's what I'm saying. If you believe what he does, you would think it's rational. Not if you believe what you do. Okay? Jesus, fuck.
Welcome to my world, Lonerbox.
Yeah, you run into this
you're based.
weird conundrum or paradox where, do you remember the big stuff in Canada over like the should you be allowed to kill yourself stuff?
Are you talking about the medically assisted suicide or the
medically assisted
was it
suicide?
the hospital like telling someone that like they should die instead of get medical treatment? I forget which one.
The medically assisted suicide. There's like a catch-22 where people are like you should have the option to end your own life, but then they draw basically they say that like, well, if you want to commit suicide though, you're mentally unwell, and if you're mentally unwell, you shouldn't be able to end your own life. So you end up in a really weird world where it's like, okay, well, we should have the freedom to choose to kill ourselves, but if you ever want to kill yourself, that means that you're mentally unwell, and therefore you shouldn't be allowed to kill yourself. And when I was looking at a lot of the rhetoric surrounding this guy, a lot of people were saying things like, well, this guy was clearly mentally unwell because he set himself on fire. And then it's kind of interesting because I thought, well, if we're applying that standard with no other evidence, that technically means that almost every single act of political violence, we can say none of this was actually due to the underlying ideology. It was all because the people were mentally unwell. Like, are we going to say the guy that drove that car through the Charlottesville March, was that guy mentally well? Are we going to say school shooters are mentally well? Are we going to say that any form of political violence done by people that's incredibly extreme were mentally well? Like, at that point, it feels like you can write off basically every form of extreme political violence is coming from people that are mentally unwell, because those are probably going to be the first affected people by extremist rhetoric, are going to be the people that are on the edges of, like, sanity, you know?
I mean, were the people who carried out the Holocaust mentally well? I mean, the psychologists at the time didn't think so.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
They thought those guys were quite normal, like bureaucrats. Yeah.
In this case specifically with mental illness, I do not like calling this specifically a suicide, just because it is more about like inflicting like deliberate pain on yourself rather than just killing yourself, and that is so much more of it than like dying. I don't know. It doesn't feel appropriate to call this a suicide.
Well, sure. Maybe, yeah.
Okay, well, easiest debate of my life.
Well, I still don't think it's a good way to protest. I don't think anybody should ever protest that way. I don't think you should ever encourage anybody to protest that way.
I mean, encourage is weird. I wouldn't say encourage, but I think it is acceptable.
What do we mean when we say acceptable? Like, for instance, like if I were to go in front of a place and I were to like inject heroin into my dick and then shove a glass rod into my eye and snap it off and then jump off a building and land on the concrete but make sure I didn't hurt anybody, is that acceptable? Like, is the acceptability standard just that we're not actually hurting another human being? Everything is acceptable there? Or I'm just trying to figure, because when I hear acceptable, in my mind, I'm thinking like, should this be like encouraged or seen as a legitimate form of like political protest such that people should always consider it an option?
When I say acceptable, I'm thinking like, is there a rational justification for the actions and the consequences? And I think for this action, there can be.
Well, hold on. Rational justification is begging the question. Obviously, it's rationally justified if we consider it to be an acceptable form of protest, like morally. But that's what I'm asking. Should it be acceptable to like kill yourself for a political cause?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. How do these motherfuckers in Lebanon live so long? What the fuck? 79 average year. Good job. Sorry.
That's the spice, dude. I guess specifically, when I think acceptable, I think, could you build out a way that this is a political action more than it is just self-harm? Is it more like a statement of speech as an individual than it is just hurting yourself for no good reason? And I think that's the case. Like, should someone be allowed to hunger strike in your world?
Yeah, but I think hunger strike doesn't generally lead to like death, right?
Well, yeah, I think the point of this is the extremism. I think it's meant to be an extreme statement. So
there's an interesting standard that I apply When I went to Iowa, I gave some speech in some school, and there was the head of the poli-sci department. I got to chat with him for a couple hours afterwards just to pick his brain. And he brought up a really interesting thing relating to protests. And it had to do with the difference between peaceful and violent protest. And it was a way to analyze what types of protests you should encourage that I'd never considered before. It was in the context of like a lot of the MLK stuff, I think, because I was reading about like nonviolence and principles of all this at the time. And one of the things that he told me was when he considers protests, he tries to think of like what type of protest would you encourage such that if people did it incorrectly, it wouldn't be that harmful to society. It wouldn't be like destructive. And he was like, one of the problems with violent protests is that if the wrong people violently protest, it's really bad. But if the wrong people engage in like active nonviolence, well, you know, they're protesting, demonstrating, whatever, but it's not as bad. And that perspective of thinking like, okay, well, if I take like forms of protest and I apply them to people that I super disagree with, what are the things that limit, you know, social destruction is kind of a lens that I view that through. So I don't know, the idea of like green lighting anything relating to death or person-to-person violence, I think it's really scary. Any type of violence is really scary without having a really good reason, I think.
In this case, just because the act is so extreme and there's so much just innate resistance to do it in the first place, I don't see this as like green lighting everyone to go set themselves on fire. That just doesn't seem realistic to me. Outside of the pragmatic, I don't know. I think you should be allowed to do something that extreme for if you have like you believe you have a good justification for it.
Why? Let's go to the next stage. Why do you think you should be able to do that?
I believe there would be instances where, as an individual, your political speech is way more. You could feel your political speech or statement is way more important than your life itself. So, going back to the Holocaust analogy, you're a Jew in America, and you want America to intervene against concentration camps. But it's over in Germany, no one cares. You set yourself on fire in like, I don't know, near a monument or something. I think that's totally justified, in my opinion.
Okay, well.
All right. Anything else?
Not unless our friend Bonerbox has anything.
I'm fine.
Fuck you.
All right.
Whoa.
Peace out, Boner Boy. Peace out, Steven.
Love you. 6.9. What other? I threw Lebanon, Jordan, Gaza, Egypt, Syria, Iraq. I think these are probably fine comparisons, I guess. Gaza's just, it's not like a massive outlier. Can somebody link in that one guy's blog? Because he did life expectancy, he did infant mortality. Oh, here's another question. Has anybody starved to death in the Gaza Strip ever?
Seems to be that they have now. There's a couple of pictures coming out of like young people they look very smaller than they used to, like skinnier than they did.
Like emaciated? Can you shoot me a picture? This is going to be really dark. I don't mean to sound weird, but like I've seen pictures of starving children, and the pictures that I've seen of kids in Gaza don't look, from what I've seen so far, don't look anywhere near that. This is very dark, obviously, but not to say that it's okay. People should never be hungry, and Israel should do everything that it can to make sure that humanitarian aid and corridors are created so that food can get in. Because there is the potential for that situation.
I've only actually seen these on Twitter so far, so maybe I wonder if there are actually any articles going over it, or if I have just been duped by Twitter stuff. I don't know. Let's see. UN expert says Israel is deliberately That's not what I'm looking for. So hunger is definitely a problem. Where is the starvation stuff? Let's see. Where's that image? Oh god, it's in fucking Owen Jones's Twitter account. I don't actually know where the original source for this is. It's just two photographs of a kid and then the kid looking starved to death.
Let's see. Second death by starvation in 24 hours, says Rights Group, the 27th of February. Okay. One thing that I think is really tragic and really sad and really fucking annoying is if you look at the scale of the operation right now for October 7th, this is larger than any other attack that Israel has done ever in the Gaza Strip. I think that based on the number of people moving And based on the precarious humanitarian conditions that already kind of existed before Israel went in, I think there is a chance that should the conflict carry on for weeks, you could actually start to see like mass starvation events where hundreds or thousands of people are dying from starvation. But the sad thing is that if you're like a normal person that hears about the Gaza Strip, you think that those conditions already existed. Like another thing that sucks about using extremist euphemistic language is there's no place to go once you hit a certain point, you know, like how are you going to complain now that Gaza's starving? Well, hasn't Gaza been starving for like 20 years? Whereas like, and I was like, well, no, now they're really starving. Yeah.
Yeah, because this one picture of the kid that I'm seeing, like the toddler, I put their name into Google, and all I'm getting is like Quds News Network, Reddit, Syrian girl, like Facebook post. Is there any actual news article about this, or is this just? Because I know that. Well, I know the news, like the media reports on the north of Gaza, is that aid people don't want to go into the north of Gaza now because they think the situation is just too chaotic and too dangerous, and they don't feel like Israel is doing a good enough job at like securing them the right corridors to bring aid into the north. And a lot of people actually did stay in the north, so yeah. But I mean, I can show you this one, but I don't know if there's any actual outlet that's covered it. I'll just send you the link.
Is it from Thab or Ehab Hassan?
No, this is the kid, Anhar Sakar al.
So like here's, oh God, guys, I'm trying not to be too much of a Zionist shill. I'm trying to be too skeptical, I promise, okay? But like a new victim of the famine in Gaza. A picture of the girl Anhar al-Shanbari before the war and after the famine. She died yesterday due to hunger. Don't look away. Like this child on the right looks emaciated. It looks like we've got problems. However, we've seen this conflict, okay? People here have like iPhones and Androids. Why am I looking at like weird black and white blurry pictures of people when I've seen high definition videos of people holding their like dead children crying? It's just very, very, very sus. It's super sussy. I don't know what the source is on any of this. I don't know like what the, also I hate when the source for something like this is a picture. Why not link a news story? Why not link an official anything? Like who even is this guy? Palestinian Christian human rights activist. Like what's the source on this?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen any source covering that one. At least the top of Google is just for that kid is just like it's not even Al Jazeera. It's just like actually Al Jazeera.
Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah,
2-month-old baby. Okay, so Al Jazeera does have a video. Let's see this.
Is Israel blockading color into the Gaza Strip now? Like I don't understand why I'm getting black and white pictures of starving people.
Fucking Christ, dude. All right, hang on.
I'm sorry. Oh, you're looking at the same picture I was looking at. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I will say also too. I'm relying on intuition here, that if the conditions exist for a child to look like this, there is no way that it's one person, because there's no way that a population of people would tolerate one child starving to death while they've got enough food to keep everybody else relatively healthy. So I would expect to see quite a few deaths like this rolling in. If it was the case that the conditions were this bad, because this is a pretty severe level of like starvation. If people are dying, it's very severe. Yemen levels.
Yeah, so the Al Jazeera newsfeed just says 2-month-old baby dies from hunger in Gaza. A 2-month-old Palestinian boy has died from severe malnutrition after Israel's starvation of the Gaza Strip left his parents unable to provide him with milk. That's it. It's just like that's just the entire story. There's a video, but the video's got nothing to do with the video's like a BDS video. So. I can show you that one. Yeah. But no, as for the actual humanitarian situation that people are actually commenting on in the media, is that the lack of like fucking order in the north is basically meaning that humanitarian aid trucks are just not willing to go in there, and they're blaming like Israel for not establishing the right corridors.
Sure. And you know what? I think that's a super ultra fair criticism, that if you don't feel like you're humanitarian, it's safe to go in. I think you could argue that would be a belligerent obligation, that they ought to make sure that they are securing passages for humanitarian aid with this level of population movement. If that many people are
because I wonder why the fuck they'd be so into just like ramming into Rafah right now, despite it being against the recommendations of quite a few European countries. And I think even Biden wants to be cautious about that when they haven't even established order in the north yet. Like I don't know why they would focus in that way.
True, although I don't know. I might be too Machiavellian minded here. I don't know if Biden cares that much about the situation for Israel-Palestine. I think for the Democrats, I think the main concern is probably the upcoming election. And my guess is going to be the political interests right now in the United States are, you guys need to turn down the deaths and you need to wrap this shit the fuck up, because like the election's coming up and this can't be a thing that's weighing on the next election cycle. The risk of this conflict blowing up or ballooning or other stories coming out, is too great for the American political system right now. to bear on the Democratic side. I think that would be my feeling.
One argument I hear about a lot is people saying that Israel is directly blocking humanitarian aid trucks, like food trucks, from entering the Strip. But then I've heard other people saying that they're actually not blocking food at all. It's just that people with food are, they're not wanting to go in certain areas because it's too dangerous, or because they don't feel like they've been guaranteed safety. Do you know anything about that?
I don't. I mean, Israel does control the checkpoints to get in, but I think that one thing that I try to think of when I'm evaluating if I believe a story or not, this helps a lot when debating conservatives and conspiracy theorists, is there are certain things to where if they were true, it would be incredibly easy to find because everybody was screaming it from the rooftops. Like when I'm debating somebody, they're saying something like, didn't you know that there was like a huge story yesterday where there was actually a video of Bill Gates telling somebody that he was going to, vaccine their eyeball to microchip their children or whatever? Like when I hear something like that, I'm like, okay, I should be able to just like tap my keyboard and 50 billion stories about this should come up. If I got to dig for this information, I seriously doubt that it's happening. I think if Israel was actually blocking aid going into the Gaza Strip, I think people would be screaming about it from the rooftops. I looked for that yesterday, actually. I found that on October 9th, I think, a couple days after they were blocking some stuff from going in, but I haven't seen anything about that recently. Not to say that it's impossible, just that, I feel like...
No, it seems more likely that they haven't established the right corridors. That's the problem for the north, especially.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're saying Israel is continuing to block access to the north. This is from Brookings. Was in... But is this for fuel or food? February 22nd, so it's 5 days ago. North.
I'm gonna throw these two fuckers in.
Oh no. Oh, it's David.
Yeah.
No, I'm not David. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, David's the guy above us. He's working overtime for the Mossad. He does Israeli PR across every political stream he can find.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if he wants to go first, that's fine.
Well, wait, what's that? Wait, hold on. Also, where's your background? I forget a lot.
What is my background? Oh, I'm Israeli. I'm a data science student, but I mean,
where do you live?
I'm just Haifa. I'm in Haifa right now.
Oh, okay, all right. So Israeli person lives in Israel. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the one who sent you a lot of stuff about.
Yeah, I know.
Well, okay. Right.
I know you've sent me stuff. I know we talked about it. I forget sometimes where you're from. If you're.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so if you want some quick thing about the other guy, the non-contradiction, I think that's his name. He was talking to you about Human Rights Watch, and you said you don't want to talk with his rhetoric because that seems like you're just denying outright the source. You know, that makes you look unhinged. It's like, oh, I only trust the idea, but it's not the look you want to go for. You want to go more for disagreements on the facts, and I think that's a great approach. If you want kind of a great dismantling of the kind of Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International reports on the apartheid thing. There is, you can Google it right now. There's a NGO monitor.
Yeah, I've got that. I read through a lot of that yesterday, and I'm probably going to add some of their arguments today to it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they get some things wrong, and I just couldn't believe it. They say like only hundreds of people came through for Gaza, but then they cite not like pro-Israeli NGOs, like I think it's called Gisha. They're like a pretty pro-Palestinian NGO, showing like it's hundreds of thousands in 2019. It's like, what the fuck? Also, another thing that's
wait, hold on. I didn't understand the last thing you said. There's hundreds of thousands in 2019.
Yeah. So
hundreds of thousands of
merchants crossing. If you look at merchants crossing, I can pull it up right now. Give me a second.
Oh no, wait. I'm sorry. Hundreds of thousands of what?
I can get. Wait, just give me 1 second. I'll send you exactly.
Oh no, I'm just asking what you. I just don't know what you said. There's hundreds of thousands of what?
Okay, exits from the crossings with merchants.
Oh, so people that go in and out of the Gaza Strip.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was. Yeah. Okay. I believe you. I didn't know what you were.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So here, if you look up Gisha exits in the Erez crossing, that's the northern one near Israel. Then you see it's like throughout 2019, it's just hundreds of thousands. In 2020, it slows. I wonder what happened in 2020, COVID. But yeah, it's just I don't know how they got this wrong. So it's just the NGO Monitor report is just full of just stuff like that. Another thing, before you talked to the non-contradiction guy, you showed on screen a screenshot from what is it, Visualizing Palestine?
Yeah, I've already gone through a lot of that. Random people. Yeah, I saw that. It's all
and they like debunk a lot of the quotes in there, like showing they omitted exactly the part where they're saying, oh, we're concerned about demographics because it might lead to violence, but they cut out that part. Like, what the fuck?
Sure.
Whatever. So that's something I wanted to alert you. I also have some stuff I sent you about the Is Gaza Occupied? I sent you some international law blogs like Egil, which is the.
I saw that, but I don't think I care as much about that. Whether or not they're occupied, a lot of international law is still going to play about the same in regards to.
Yeah, I thought about this. I think I even said it in the email. I think that's largely true.
Yeah.
So
there's a very niche international law argument that I doubt either of them will bring up, but there's an incredibly niche international law argument that states that you're not allowed to deploy your own military to deal with somebody that you have under occupation in any circumstances, because local security should be able to deal with it if you're. But that argument falls on its face, because if you're going to use that, then you would say that the Gaza Strip is not occupied territory, because it's very obvious and very clear that Israel doesn't administrate to the region directly. They don't run the local security forces. Like Hamas, the local league administrator, is literally running attacks and manufacturing of things in contrast to Israeli interests. So it's hard to say that like they're actually occupying and running that place of land if all these things are happening. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Well, be careful, Destiny, because two things. One, I just want to. What do you think about the argument? Well, if Israel is occupying Gaza Strip because of the blockade, and although they have no troops, it's still an occupation. Well, there is control of airspace and sea, but doesn't a lot of these people argue just on the basics of the blockade, and doesn't that mean Egypt is also occupying the Gaza Strip? Like, right? I think that's
somewhat true. Although I don't know if Egypt
doesn't control like the fucking
sea and air.
population registry and all that shit. Yeah.
That's true. Never mind.
Well, hold on though. Careful. Wait. When we say like they control the population registry, isn't that because they coordinate between the Palestinian Authority and the and Hamas? Isn't that the reason why Israel has control of it?
Another thing. Wait. About the troops. I don't think the troops is that strong of a talking point from international law. You might say from the intuitive definition of occupation, maybe, but from international law, the first paper I sent you, the one about like is Israel still an occupying power? I think the one from the Netherlands International Law Review, something like that. They make the point that it's not necessarily a knockdown argument, because the Nazis in the Nuremberg trial, they were considered occupying some territories that they had no troops in, but I forget the exact details of it. I can find it if I pull up the paper. But so that might not be the strongest argument. Also, I want to ask you about this. If maybe Lonerbox wants to get more into the talking point before I'm moving. I don't know. No? Okay, that's fine. Wait, what?
Well, you can finish if you're still doing something.
Okay. I hope the chat is not full of like a pause fish. Okay, well, so the other thing I wanted to get to is, okay, Destiny, so you said you don't wanna say I deny these sources outright, blah blah blah, and I only trust the idea if that makes you look bad. Well, what if they attack you with the kind of Omer Badar response of like, oh, Destiny, you're trying to manufacture ambiguity. It's clear, and again they cite the 100,000 institutions that agree with them. So it's kind of like a way for them to reinforce
it's a 4 to 5 hour conversation. So I have a lot more time to navigate here, and they have to listen to me, and I have a moderator. If somebody wants to say that I'm manufacturing ambiguity, I'm going to go back to my earlier points, and I feel like there are things that are very hard for them rhetorically to navigate around. And the one big point I would bring up over and over again is like, okay, well, Amnesty International, the UN, and UN General Assembly resolutions have said all these things for 25 years. Like, what's changed? Like, you're saying that I'm manufacturing ambiguity, yet you're the one that's resting on these principles of either international law, UN resolutions, or humanitarian organizations. They haven't improved the situation in either territory at all. The only thing that's improved it have been bilateral talks with realistic partners who are assessing the situation on the ground between two parties that are willing to negotiate with each other. Like, I feel like their side has manufactured ambiguity. They've done it forever. It hasn't helped anything at all. And the other side of like actually realistic negotiations that are taking into account the realistic situations on the ground and assessing what both people can tolerate have had so much more success. So I don't like, in a long form debate, I know you can like do quips and snippets like that Omar dipshitty guy, but I don't think that you can actually, I don't know how you would argue against that in a long form debate where I can really hammer home that point.
Okay, that's fair. I want to ask the Lonerbox a quick question if he's still here. You there?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So when you went over the Omer Badar video and he was talking about Resolution 242, you mentioned the quote by that guy. I forget, but it was like something like, "We were very careful with our words. We phrased it meticulously." Blah blah blah. He was, I think, the guy who drafted 242, Baron something. I don't remember his name.
There's some Lord Baron fucking bullshit.
Yeah, that thing. So that, I think that's a good argument, and I think Destiny should bring it up if he is aware of it. But also, I cited this to Destiny the first time we talked. The French version of 242 does say "the," like from
By
the
way,
territory.
that doesn't matter. You said this to me as well, but that doesn't matter because I think the ruling is that the original language that the resolution is made in is the
Wait,
correct
my computer cut out.
when
Can you
there's
repeat that? I'm sorry. I'm super sorry. Can you repeat that? My computer just cut out. I'm sorry. I lost
The
you for like 10
correct-
seconds.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. The correct translation, I mean, the original translation is what is used when there's a dispute between languages.
Hold on,
when
wait.
The wording is
Okay, hold on, wait. A
ambiguous.
couple micro and then macro. So on the micro level, okay, French people are very fucking proud. Okay, they love their language. My understanding is for anything related to NATO or the United Nations, stuff that's written in French is just as authoritative as anything written
It's
in
equally
English.
official.
Yes,
And-
number
yeah,
one,
and-
but
and
number one. Wait, but
says
also
that.
none of this
Yeah.
actually matters because number two, Resolution 242 was filed was part of a Chapter 6 resolution, meaning that
Yeah,
it's not legally
binding, I know.
binding, and
Yeah.
all the parties are obliged to try to resolve it in a peaceful manner. And then number three, for the commentary relating to Resolution 242 at the time, it was intentionally kept ambiguous. The whole point of the ambiguity is to give all the parties in the future negotiating space in order to figure out like how they want to resolve their particular conflicts. The Secretary of State of the U.S. at the time said essentially this exact quote, I think. And there are other people that say as much. Shlomo Ben-Ami agrees. Like it was ambiguously worded to give people the ability to navigate in the future. Yeah. There was a reason why when the PLO first came into existence, they didn't even want to accept 242. PLO didn't even acknowledge 242 when they were in the inception, because 242 didn't even mention a Palestinian state or anything relating to a just resolution for the Palestinian refugees. So yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, that's fine. But David, I'm pretty sure you're wrong on this because the French resolution, the French version is equally official.
Alright,
At
but
least
it doesn't really matter. Now you're just being a debate, bro, because we're already done with
Well,
the
I'm
topic.
not being a
This already
debate.
been
Bro.
resolved.
I'm citing. Wait, I'm citing my information on this because
If
like
it's-
Rashid
okay,
Khalidi
if
makes
I'm
this
wrong, I'm
point,
wrong. It doesn't
Wikipedia
even
makes
matter
this
because
point.
Article 6, but I thought from what I read, it was right. All right? Okay. So,
I know it's
more
not
important
binding,
than
but
that-
it's still important, right? I mean,
Okay. One of the things that I feel like is a pretty big useful talking point is the idea that Hamas has admitted to 6,000 of their own people dying, but also Hamas leadership has said that of the 30,000 that ended up dying, that 29,000 at the time, and even though they said 30,000, they said 10,000 were women and 13,000 were children. So if you take that proportion into account, that would be basically saying that at the best case scenario, 7,000 men were killed and 6,000 of those men were Hamas. So they're basically saying that every man is Hamas, or that there's a shit ton of child soldiers. I can send in the chat the video of him admitting that those were the proportions dying, or saying that those were the proportions.
yeah, it was pretty widely reported. Yeah, I think. I don't know. That he was saying the 6,000 thing, which is funny because like there are pro-Palestinian NGOs which give a lower estimate, so they're giving more pro-Hamas like in numbers than Hamas. So that's funny, but I don't know. That being said, Destiny, do you have like a good way to explain the relative risk of a talking point? Because
Wait,
I think
stop. Wait. I'm rehashing 242.
Go ahead.
I could be really fucking retarded, but in French, like des and like le and les and all that, like you put it in even when you're translating something that doesn't actually involve a the, right?
Yes,
like,
I've heard
you can
that's an
say-
argument as well,
You can
yeah.
say like les yeux for eyes, you can like the eyes, even though in French it would just be eyes. If you put into Google Translate, I need a French speaker. If you put into Google Translate withdraw from territories, you get retirer des territory, whatever the fuck, right? You get the in there, even if you don't put the in the original English. Is that actually true?
Yeah, I've seen this argument given
I
online too,
don't-
that French will always have this written this way, even if it was different in English.
So
Okay,
does
I
any
don't know,
French
but the
French person
Wikipedia page says-
confirm that? Like, would there be? Could you write a French version of those words without including des in it?
I'm not a French speaker. I don't know, but can I just read the Wikipedia?
There must be one
page?
watching, for fuck's sake. Sorry.
I just let me just read the Wikipedia part of it because I know Wikipedia is gospel in these circles. I'm joking. So here, the English
Actual
version
debate
says
master in real time.
I know. Well, either way, the English version of the clause, blah blah blah. The French is given as des territories, whatever. The difference between the two versions lies in the absence of a definitive article, the, in the English version, while the word des present in the French version, in the expression des territoires occupés, whatever, can only mean from the occupied territories. So the Wikipedia says it can only mean that. The books I've seen on this say that, but I mean Rashid Khalidi, I mean maybe he's twisting things. I don't know. I'm not
Rashid
the biggest fan.
Khalidi, like his book is, I don't think it's as bad as people say it is. I think it's got good parts in it, but yeah, he's just wrong about a couple of things. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Benny
And I
Morris
think
gave
this
a
French
pretty
thing.
harsh review.
There's a French person in Destiny's chat, and I can tell because they have a French name. So I've just sent the sentence to them, and they're going to send it back to me, and we're going to finally.
All good. I mean, I naturally don't trust the French. They're kind of like devious people, but that's fine. That's fine if you want to.
So des can mean from. Des can also mean from instead of the territories. Okay. Wait, no, Esprit, Mouvance. Just send the whole fucking phrase back in French, please. Thank you. I love you.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I wanted to solve this problem for so long. I first read it, I was like, there's no way. There's no way people just don't know how French translations work when they make this argument. Like,
yeah.
But maybe there is because they're Americans. Oh shit.
Maybe. I don't know.
All right. Okay. I got hung up. You can move on. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't know anyone who speaks French. I just took the Wikipedia for granted. The other thing is just on the relative risk thing, because I think it's a great talk. I think it's a great point, especially when people appeal to death ratio all the time. And I don't know. I'm learning data science. I just learned about relative risk in stats class, which was funny. Coincided with all the things.
By the way,
going on.
I learned like the easiest way to talk about relative risk is literally just to take the population, like the percentage of Hamas that have died versus the percentage of civilians. It's going to sound really fucked up when you say 1% of civilians have died and 40% of Hamas have died according to IDF and 20% according to Hamas and 30% according to
I know that's like the.
And you say 30 times as much. They're at 40 times more risk of dying than someone who's a civilian. So that's clearly showing discrimination.
You just copied my argument and just said it in a worse way. But it's, you would just say, like, they've killed 20% of Hamas, according to Hamas's numbers. They've killed 20% of the fighters and 1% of the civilians, yeah.
Was it,
Yeah,
when it, was it my left?
Oh, I do like that. Kill.
I understand that's a simple way to explain it, but that being said, I mean, I don't know if it communicates the concept that well. Avi gives the analogy with the cities, but that's kind of like takes half a minute to explain.
Concept
It's
during
gonna
the
come.
debate. I think you kind of just have to get the point.
Yeah, it's gonna. And again, it's a
Well,
longer
but
debate.
I'm afraid that. I'm afraid that there will be like something. Yeah, you have time to explain. That's very true. But I'm afraid it will be something like, well, if you look at relative risk, and then it's like, oh, you're making up metrics.
I would never, ever. I would never use the word relative risk. I would never use that phrase, relative or absolute risk. I just wouldn't say that. I would just explain it in terms of what makes sense. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
sorry. The
that's
first person
fine.
has translated from territories, and it does include des. That's what people are confusing for the right. So it's true. Yeah, the
Okay,
French
fine.
thing actually can be interpreted the English way very easily. Anyway.
Maybe, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I was a victim of misinformation. Okay, no. Yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else, but
Oh, also one thing is that Euro Med Monitor. So that thing you were looking at with the starving child,
Yes.
the source was Euro Med Monitor, and like anything to do with Euro Med Monitor is just absolute cancer. The head guy, like, was doing celebration posts on October 8th and 9th, and you could easily find his history online if you want to.
They're the one that I said where gave a lower estimate. They are the NGO that I said gave a lower estimate than Hamas. Like,
yeah,
but
Euro Med Monitor has a lower estimate of Hamas deaths than Hamas themselves.
And sometimes like the numbers go up and down, so like people are being revived. I don't know how that works, but maybe, I don't know. You never know. There was another thing, but maybe I'm forgetting now. Oh yeah, David, you said his takes on 47 bother you a lot, but I mean, that part is probably going to be Morris's time to shine, right? It feels like. So I don't know how crucial it is Destiny gets exactly right, the movement and like who's winning and losing in 74 at the time. Did I say 74? 47. 47. I don't know why I said 74. 47. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really here to debate that kind of thing. It's just important things to bring up for the debate. That's about all.
Yeah, okay.
I know that you're here just to debate.
I am just a debate pedophile. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm a debate monster, serial arsonist. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I don't know. Apart from that, don't burn yourself, people. And I don't know. I'm out. I gotta go. It's kind of late in Israel. Bye bye.
Do you have any specific questions about the war?
Me?
Yeah, or like things that you feel like,
like the ongoing war right now?
Yeah, this one, because I feel like that is going to be brought up a lot.
So probably in an hour or two, I'll start padding out stuff relating to that specifically.
Okay, I'll check back in if you have any questions.
Okay, love you. Be careful.
Bye bye.
Palestine's not even bad. Even Gaza, the Gaza Strip, is not actually that bad. Like on the Human Development Index either. Where is it totally? Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just the deaths, right? It's just the fucking like the wars.
Yeah,
no,
but I'm thinking because a
yeah.
big part. So there's a huge chain of rhetorical strategy. Sorry. So one of the things that Finkelstein does is Finkelstein will. The reason why Finkelstein's position comes across as so immovable is because any condemnation you ask of him to make of Hamas, he will say can be applied to Israel equally. He'll make this statement constantly. And it's hard to wiggle around that because the statements he uses and then the Holocaust victimization that he does to himself is powerful kind of like supporting arguments. It's like, oh, well, you think Hamas is bad because they killed 1,200 people? Well, what about the IDF? They killed this many people. You think these people are bad, blah, blah, blah. One of the big examples that he gives is how can you feel bad about a people rising up from concentration camp conditions? My parents fought in the Warsaw Ghetto uprisings. I could never feel bad. My mom hated Germans till the end of her days, blah, 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 blah. It's a big argument that he gives for the justification for Hamas's war on October 7th, where he says, well, you know, they have some moral justification, which is one of the reasons why I want to knock down this argument that Gaza was not a concentration camp or an open-air prison in any sense of the word, and that the living conditions were so fucking horrible when you compare it to anything else in the region. That's just not the case. So that's part of the reason why I'm just looking at
so one strategy, I guess, is just appealing to the Human Development Index and just saying, like, basically, like a very rhetorically better way of saying it's not actually as bad as you say it is, right? And I guess the problem you'd run into there is that, like, frankly, being in Gaza kind of fucking sucks, and yeah, people might accuse you of downplaying. Is that kind of where you feel about that, or? I
mean, like, yeah, it probably sucks, but like, does it suck so bad that you have to like become permanent terrorist attackers for 20 years?
Yeah, I mean, that's what whenever I think about questions, the kind of argument I use is that if you're going to talk about using like October 7th as a rational response, well, was it? Like, did it make people's lives in Gaza better or worse? Whereas if you're going to compare it to somewhere like the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, well, their lives couldn't have gotten worse. They were literally fucking dying of disease and starvation, and like the people who they were fighting with were not German civilians. They were soldiers and police officers who were dragging them to fucking Treblinka to gas them, right?
Yeah.
And they knew that. Like, so that's the difference, right? Like, there's so much more like A to B justification like that you could get for like the Warsaw Ghetto uprising that you would compared to what you would get for October 7th.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, infant mortality, life expectancy, human development index. I'm probably gonna shove this quote under this. I should reorganize this by rank. Everybody left. Infant mortality, life expectancy, HDI. Oh wait, I'm gonna pad this out a little bit more. I added Morocco is 142 in life expectancy. Morocco, Yemen is 191. Jesus. That's true too. Also, yeah, fuck. The biggest thing I'm scared about is if I'm trying to hammer home a rhetorical point and I stumble into something that I had no awareness of. Where did Jewish people in any of these uprisings ever like run through and like murder a ton of German civilians or like rape and murder Germans, like civilians? Because I'm worried that I'm gonna say like, you don't see videos of them doing that. And it's like, well, actually, there's a really famous video of Jews defiling the corpse of like an ordinary German person, and nobody said anything about that. I don't know if there's like some crazy shit that I'm like just not aware that there's something existing. I'm like, well, fuck me, I didn't know that.
So the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, they were fighting with military
incoming SS people that were deporting them and shit.
Yeah. The partisans in Eastern Europe, what were they doing? They were disrupting, like they were destroying railways and shit like that and fighting with officers. I don't think, were there any like German, if there were Germans, like just ethnic German civilians who were getting targeted, that would be like in Czechoslovakia or Poland would probably be the best bet. But was it happening in Poland? I don't actually know. I don't think I've ever seen any example of that. But obviously, wait, let's say there is. Are those the ones that we celebrate, or do we not celebrate the ones who fought with the actual soldiers and the fucking troops, right? Another way out? Like, I don't think anyone celebrate. If there is, if there's a small partisan group that goes and fights fucking, just ran off to some like German settlers, civilian population in fucking Poland, then there's probably a reason we don't know that much about them. It's because like history doesn't.
And you wouldn't celebrate
revere
that,
them in the
yeah.
same way. Yeah.
Same thing with the Nat Turner rebellion too, because I read about that. Doesn't feel good to read about that. I obviously killing slave owners, yeah, fuck them. But I think for that Nat Turner rebellion, they really were tearing through white houses, like killing women and children and shit. And they were like, fuck this. But also, damn, dude, if you were a slave in the United States, you didn't have no fucking UN foundation that gave a fuck about you. There was no worldwide movement trying to set you free. You weren't like, you know, getting support and military training and arms shipped to you. Again, like these people fought with like fucking fence posts and knives from the kitchen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same as the colonial struggles as well, right? Like, obviously, the Algerians who fought against the French committed a lot of atrocities against French civilians who lived there. But again, like, that's not really the part that you... At the end of the day, they also fought the French army to get them out of their country, right?
Yeah.
And actually, the massacres that followed the French exit, like, there was one massacre in Oran, I think, but then that's not really what people celebrate. I don't think people celebrate, like, French civilians getting massacred after the governments left. Right? Same with apartheid, right? Where they celebrate Mandela, not his wife, who was literally fucking like putting tires around people's necks and setting them on fire, right? Like that's. What are you saying, Axel?
No, I was going to mention the Nat Turner piece, but Destiny had mentioned it. Yeah, I think it's hard to justify that, but I don't think people would necessarily condemn Nat Turner in the way that Finkelstein describes it.
Condemn him?
Yeah, like you would say, you know, you wouldn't condemn Nat Turner. You would understand you would understand what they were going through that led them to that. You may not.
Oh, no. I agree with you. I agree with you. 100%. I can understand it. I'd condemn the killing of the civilians, but I would understand it. But the Nat Turner stuff, chattel slavery in the United States is in a billion ways incomparable to the Gaza Strip. It's
Yeah,
not even like
I guess then the question becomes, when does it become...
At the very least, you probably have to drop out of the high rating or the high to middle rating on the Human Development Index. At the very least, you got to be out of there probably.
Wow.
Yeah, fair enough.
Why doesn't this automatically renumber? God, fuck me. Oh my god. Thank you. What's up, Axel?
I don't know, man. Just checking in on your last day, wondering if there's any topics that you feel concerned about that you're going to have a hard time defending, whether it's about negotiations, the current war, the ICJ.
Not that I can think of right now, but I'm working my way down through this, so yeah, I might have questions.
Yeah, I'll probably hop on later in the middle of work, but just want to see how you're doing.
Okay, love you.
Look, man.
I'm trying to look for any gaps in this doc that you've got here right now.
Oh wait, give me 1 second. Let me republish.
Oh.
Why something is fucked with my publishing? Why does it keep saying it has to republish all these things? I don't know why it's fucked. Something is fucked. I don't know if this is working or not. Whatever, click publish. See what happens.
Oh, how strong is your evidence that Hamas uses hospitals?
Amnesty International did a whole ass fucking report on 2014 about it. Amnesty.
About them using it to torture their opponents, right?
Yep, Al-Shifa. Yep, literally.
Yeah. Did they do a report on them using it for military purposes, like to fight the IDF or to have weapons and shit?
I don't know if they've done for the current conflict.
No, in 2014 or 2008.
Oh, in 2014, yeah, they talk about it. They kill collaborators here. They torture people here. They, Hamas forces carried out a brutal campaign of abductions, torture, and unlawful killings against Palestinians accused of collaborating with Israel and others during Israel's military offensive against Gaza in July and August of 2014, according to a new report by Amnesty International. Yes, and it's an Amnesty International one, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. but but I don't think that specifically like militants going in there to like fight the IDF or to have like store weapons and shit like that. Like that claim.
I don't know if that claim is supported by Amnesty International or not. I'd have to go and check. But I'll do that in my war crimes section on the bottom. I got a ton of shit that I'll probably list out.
And I guess also the way. So have you covered the Washington Post and the other people's responses to Al Shifa, and obviously like the idea that that graphic that was produced by the IDF didn't really materialize in Al Shifa, right? The command and control center, whatever the fuck. Right?
Yeah, I'll go through that. I think so. There's a big problem basically, and that might be there's a big problem. There's a problem rhetorically, and then there's a misunderstanding factually. So the first thing is Israel might have overplayed their hand in stating how much C2 was underneath Al Shifa Hospital. They might have just fucked up in stating that, but at least from what I saw in the video, there was almost for sure enough there to say that this was some sort of like militarily used thing. If they're finding like weapons, laptops, stuff linked to, Hamas attacks or whatever, like this is probably like those MRI machines needed to be turned off for those weapons to be stored in there. So the hospital is very clearly being used as a storage site for stuff like this. Now, was it used as an entire command and control thing for Hamas operations? I don't know. I'd have to go back and see what all Israel showed for that, if they were able to justify that particular claim. So it might be that they couldn't justify that, but their lack of justification of that initial claim that was too broad doesn't mean that the hospital wouldn't be a designated military target.
What do you call it? Is there a name for like the fallacy when you say this hospital was being used for military purposes, for example, and then they say, well, the IDF said that there was going to be this really complex like James Bond villain bunker, and that never materialized, so fuck you. But obviously they're ignoring the claim that there were still tunnels found under these hospitals, and there were still weapons found in this hospital complex. So it's like, again, they've used the hospital for military purposes. So what do you call it when people just try to deflect to one claim that was made false and then just use that to write off the whole thing? What do you call that?
I don't know if there would be a name for that fallacy, but the initial criticism is still a fair criticism. If Israel said they expected to find, all of these little Japanese cube hotels underneath Al Shifa with all these complicated and sophisticated command and control structures, and they couldn't produce that looks bad on them. And it should look bad on them because for a variety of reasons, it would undermine our trust for them to do intelligence and figure out what's where. It would make us question other assessments they've made of targets. So, I mean, it's a fair criticism, but it's not enough to write off everything. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not denying that. Yeah, like obviously Al Shifa was not as crazy as they said it was, but at least from what they've shown, and people have rightly mentioned that. But with what's another example? The thing I'm trying to point out. The video of the guy, is it Hagari, when he's pointing at the calendar and he sees a bunch of Arabic words and he assumes that it's a terrorist check-in list?
I haven't seen it. Wait, is that the Jewish guy that's going through, the commander that's going through and pointing out all the stuff?
Yeah. He points to this calendar and he says, "Look, this is a list of all the names of the terrorists who are doing their shifts here to look after for the hostages, right?" And he's in this like basement that has like some weapons and some fucking like space for which looks like space for hostages, and then the video cameras and the curtains, and then he points at the calendar and he says, "Look, this is the name of the terrorists." But it turned out that the calendar actually just had days of the week. It was a calendar, like. So he saw Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and thought they were names of terrorists, right?
I didn't know that. That's pretty funny if that happened.
And everyone hyper-focused on that and just said, like, we'll just write the whole thing off. Even though the top of the calendar, it says Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, October 7th, and then they're just chopping dates off the calendar, right? So people were using his failure to identify those Arabic words as a reason to write off everything, even though it did seem like the room that he was in was not being used for the like hospital purposes, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. If there's a name for that, but like that's a thing that I point out as like an abuser tactic. Is if you're having like for interpersonal conflict, if you're trying to point out an issue that you have with somebody, if you're trying to bring up a problem to somebody, a common abuser tactic is they'll hyperfixate on one particular fact that you might have gotten wrong, and they'll ignore the general argument, and they'll use that to kind of, I don't know if you say gaslight you into thinking that something different happened, or I guess just like lie or manipulate. So like you might say like, "Hey, last night at 8 p.m. I saw that you were out at dinner with a guy, and what the fuck?" And like the girl might say like, "What? At 8 p.m. I was hanging out with my friends," which might actually be strictly true. Maybe she left dinner at like 7:45 and was with her friends at 8 o'clock, but it's trying to avoid the central point by fixating on one particular detail that's not really a necessary underlying argument for everything that's being presented above. Yeah, that's like it's a debate tactic, I would say. Yeah.
Wow, a debate tactic. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. This aligns better. All right. How many deaths in Gaza due to malnutrition, starvation?
Apparently, it's called the fallacy of composition.
Interesting.
Is that what it? So, like, I guess if someone says, like, here's the problem is A, B, C, D, and E, and then you turns out you're wrong about E, and all they talk about is E.
Mm-hmm. Especially if it's not like a necessary component of what was going on. Yeah. Sometimes you can find stuff that's like dispositive or stuff that's exculpatory to where like if somebody says like, hey, yesterday you saw John get murdered when you were hanging out with your friends at 7 o'clock. And you might say, excuse me, but I was actually with Brittany at 6 o'clock. And maybe you actually were hanging out with your friends at 6 o'clock or whatever, but like the time there, like focusing on the time part, that one aspect, that might be crucial and important. Maybe there is one fact that you have to deal with because that singular fact does meaningfully change everything. So it's important, like the tactic only works if the thing that you focus on or fixate on is not necessary for the construction of whatever the particular argument is. Yeah. So like, for instance, if the Israeli guy started the video off with, hey guys, I'm going to go through and point out like why I personally know that this place is horrible and I speak Arabic and I'm going to translate and show you everything. And then he goes to a calendar and he can't read the days of the week and he's mistranslated. He's like, okay, wait, what the fuck? Why the fuck would I trust anything this guy says? Right? That might be a way to write it off if that was like a statement that was said. Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't that the same thing Hassan tried to do with Willie Mack? Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, we've done this. Okay, okay. I don't think anybody. It's hard to say if anyone before October 7th died of starvation or malnutrition in the Gaza Strip. It's difficult to say for sure if anyone has even died after October 7th thus far from malnutrition or starvation. I also have seen this claim over and over again of hospital system collapsing. I've seen that brought up in 2008, in 2014, that the hospital system is always collapsing. Has it collapsed, or what does that mean when somebody says that?
Well, I think a bunch of them are inoperable, right? Like there's I don't know what that means. Like people either because people have had to flee, or because of just damage, or because of lack of supplies. Like I'd imagine.
Can I see this in?
That's what I heard.
Can I see this downstream in numbers anywhere? Like people dying of the flu or COVID or broken bones?
We could say like disease. I know that illnesses are spreading around Gaza, like diarrhea and shit. Let's see. Let's see. Infectious diseases spreading around. This is New York Times. Respiratory infections, colds, pneumonia. What are these? This mentioned hospitals. This is December. Hospitals overwhelmed. Still considered to be functioning. That was in December, though. End of December. Let me see. Sickness, Gaza, February.
Infant mortality, life expectancy, HDI. Do I want under 5 mortality? I mean, I could throw this in here, I guess. Fuck it. If this guy has it, why not? It triggered Norm last time, so. Did you see Norm's response to this guy's Substack?
No.
I'm really torn on how I want this conversation to go. Like, initially, I was like, I just want to discredit Norm as a fucking academic. But now, like, I feel pretty strongly about all the situations here. I hope it's a really good conversation. Like, I hope that there's, like, decent ground covered on both sides and people have a better understanding of the complexities of all of this. But I'm curious if he's really going to approach some of the arguments like he does in some videos. So this guy made a Substack. This is where my recent understanding of maybe the conditions in Gaza actually aren't really that bad at all pre-October 7th. And he says, because Norm always uses this concentration camp example over and over again. So this guy, Coleman Hughes, he writes a Substack on, well, here are all of the metrics to measure Gaza, and it doesn't seem like it's a concentration camp or anything like that. And Norm's response was, he quoted 3 other people that said it was like a concentration camp.
Norm quoted 3 people.
Yeah. And he said, and that was it. That was his actual response. Fuck, does
I'm
anybody have
one of them was like a Holocaust survivor or some shit? Yeah,
one was that Aaliyah, it was some friend he has that used to work in the Gaza Strip, but I think she actually had to flee. Does anybody have Finkelstein's response on video? It was an unreal response. I just couldn't believe this when I watched this. Fuck, let me find this. Hold on. Oh, Amira Haas. Do you know who that is?
No.
Oh, well, fuck you.
AULD.
Okay. Yeah, if you're bored, you can. I think it's like it might take like 2 or 3 minutes just because he always 2x speed. This guy's talking. That's my biggest worry for this debate. Holy shit. Oh man. Here you go.
So I have to try not to get frustrated.
This is basically a blog, or this is in response to this Substack post that just goes over a lot of the HDI life expectancy stuff like that, and then this is Norm's response. I'll play another background so might be able to listen. I'm doing the ×2 thing, yeah.
And one of the things he accused Captain Old of having done was when his mother was too old to work, he discarded her. And that was considered a shame in slave culture. And later, it's an interesting fact, Douglas apologized to Old because it turned out to be incorrect. Old did take care of his mother when she was too old. So Du Bois makes a completely surprising statement. He says, well, truth be told, slavery protected the slave by a certain primitive sort of old age pension and job insurance and health insurance and so forth. But that doesn't change his opinion. It doesn't change his opinion that he says that slavery, the Negro slaves in America, represented the worst and lowest conditions among modern laborers. In particular, they suffered absolute subjection to the individual will of an owner and the cruelty and injustice that attended this subjection. So, as I said, my first reaction to Coleman Hughes was, well, this sounds awfully like the arguments that were made by the white conservatives in the 60s, the defenders of the peculiar institution, and also the arguments of the Cleo-matricians. And I said, and I admit there's an element of truth to it, just as Du Bois, who was an absolutely scrupulously honest historian, because he never feared facts, never feared truth, absolutely fearless in the face of truth, he acknowledged there are aspects of slavery which were quote-unquote more humane than free labor.
Right.
So, now, here's the question I have for Mr. Hughes, who I suspect will at some point hear this broadcast. I'm not going to address these questions about happy people at malls. Anybody familiar with, for example, the Warsaw Ghetto, will know that even amidst the most extreme despondence and poverty, there's always a class of people who manage to figure out how to make do and live it up. Right. The Warsaw Ghetto, they were famously called, I heard about them at home a lot because both of my parents were in the Warsaw Ghetto, they were called the 13. And the 13 meant those smugglers, collaborators, traitors who lived on 13 Lenchko Street. They were the 13. So the fact that there are some people living well in Gaza is altogether unsurprising for those who are familiar with those types of situations.
Now, just so people have clarity on this, though, that's an important distinction to make. You're not saying that it's inaccurate that there are people who are living lavishly. You're saying that represents a small slice of the Gazan population.
Yes, exactly like in the Warsaw Ghetto. Right. And then here's the question I have for Mr. Hughes. The question is this. He says my use of the locution concentration camp is exaggerated. At one point, I think he described it as me lying and things like that. Yeah. Fair enough. You can claim I have an agenda, and I am tailoring my language to further my agenda. But here's my question for Mr. Hughes. If you were now, Mark Lamont Hill, if you were to go onto your little computer device and enter the word Giora, Giora, Island, E-I-L-A-N-D, okay?
Yeah.
And then you enter concentration camp.
Yes.
Okay. And now you're going to find a memorandum from March 2004. And if you scroll down to number 12, paragraph 12, you're going to see Giora Island. And how does he describe Gaza?
Concentration camp.
A huge concentration camp.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Hughes, here is my question to you. Giora Island was the head of Israel's National Security Council, the equivalent of our head of the CIA, Mr. Burns now. He's clearly knowledgeable about these subjects. He's making this statement describing Gaza as, quote, a huge concentration camp before Israel even imposed the blockade of Gaza. The blockade of Gaza was imposed in January 2006. He makes this statement into March 2004. Why do you think he said that? Do you think that Mr. Island has an agenda like Norman Finkelstein? Mr. Island is a completely bestial, knowledgeable but bestial character. In the past few weeks, he said we should make Gaza uninhabitable. He said the epidemics in the south of Gaza are a good thing. He said that we have to keep up, even when the international community starts showing pictures of those incubators with babies dying in it. This is Giora Island. So obviously, he's not
a war dove, but he's not an anti-Zionist.
Right, he's not in my camp.
Yeah.
And we will grant, when you talk about a middle developing country, I would think of Ecuador. I'm in Ecuador, a very pleasant place, a middle developing country. People aren't extremely poor, they're not extremely rich. Nobody going into Ecuador would describe it as a concentration camp. Right? That would be a very far-fetched description, but according to Coleman Hughes, roughly the same. Ecuador, Gaza.
Right.
Why is it that Mr. Island used that locution to describe Gaza? Now, if you open up page 169 of Baruch Kimmerling's book, Politicide,
yes,
he describes Gaza on page 169. He describes it as, quote, the biggest concentration camp ever to exist, or largest concentration camp ever to exist. Why did a senior academic at the Hebrew University, why did he use that descriptive? It was just a developing country like Gaza, where people went to the mall, they had burgers and fries at McDonald's, And every once in a while, they went on a European vacation. It's an interesting thing since nobody can go out of Gaza.
Right. And there's no airport. And there's no airport. It's a fascinating argument.
How that occurred. Let me take one last person. Israel's leading authority, probably the leading authority in the world on life in Gaza. Sarah Roy is the leading authority on the economics of Gaza. I think I can claim, it's a tiny distinction like the tallest building in Wichita, Kansas, but I can claim to have the most knowledge of the political history of Gaza. But the person with life experience and a stickler for detail is Amira Haas. She lived in Gaza for a sustained period of time. She wrote a classic book on her experience living in Gaza. She's Israel's, she's the journalist on Haaretz, Israel's most distinguished, not mass selling, but distinguished newspaper. She's their paper record. She's their authority on the occupied territories. She and Gideon Levy. Now, let me just say a couple of things about Amira Haas before I read what she had to say. First of all, she's a stickler for detail. Second of all, her family passed through the Nazi Holocaust. Third of all, not trivially, she detests Hamas. Detests, loathes Hamas. Sometimes, in my opinion, it distorts her judgment, but she would probably say the fact that I don't loathe and detest Hamas distorts my judgment. And we just have to agree to disagree. I'd like Mr. Coleman Hughes listen to this woman, daughter of survivors of the Nazi Holocaust, hypersensitive to facts. I would say she is a genuine rival to me, to facts, to truth, and also has what Mr. Coleman doesn't have, life experience living there. And here she writes, it's a little long, but I want to read it.
Sure.
The Gaza Strip today, I should give you the date. The date is, I think it was about three years ago. I didn't copy it, about 3 years ago. The Gaza Strip today is a concentration camp, but not like Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. That was one of the Nazi concentration camps. The differences are clear and known. This writer, meaning herself, is opposed to parallels, lacking information, knowledge, and understanding, drawn for purposes of provocation. But this writer is also opposed to creating hierarchies of suffering, which, whether concealed or openly, justify any suffering that does not reach the climax, which we the Jews define, meaning she's against those who say, it's not the Holocaust. It's terrible, it's awful, but it's not the Holocaust.
Right.
And so she says, in the Gaza Strip, which is closed off like a confined and separated camp, live some 2 million people in one of the most densely populated places in the world. About 70% of them are the descendants of refugees expelled from their homes. Absent freedom of movement, condemn them to a life of unemployment, a life of dreariness, a life of poverty, a life of disease, a life of depression, a life of contaminated water and soil, and dependence on ever-dwindling charity. And that is even without the military bombings and incursions, the mowing of the lawn, which we'll get to in a moment.
Absolutely.
Bergen-Belsen, as a prisoners' camp, and thereafter as a concentration camp and extermination camp for Jews, it was dismantled after about 4 years of existence with the defeat of the Third Reich. The concentration camp that is Gaza has existed under I have to be careful with the words. The concentration camp that is Gaza has existed under ever harsher conditions for almost 3 decades. Contrary to Israeli propaganda, it was created before the suicide bombings, before the Oslo Accord of 1993, before Hamas took charge and developed its military skills. Israel has a political goal in mind in turning Gaza into a giant concentration camp, cutting it and its inhabitants off from the rest of the Palestinians so that it will become a separate entity deprived of history, roots, and belonging. Well, that's Gaza. So my question, it's a genuine perplexity, assuming good faith by Coleman Hughes, and he's not just pandering to his subscribers. Assuming good faith, I would want to know, why would Guerra Island call it a huge concentration camp? Why would Baruch Kimmerlin call it the largest concentration camp ever? Why would Amira Haas call it a giant concentration camp? That just genuinely perplexes me.
But let's
Haas called a giant concentration camp ever. Why would Baruch Kimmerlin call it the largest concentration camp?
What is the first name that he's referencing here? Why would who call? What is his first name?
Called a huge concentration camp. Why would Guerra Island?
I got the Guerra one.
Camp? Why would Baruch Kimmerlin call it the largest?
Brute Kimberlin? I don't know what the second name that he's saying is. I'm curious. Baruch?
Drew? Is that Drew something?
I don't know. Baruch? Yeah, but like, what an argument.
It took a long time to make it. Could you not have just said 3 other people called it?
Yeah, I know. It's such an annoying fucking...
Yeah, you're gonna have fun not interrupting all that. I don't know, so it seems to be that it's a concentration camp because what? People are stateless and they can't leave.
Yeah, see, this is the game. Yeah, this is the game that he plays that I think is really interesting. So he'll cite her quote, and I've read her quote, but she doesn't actually refer to anything concrete. She just says a bunch of things, right? Like dreariness, unemployment, poverty, disease, depression, contaminated water and soil, and dependence on charity. Like none of these things are hallmarkers of like a concentration camp. They can be like kind of shitty living conditions, but one, the data doesn't make it seem like abhorrent, like completely fucked. And two, yeah, like concentration camp is not just, it's just not what he's bringing to mind when he says it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. If it becomes like part of the debate, you can just like, I would probably just ask like, all right, so what characteristics does it have that are reminiscent of a concentration camp? Is it like the living conditions, or you can't really ask questions though because you'll just talk for like 5 minutes.
No, I know. That's explicitly, unfortunately, can't be part of my strategy. It has to be I have to state my questions, basically statements, and then leave them open ended at the end, basically. Yeah.
Oh God, just do it back. Just ask the question back, but just be like, I feel like the question I would ask is, what kind of essential characteristics of a concentration camp does Gaza have? Is it like the living conditions, or is it the hunger situation that was reminiscent of places like the Warsaw Ghetto? Well, from my recollection, the Warsaw Ghetto had a hunger plan, basically, or a hunger policy put in place over it, which resulted in like 108, the population of the ghetto only getting limited to 180 calories a day. So it's not that kind of like conditions, or it's not the fact that there are guards coming in there and killing you for your political opinions, like just in like half of your population. It's not their position on the humanitarian index. It's none of that. So then, yeah, it would be like the fact that they can't leave or because of the fucking play. But you could just spend like a long time making that point. I don't know.
Yeah, I think basically. Or the, even the quotations, quotations to support his argument. Like all of the quotes that he's using to support his argument don't seem to have anything to do with concentration camp as living conditions. Like when he points out that Elad guy's quote, it seems like he's just saying there's a lot of people that live here, basically. I think it was a proposal for, did this have to do with Egypt's land swap? But it's repeating a personal view that he had previously expressed to other USG visitors. NSC Director Island laid out for Ambassador Jerijian a different endgame solution, that which is commonly envisioned as the two-state solution. Eland's view, he said, was prefaced on the assumption that demographic and other considerations make the prospect for a two-state solution between the Jordan and the Mediterranean unviable. Currently, he said, there are 11 million people in Israel, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip, and that number will increase to 36 million in 50 years. The area between Beer Sheva, and the northern tip of Israel, including the West Bank and Gaza, has the highest population density in the world. Gaza alone, he said, is already, quote, a huge concentration camp, end quote, with 1.3 million Palestinians. Moreover, the land is surrounded on three sides by deserts. Palestinians need more land, and Israel can ill afford to concede it. The solution, he argues, lies in the Sinai Desert. Like, that was that quote. It's not like he wasn't like doing an analysis on like the living conditions of the Palestinians. I think he's just referring to the fact there's a fuck ton of people that live in this space.
It's weird because one of the people he read, I think it might have been the second one, when you take that argument about like the idea that people can't leave and that a lot of them are like stateless, or they're all stateless, and then they don't have an airport or some shit like that. Well, that's like that would mean that Gaza was and even before the blockade, right? One of them said before the blockade it was a concentration camp. So I would want to know why Gaza wasn't a concentration camp under Egyptian rule, because I don't think the Egyptians let anyone leave Gaza until like 1952 or 56 or something. So there was like quite a few years under Egyptian rule where Gazans were not allowed to leave. They had to stay there. Why was that not? Was it, so did Egypt make Gaza a concentration camp as well?
I think
just
that
like one part of the world that everyone wants to make up.
I have to be careful bringing up old people or older conflict things in relevant analyses. Like if we're doing historical stuff, I can bring that up. But in current stuff, he might just say like, well, if you're going to condemn the old Egyptians and say that Israel is even better than them, and then you say that their treatment is the same, like, well, that's your problem, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't want to make a comparison between old Egypt and modern Israel, because you say, well, they say they were a democracy and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that's the problem you'd run into.
Israeli officials debriefed Iran on improved regional security situation, unilateral disengagement plans. Oh, okay. Gotcha. This quote is from 2004 and has to do with and it's not an analysis of the living conditions of those in the Gaza Strip. What do you have coming up? Anything fun or?
Not for a while, I don't think.
Why not?
I don't know. I've tried to get a few debates with just like other creators, but I guess like none of them bite. So I might need to go do some more. I might need to be insane on Twitter. Maybe that's the way. Who knows?
Trying to debate on.
I don't know. Israel, fucking.
Oh.
Whatever. I want to.
I do think
was
it's
really considering
Oh, God.
doing a video essay on bad quotes and Wikipedia entries about Israel-Palestine.
There is a lot. I thought about this, but I don't have the time, or it'll destroy my fucking stream. But it would be curious after reading and researching a ton. There is a lot of stuff on Wikipedia in relation to this conflict that could be updated quite a bit, that meaningfully changes a lot of interpretations of everything going on. Yeah.
That's kind of what I want to grab that stuff and just kind of show it all, just to like maybe I don't even know what the point of that is. Just like, but even from authors as well, because obviously like that Khalidi appeal to the French thing, that would be a good example of just like someone being kind of wrong.
Yeah, completely.
There are loads of them. There are loads of examples of different things, like from the Israeli and the Palestinian side, and how like I guess like just the moral of the story being like be mindful of like partisans who are like so clearly trying to sell you only one side of the story with like just a couple of sentences here and there from cherry picked from 100+ years of history. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe something like that.
Yeah, it's really frustrating that like Hassan will never debate me on this, and Noah Samson will never debate me on this, but Hassan will react to a video of Noah Samson reacting to tweets of mine on this. Like, what a bizarre world.
The Noah video is actually kind of funny. Like he argues like a debate bro. It's like he's like just like a walking logical fallacy of just things that like look or sound good but don't actually really make any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does that like all the way through. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Which is characteristic of so much of the rhetoric, really relating to everything, to be fair. I guess it's not unique to this, but
I don't know. I think I've also got a video that I'm doing with Dylan about Mearsheimer and why he was wrong about Ukraine.
Which part?
Mostly the 2014 paper, why it was America's fault, and also just all the bad predictions he's made ever since.
Wait, does Mearsheimer think that like we helped install the new leadership or something?
Not really, although he does kind of give you the threads that you need to start going that way by yourself. He does give you a little bit of that, but his thing mostly is that NATO expansion and pulling Ukraine into the EU was what like divided Ukraine between the pro-European West and the pro-Russian East, and then kind of like basically put Russia in a situation where they felt that their security interests and their sphere of influence was challenged sufficiently that they were going to intervene. So yeah, he basically blames Europe and America for the crisis in Ukraine in 2014 and for Russian aggression.
Based.
And he is very snaky with the way he uses statistics and the way he describes certain aspects of the conflict. I noticed one part from his lecture, the viral 30 million view lecture that he did.
Yeah.
There's a bit in it when, in 2014 when Putin offered Ukraine that $15 billion deal to keep them away from joining the EU or the EU customs agreement.
Yes, I remember this. Because he wanted to draw them into their trade union. I don't remember, or their customs union basically. But what about it?
Yeah, so he describes this deal as a terrific deal compared to the EU deal, which was actually not very good at all.
That's insane.
That's what he does in his lecture, and he's asked like half an hour later in the Q&A what the terms of the Russian deal were, and he just says, "I have no idea." Like. So just like shit like that. There's a few little bits like that where he is just being very like the Russian sympathies are just so unavoidably like transparent.
My understanding for the differences between these two things and why the EU one was like clearly better was the European Union thing would have just basically established like a trading agreement between the European Union and Ukraine. That's it. But the Russian one would have drafted it would have drafted Ukraine into their trade union. Like they would have joined a whole other body and basically lost the ability to bilaterally negotiate anything else. And they would have to adopt all the same customs and tariffs or whatever the fuck else that Russia had essentially as part of this trade union with them in Belarus, no? Or am I misunderstanding?
That wasn't exactly the problem because there wasn't explicitly anything about Ukraine joining the Eurasian Customs Union in that 15 billion thing. The problem is that the terms of the EU deal were public and they were very clearly laid out. Like it involved, it had the terms, it had the conditions, it had the, whatever the travel to Europe, like it would allow people like free travel between Ukraine and EU countries, but the Russian one didn't have any terms. There was nothing apart from things like one of the things was like a subsidy on oil. Like I think they were gonna like Russian state-owned oil companies would shave off a third of their charge to Ukraine, but they never stated exactly how long that discount would be there. There's just lots of different things like that where they so many of the benefits of the deal and the terms of it could have just been rescinded at any point if they wanted to. But also because there was nothing, like there was no terms and conditions actually properly laid out, most people assumed it was going to be like the path into the Eurasian customs deal, which would have shut them off from the rest of the world, basically.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. Anyway, I need to go off stream and have food. So.
Okay, wait. Will you come back in 30 minutes?
Maybe longer than 30 minutes, but yeah, sure.
I think I had. Did we talk about the? We talked a little bit about the Warsaw stuff, right?
Yeah.
Comparing, yeah. Yeah, and then we talked about the nocturnal stuff. Okay, I think those are the big things I had basically. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Speak to you soon.
Love you. Be careful, babe.
Bye-bye.
How's it going?
It's going good.
All right, good. I just wanted to jump in super fast to say I like where you're going with this line of argumentation against like the concentration argument, and I might even suggest just putting this. You've already started to do this in the context of these are very standard developing world problems.
What are?
For example, the UN World Water Development says that about 1 in 3 humans don't have clean water, so it isn't unique that Gazans have potentially polluted water.
Oh, can you link me something showing like availability of non-polluted water? Is that like an HDI metric that I can see from a lot of developing nations? That would be pretty good if that's possible.
Do you want a press release or do you want something that's more just like?
Do you think the press release proves the point, and if it's utilizing the underlying information correctly, then that's fine for me.
Okay, great. Yep, I'll shoot that over to you. And then some of those food articles I linked when we were talking about this before. One of the biggest issues in Gaza with food availability is something that's very minor and technical. It's that women tend not to breastfeed their infants exclusively for the first 6 months. And the rates vary. Like working mothers have more trouble doing it, and like poorer families are less well informed about like infant nutrition. So again, this is something that's like not Israel is keeping them in a concentration camp. It's a standard, hey, we need an education program. We need like.
Well, wait, why don't the mothers breastfeed?
Part of it's just ignorance. Like they actually compare different households, and then some households understand that you're supposed to breastfeed infants, but then around, let's see, yeah, in food insecure households, less than half of them realize that they should be doing that.
How is that possible? That sounds impossible on its face. How would you not know to breastfeed? They're your boobs. They make milk. They go in the mouth and they come out. It's the easiest, freest form of feeding your baby ever. I'd have to see something that supports that. That sounds like an extremely out there statement that you wouldn't know to breastfeed.
It's more common than you think. It's actually a really big issue internationally, and this
Well,
is like super in the weeds.
Yeah, when you say big issue internationally, I can believe that it is an issue, but I know that for women's bodies, if a woman is malnutritioned or if a woman is undergoing a significant amount of stress that fucks with her hormones, that could inhibit the ability to breastfeed a child. But you wouldn't say they're the issues because they don't know. You would say it's because of enduring environmental conditions that are hampering the body's ability to produce milk. But like the fact that somebody's healthy and just doesn't know to breastfeed their baby, that seems wild to me. I would just need, whatever you say, I would just need to see show me a source or show me something that illustrates that. That's like saying people don't know how to make babies. Like a tribe went extinct because they didn't know how to make children.
Yeah, it's crazy, but yeah, I'll send you over a link. It's a peer-reviewed paper, and then it's rated in one of the tables. But yeah, so I think one way so I'll send you this information. I think maybe a good line to say that would maybe come off as very empathetic, but also shut this down is say, yes, these are standard developing world problems, so we should continue a combination of both short-term aid to hit like short-term needs like food insecurity, as well as like development aid to like help improve conditions over the long term. And then maybe you could run that into, but Hamas aren't good governors, so
Breastfeeding knowledge of mothers in protracted crises, the Gaza Strip example. Is this a study that you're referencing, or is this just somebody else linked?
No, mine, I just shot that over to you, and then I'll shoot the UN one in a second, Tom. for that first one I just shot, just scrolled right down to like figure 1. I think makes the point reasonably well, or you can read it in more depth.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the second one's just a WHO press release, but you can dive in the data if you want. But I think it makes the point, and I don't think anyone would argue that it's not common to have water access issues.
Mm-hmm. Jesus.
And to be clear, if say I don't think they would, although maybe Norman Finkelstein might do, if they like have a sarcastic response, kind of like your sort of joking response before. It's like, what are you saying that like Palestinians don't know what boobs do? Just say, well, it's actually kind of complicated to breastfeed really well. It should be their exclusive source of nutrition unless recommended by a pediatrician. Like you should be doing it fairly consistently at intervals so your milk reserves don't dry up, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
42% of the respondents confirmed that their newborns were given liquids other than breast milk during the first 3 days of life. What does that mean? Were they just feeding them water or sippy cups, or do they mean baby formula?
Sometimes it's formula, but yeah, sometimes it is other stuff. Again, once you get into like more ignorant populations, they can do wild stuff, like they will use water, or maybe like rice water, which is super bad for babies compared to like breast milk.
I guess I kind of, actually, you know, I could kind of see, actually, I could kind of see it. If you're, because I guess in like the wilderness or in tribes, you would have just given birth to a baby and the baby would have just like sat at your bosom and drank the whole time. But you wouldn't be having like Coca-Cola or like bottles of water or baby formula, so you wouldn't really have an alternative. So it would just happen naturally and you wouldn't think about it.
Yeah.
Whereas today, people might not know as much, maybe, yeah. Huh.
Yeah, and there's also some differences too, whether the mother works, which makes sense, right? If she's physically away from the baby for long periods of the day, it's more difficult.
Oh, here's when asked about the reason for never breastfeeding their children. Oh wait, okay, never mind. That was that was like 6% of women. Crazy. Okay, I don't know how much I want to dive into the complexities of that, if that's going to be a thing that comes up or not, but I'll add it on my back burner if you throw me a DM.
Yep, okay, I'll do that. But yeah, like I said, I think just arguing these are small policy things and it's not like this crisis, and we can fix it the same way we make other marginal improvements is like a good way to go. All right, that is all I had. Thanks very much.
Okay.
Good luck to your debate. I'm looking forward to it.
Be careful. This lady's quote is unhinged. I tried to look up the article where she made this quote, and it's oh, that's sneaky too. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me listen to this quote.
Concentration camp that is Gaza has existed under ever harsher conditions. Concentration camp for Jews. It was this prisoners camp, and thereafter as a concentration camp. And a moment.
Absolutely.
Bergen-Belsen as a prisoners camp, and thereafter as a concentration camp and extermination camp for Jews. It was dismantled after about 4 years of existence.
Wait.
With the defeat of the movement, condemned them to 2 million people. It was closed off any opposed to creating hierarchies of suffering, which, whether conceived provocation, lacking information, knowledge, and answers are clear and known. This writer, meaning herself, is opposed to the concentration camp that was one of the Nazi concentration.
Okay.
The Gaza Strip today is a concentration camp, but not like Bergen-Belsen concentration camp that was one of the Nazi concentration camps. The differences are clear and known. This writer, meaning herself, is opposed to parallels, lacking information, knowledge, and understanding, drawn for purposes of provocation. But this writer is also opposed to creating hierarchies of suffering, which, whether concealed or openly, justify any suffering that does not reach the climax, which we the Jews define, meaning she's against those who say, it's not the Holocaust. It's terrible, it's awful, but it's not the Holocaust.
Right.
And so she says, in the Gaza Strip, which is closed off like a confined and separated camp, live some 2 million people in...
I don't know if I consider this. It's... Okay, I'm sorry. You can tell me if this is fair or not. I might be too mind-fucked. We can listen to him read this at normal speed. Sorry.
But this writer is also opposed to creating hierarchies of suffering, which concentration camp. That Gaza, the date is, I think it was about 3 years ago. I didn't copy it, about 3 years ago. The Gaza Strip today is a concentration camp, but not like Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. That was one of the Nazi concentration camps. The differences are clear and known. This writer, meaning herself, is opposed to parallels, lacking information, knowledge, and understanding, drawn for purposes of provocation. But this writer is also opposed to creating hierarchies of suffering, which, whether concealed or openly, justify any suffering that does not reach the climax, which we the Jews define, meaning she's against those who say, it's not the Holocaust. It's terrible, it's awful, but it's not the Holocaust.
Right.
And so she says, in the Gaza Strip, which is closed off like a confined and separated camp, live some 2 million people in one of the most densely populated places in the world. About 70% of them are the descendants of refugees expelled from their homes. Absent freedom of movement, condemn them to a life of unemployment, a life of dreariness, a life of poverty, a life of disease, a life of depression, a life of contaminated water and soil, and dependence on ever-dwindling charity. And that is even without the military bombings and incursions, the mowing of the lawn, which we'll get to in a moment.
Absolutely.
Bergen-Belsen, as a prisoners' camp, and thereafter as a concentration camp and extermination camp for Jews, it was dismantled after about 4 years of existence with the defeat of the Third Reich. The concentration camp that is Gaza has existed under I have to be careful with the words. The concentration camp that is Gaza has existed under ever harsher conditions for almost 3 decades. Contrary to Israeli propaganda, it was created before the suicide bombings, before the Oslo Accord of 1993, before Hamas took charge and developed its military skills. Israel has a political goal in mind in turning Gaza into a giant concentration camp, cutting it and its inhabitants off from the rest of the Palestinians so that it will become a separate entity deprived of history, roots, and belonging. Well, that's Gaza. So my question, it's a genuine perplexity, assuming good faith by Coleman Hughes, and he's not just pandering to his subscribers. Assuming good faith, I would want to know, why would Guerra Island call it a huge concentration camp? Why would Baruch Kimmerling call it the largest concentration camp ever? Why would Amira Haas call it a giant concentration camp? That just genuinely perplexes me.
But let's...
It's so interesting what he's doing here, okay? Maybe my reading is totally wrong. So the context is, because I actually feel like he's reading her quote. I see her quote now and I understand it more. I feel like he's actually reading her quote exactly incorrectly. So when Norm says concentration camp, Norman is bringing up concentration camp to evoke like desperation, poverty, extreme suffering, the types of conditions that Jews suffered in concentration camps, and then justification for Hamas to rise up and fight. That's what Norm brings up. That's what he's hoping to evoke when he says concentration camp. And that's evident by the fact that he's bringing up concentration camp in response to a guy who made a post about the living conditions, right? He's very specifically citing people that are bringing up concentration camp. Now, the interesting thing about her quote is it feels like she's, in a way, calling out almost the exact opposite. So, for instance, she says, the Gaza Strip today is a concentration camp, but not like Bergen-Belsen. The differences are clear and known. This writer is opposed to parallels that are lacking information, knowledge, and understanding, and are drawn for purposes of provocation, which is what Norm is doing, but is also opposed to creating hierarchies of suffering which, whether concealed or openly, justify any suffering that does not reach the climax which we the Jews define. So what she's saying here is that the conditions in Gaza are bad, but not because they're like a concentration camp of where people are suffering and dying and being exterminated, but they're bad because of what she goes into later, and that it's a people who can't migrate, who are cut off from their history, et cetera, et cetera. But it's funny because Norm is casting her quote in with a pot of other quotes to use concentration camp as a means of provocation, when she's explicitly saying here that she's opposed to parallels that lack information, knowledge, and understanding and are drawn for purposes of provocation. That's very interesting that... Oh, hi. So it's interesting that he would use this quote here, I think. Oh, and then it's also interesting because at the end, now it's, I don't know if this was, I'm gonna be ultra charitable. I'm gonna be ultra charitable.
Ever, why would the rest of the Palestinians cutting it and its inhabitants of its military skills?
Hold on.
1993, before the suicide, contrary to Israel, ever harsher with the words, the concentration camp that is Gaza has ever, that is existence with the defeat of the Third Reich, and thereafter as a concentration, even without the military bombings and incursions, the mowing of the lawn, which we'll get to in a moment.
Hold on.
And
Jesus, he talks
a life of disease.
Oh my God.
Which is closed off like a confined, says she's against those who say it's not the Holocaust. It's terrible. It's awful.
Oh, okay.
Concealed or openly justify any suffering that does not reach the climax,
Thanks,
which we the Jews define. Meaning, she's against those who say it's not the Holocaust. It's
what?
Don't worry about the kitchen stuff. I'll clean it up while you're gone.
Oh, okay. I love you. Okay. I don't know if this is intentional. I'm going to chalk it up to he accidentally thought that he finished the paragraph and he skipped to the next one. And it doesn't have a dramatic change in meaning, but it's interesting that he skips this part of the paragraph when he's reading. I found the original article, not the one that this, not the one that Mark has up, but the actual article, the Haaretz article that this comes from.
It's terrible. It's awful, but it's not.
So,
we openly justify any suffering that does not reach the climax, which we the Jews define. Meaning, she's against those who say it's not the Holocaust. It's terrible. It's awful, but it's not the Holocaust.
Right.
And so she says, in the Gaza Strip.
So he skips this sentence at the end here that says, the use here of the term concentration camp is based on the need to break free of the linguistic bonds of the Nazi period. So it's interesting that in this paragraph, she's basically saying that she doesn't want concentration camp used for issues of provocation. But the reason why she's using concentration camp is that she wants to broaden the meaning to include things that don't just mean Nazi-like concentration camp. But it's interesting because Norm is explicitly invoking concentration camps. He explicitly mentions his parents that fought in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And he's explicitly making reference to Israel being like fucking Nazis and like the Third Reich. And he's doing it for purposes of provocation, which seem to stand in exact contrast to what she's attempting to do by invoking the term concentration camp. It's interesting that he omits this last sentence, but maybe he finished this here and just skipped to the next paragraph because he thought he'd read it. But I think that's interesting that he misses that sentence there.
Which is closed off like a confined.
Because her definition of concentration camp is essentially, and she defines it in as many words in the next few things, right? It's a lot of people that are descendants of refugees. They don't have freedom of movement. And then she kind of like brings some general stuff up here. But she's saying that like all these conditions were created even before the blockade, before the Oslo Accord. So this is a concentration camp in the 50s, 60s, or I'm sorry, no, it would have been just in the 70s and 80s, I guess. Yeah. I wonder why I'm so curious if he's reading from another article, though. Where he's only getting part of the quote. Because I know there's a Middle East Monitor article that has some of it, but he's reading more than that. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Oh, come on. Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's going on? You want to talk about Finky and Rockets?
Not in particular. I don't think I'm at that part yet. But I can. I'll probably get there in a bit.
Right.
How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. How you been? Just expanding my project.
Which of like doing like Israel Palestine like current war stuff or?
Yeah. The relative risk thing. I'm at 65 events.
In just Israeli Palestinian history, or you're doing like world history to compare other.
Look, here's the current. Here, I'll show you. Here's where I'm at so far. It's basically just comparing the Like I'm going through like encyclopedias of urban battles, across from like 1900s to present, and looking for anything with all estimatable variables for being able to calculate that metric.
Mm-hmm. Have you like changed anybody's mind using this, or is it just like a fun project that you're kind of,
I actually think I have changed. Well, I know I have changed some people's minds. I've changed a pro-Palestinian statistician's mind. I know that after like 2 hours of him giving pushback. There's a lot. I've gotten a lot of. No, I've changed other people's minds as well. There's other people who have mentioned this, saying like, okay, well, I guess there's certain things we can't say anymore.
Well, that's good. Must feel good. Have you gotten to debate any like larger people on this, or is it just like people on Twitter? Are you even looking for those debates or trying to, or?
I'm willing to debate. I mean, the problem is most people who want to debate me are just not really worth debating, but I'm basically willing to debate anyone regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm always looking. If someone wants to, someone thinks they can, contend with it, go for it.
Okay. Do you do? Are you familiar with like a lot of the history? Or are you just typically like studying this particular conflict?
So, some of the history. I mean, look, I've been familiar with the history as it pertains to the battles, because I've had to look into the battles and read up on them, and I've had to, for example, like Deir Yassin massacre, I've had to like, Loanerbox helped me with that one to get the numbers, but like, Lebanon War, with Sabra and Shatila, I had to read into that, like granulate the modifiable aerial unit, with Beirut and everything, and get all like, so as far as that goes, I mean, I have some general understanding of the history, as far as negotiations go and whatnot. Most of my focus is on the current conflict, just because that's really what's most relevant in terms of people. It's really weird. People like do this thing where it's like they go into like 1948, 1960 this and 1967 and like as some sort of inference to be like, oh, well, that's how people are going to behave today. It's like no, these people are all dead. Like, what do you? No, like it's going to just take a backseat to just polling data, even from 2022 polling data.
Sure.
Predicting how people are going to behave and operate if you're going to propose some sort of resolution. And so it's really weird when people are like, oh, well, we tried that back in 1967 and look what happened then. Like, so the fuck what? It's just...
Yeah. Wait, hold on real quick. Lex, the link that I sent you, I'll publish my stuff and it should be getting updated. So whatever link I emailed you, it should just be updated, but I'm just filling stuff out under here. Also, if you're telling those other guys that we're talking about, don't send them my whole fucking note list, Lex, okay? You can make questions off of these, but I don't want them to have this necessarily, okay? I love you. Oh, Jesus. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait, real quick. I'm going to use a restroom real quick. If somebody can find me this source for this Baruch Kimmerling guy describing concentration camp, I'm trying to find this. Apparently this guy is a sociologist, concentration camp. But the only thing I can find that seems to be referencing this is like, I got like an Intercept story. I got an Intercept story, and it seems to reference his quote, like out of Norm's fucking book. Can somebody please find the source for this quote? Like, is it from a paper he wrote? Is it a speech that he gave? Is it a conversation he had? I just want to see what he meant when he said concentration camp. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. 1 sec. Okay, hello? Wait, Abby?
Hello, yeah, I'm here.
Oh my
What's
God,
up?
okay, listen. It's our dream union, okay? Not a question on veganism, close. Am I allowed to ask you a dermatology question, or is that a no-no?
You can ask me a dermatology question. I don't have to answer it in the form of medical advice for a patient.
Gotcha, okay. Let's say, hypothetically, okay, apparently, oh my God, and you're even a dermatologist. You're familiar with alopecia, right?
Yeah, there's several different types of alopecia. There's androgenic alopecia areata.
Okay. I think like 6 months ago, I don't know if it was fighting with Mel or whatever, I don't know if it was stress-induced or whatever, but I had like a little alopecia spot on my face, in terms of where my beard is slash...
Yep.
What?
Come over, I'll take care of it for you.
Well, fuck you. My question is, so I read online that you can do like steroid treatment to bring shit back or whatever, but I've also read that it generally comes back regardless in about a year. And I don't really want to like do medication or any topical anything if I don't need to. Is there like a pro or con to doing anything else, or do you think it's better to just wait it out? Or
yeah, so I mean, look, sometimes. Well, let me just ask you this: does it bother you?
I mean, like not that much.
Okay.
But like if it was something where like if I could go in and do like a 10-second thing and it would go away, I'm probably like, oh fuck it.
That's what I'm saying, because it's like that is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like, so the injections. So look, I mean, if you don't get. I mean, the injections are the quickest way, especially if it's just a small patch of alopecia areata.
Wait, do you have my stream on right now?
Sorry, a little bit. All right. Why are you getting backsplash or?
Me? Oh no, I was gonna say because I can just show you the spot that my friend has. It's very similar to mine, but it's not about me.
Wait 1 second. Hold on. Let me put it
Uh
on. Okay, I'm watching it. What do you got?
Okay. It's this spot here. It's about the size of my finger right here.
All right, there's a little bit of a delay between the stream and when you're. Oh yeah. Oh, let me inject that. Oh, I'll inject that easily. Oh, I can. I'm gonna pepper that shit. Yes. Yes.
If you do a treatment, is it like a one-time thing, or do you have to do this like every week for months, or?
So, I mean, we typically have the patient come in like every 8 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks for injections. But like even after a few rounds, like it usually starts coming back, and you usually see like it starts coming in back like with white hairs and stuff.
That's where I'm at right now, where it used to be like like baby bottom smooth.
Yeah.
Now there's a hair there, but it's like very white and.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it eventually come back normal on its own, or?
So it varies. I would say like you have it's more than like this tiny little spot. You have a decent size patch. So, you know, the general rule of thumb is the more it is, the larger surface area it is, the less likely it comes back on its own, and if it does, the longer it takes. I mean, if I were you, I would just get that peppered with triamcinolone. It's a very localized injection. It takes a few. You know, it's an appointment, and it takes a few minutes to do it. It's a one-time thing. You don't have to keep taking a pill. You don't have to apply something every day.
Can you tell me? Can you explain what is the underlying stuff or why that fixes it?
Yeah. So alopecia areata is your immune system attacking your hair follicles.
Yeah.
It's specifically attacking the bulb portion of the hair. There's different types of alopecia where the inflammatory cells attack different areas of the hair.
Mm-hmm.
So in scarring alopecias, they attack the part of the hair follicle that's a little bit further to the surface. You don't have that. You have the form that's attacking the bulb, which is good because that's not where the stem cells are, which means it can come back. So the steroids are basically, you locally inject the steroid at that region where the inflammation is, and the inflammatory cells that are attacking those hair follicles, they respond to the steroid by chilling the fuck out, basically. And then once you clear that area, they don't reinforce each other anymore, and then the hair just is like, oh, cool, we're back to growing again.
So the injection to stop it, is this, you don't have to do this for the rest of your life, or?
No. You once it comes back and it's like fully back, you can. There's always some patients where it's like, okay, you can always come, alopecia areata can always come back, but once you have fully reestablished hair growth, you don't have to. You can just PR in the patient meeting. You just can say like, okay, you can call us whenever. You don't have to keep coming back anymore.
Gotcha. Do you how many what?
I'm just give me one moment. I'm just asking Kelly Jean for her opinion.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Do you oh fuck, what am I thinking of? Oh no, is this a thing where you go in one time, or do you go in twice, or do you go in like 10 times, or on average? Obviously I know you can't make a prediction for any individual, but
yeah, so typically, I mean, it varies. I've had a patient where I did one injection and they just fully regrew.
Mm-hmm.
I've had some patients like that. Typically, 2-3 times of injections spaced out every 6 to 8 weeks.
Huh. Okay.
And at the end of the other spectrum, you get the really bad cases where they have basically alopecia areata across their entire face, and it's basically it's a slow process over years of injecting them, which is a much more extreme thing than you have.
Gotcha. Okay. One other question. Ready?
What's up?
Okay, dick question. All right. Do you think that there is any downside whatsoever if you wanted to do like laser hair removal is supposed to be permanent, right?
Laser hair removal is permanent.
Is there a downside to laser hair removal in your balls or like the base of your dick or shaft or whatever? Do you think there's any downside whatsoever to that?
I mean, it would be the same downsides as laser hair removing any other area of sensitive skin. So, you want to make sure your settings are right. You can do a test spot to make sure you don't burn in the area, because sometimes the area of the scrotum is more pigmented. It's darker than the other areas of your normal skin. And so when that happens, look, the principle of laser hair removal is
difference in color between the hair and the skin, and then that's how it is.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. The darker the hair and the lighter the skin, the easier it is to do it. And if it's darker skin, you have to adjust the settings to be able to make sure you don't burn the patient. Now, the thing with the scrotum is that the scrotum is a bit darker typically in men than the rest of their skin. It's a little more pigmented, and so you might have to do what's called a test spot. So you come into the office and then it's like, okay, let's just see how you react. And so you do a small little area, and if they don't burn, then they're fine with that setting. Then you could do the rest of the area, and then you would do that as normal. You come back for whatever how much 8 sessions or whatever for complete and total removal of hair.
Do you think is there a better way to do permanent hair removal?
Well, it depends on the region. There are certain, if for very small regions, I mean, you could do electrolysis, but I mean, we do. I mean, the standard procedure we do is laser hair removal.
Okay.
It's just do small areas, large areas, and it's a process. You have to come back. I mean, again, like it takes. You could figure about 10 to 20% of the hairs get knocked off in each session. Not all of the hairs are even in order to kill the hair, it has to be growing. It has to be in the active growing phase.
Okay.
The thing is, not all of your hairs are in the active growing phase when you do it. And so you have to wait for those hairs to enter into the active growing phase and then do it. That's why it takes multiple sessions to completely remove all the hair.
Gotcha. Okay. Final question on hair stuff. Have you ever seen a guy, or do men ever, do you know how or I don't know if you know, I don't know if you care. Typically, if you have a beard as a guy, you're not supposed to let it grow all the way down to your neck. You shave like a little bit above that to give it some whatever. Have you ever seen a guy do like laser hair removal off his like neck beard part, like the part that he would always shave anyway?
So I've never seen anyone do that, and I will tell you that I don't even shave that part. But that's a different thing because when some people clean shave, they get something called pseudofolliculitis barbae, where they get these like inflamed bumps, where it's basically the hair is curling into their skin.
Oh, I've gotten those on my dick before. I thought it was fucking herpes. I wanted to kill myself. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So it's better for guys who get that. It's better if you, instead of clean shaving that area, or any area of your face or your balls or your dick, you basically take a trimmer, and you just put it on the shortest setting possible. And the idea is just to leave a tiny, tiny amount of the hair just out of the skin, so that when it grows, it doesn't curl back into your skin.
Yeah.
And give you that. Yeah.
That's why shaving is always like potentially more like girls have like 50 million lotions and creams and shit to prevent ingrown hairs versus if you just trim it, you don't have to worry as much.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. One more final question. I'm kind of curious about this. If you get like a wart on your body anywhere, do you think you generally freeze those off or burn them, or do you let them like fall off over time? Like if somebody has a wart on like, I think a long time ago when I worked at the casino, I think I had a wart on my thumb that literally lasted for like 5 years, and then eventually like I guess it's gone now because I don't have it anymore. Do you leave those on? Do you suggest freezing them off? Do they matter at all? Or
I freeze the fuck out of those things. Well, the issue is they're contagious. They actively have HPV, and you can spread them to others. You can spread them to yourself also. You can transmit the wart from one part of your body to the other part of your body. So if it's on the hands or feet, I typically take a 15 blade and pare the stratum corneum, the skin off, to the point where I can I can get a better freeze, and then I freeze it for 15 seconds for 3 freeze thaw cycles. And that typically goes, that's it. Depending on how aggressive you are with that, you can probably get that done in 1 or 2 sessions. If you want to be lighter, more gentle with the freezing, 3-4 sessions. But yeah, I do freeze them.
Okay,
absolutely.
Do you know if do they give HPV vaccines to men yet or no?
Yeah, they do.
Does it work if you like already have it, or do most men have it?
You can get the Gardasil series.
Oh well, shit! That sounds fucking awesome. Okay. I think those are all the dermatology questions I had.
Very good. All right, let me know when you want to talk about the rockets, because Finkelstein's view is basically that the rockets are basically just fireworks. That they're just like tokenistic, symbolic things that don't really cause any damage to anyone.
Yeah. Can you give me like 2 minutes? I just want to read like these 2 pages, and then I've actually got questions that are actually related to this. I'm just trying to pull these quotes out.
Sure.
Have you read any of Finkelstein's books or any of his work, or like even like a couple chapters or anything that he's?
Yeah, I'm actually reading. I'm reading Method and Madness. That's the one where he. That's his 2014 book where he actually talks about the rockets being harmless. One thing I've really noticed, and I actually want to make this point when I talk to you about it, is just how bad of a citer.
Oh, fuck you. Yeah, fuck. That's what I was going to bring up. I was shocked and appalled when I started going through footnotes on Inquest into Martyrdom and annotations. Such that it like, it reminded me a lot of, are you familiar with like the David Irving stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is, and it started to blackmail me a bit. I don't know if this is a standard for historians or pop historians or what, but yeah, very rarely will the underlying annotation or citation actually support what he's saying. Sometimes it's to the exact contrary, other times it's just wildly taken out of context. But I noticed that his citations very rarely like fully back up what he's saying. He also writes incredibly provocatively compared to any other historian that I've like seen. Like he writes like it's a Substack or a Medium or a Facebook post or whatever. In how he writes too, it's like very
Yeah, not just that. He also has just a whole bunch of statements he will make where in any other in any field you would just expect there to be a citation.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like you'll get somebody where it's like I might say something like so like this sounds like something Finkelstein would write. If Finkelstein was talking about cars, he would write something like this. Yesterday, Steven showed up in his Ford Focus RS, and it was a 4-cylinder car, but he had to race the Mustang, which is a semi or V8. We'll say the V8 version of the Mustang, and he'll cite like both of those things, and then he'll say like, obviously the V8 Mustang is much faster than the Ford Focus, and there won't be a citation for that. But I notice he'll draw inferences sometimes from underlying things he cites, and then he'll just state a fact. Like, wait, hold on. Do you know that? Or if that conclusion is valid, why are you, no offense, you have no specialties in any of these things. Why are you citing the underlying facts and then drawing a conclusion that requires a bit of extrapolation? Shouldn't somebody else have made that conclusion that you can cite to? Yeah.
The other thing you see is like he'll make claim A, B, C, D, and E, and then when you look at, and then he'll have like one citation at the end of the paragraph. I'm like, okay, so when I go to this citation, I'll A, B, C, D, and E, and then I go and it's just E.
Yeah.
Right. Like A, B. Wait, where is A, B, C, D? And it's not to say that he necessarily like they're not there. It's just I have to do the work to look up where A and B and C and D are, and I have to track them down myself. That just is not. Like, I don't know what field that's standard in. It's just like, no, like you need to cite A and B and C and D.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's like, no, it's just totally off. Sometimes it's, no, this is kind of misleading. Sometimes it's just like, he's right, but like there was just no citation there, and I had to like do all the work to dig it up for you.
Yeah.
Like so. Yeah, I don't know why people like, I'm pretty convinced at this point that everyone just like glazing this guy over like the footnotes and the rigor of his citations. Just, I don't think they've actually read his books.
Or they've read the book. Well, no, you're right. They haven't read the books. But if they have read the books, they haven't actually chased down the underlying citations. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or they've just read the books and like they just look at them and be like, oh fuck yeah, Finkelstein, yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
And I always get nervous, and I'm only based on this, well, now on Finkelstein and that Irving guy, because that was always the defense of Irving. He has so many citations. He has so many footnotes. How could he possibly be wrong? And I'm like, well, pretty easily, apparently. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm digging. Somebody challenged Finkelstein on the conditions in Gaza being like that of a concentration camp, and Finkelstein's response was to just quote 3 people. And I'm just reading real quick the second quote here of the concentration camp thing, because I don't think he actually justifies that assertion at all.
I had a question for people who compare it to the concentration camp, and this is pre-October 7th. Was like, name one other example of a concentration camp where people are allowed to leave to work in another territory.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, but I'm so scared that there's going to be some obscure camp or fact that I don't know about. Because that was going to be my question. Like, okay, the Gaza Strip is a concentration camp. Which one? What concentration camp exactly are we comparing it to? And I don't know if like fucking Germany took over some sliver of land from fucking Finland and set up like the world's most luxurious concentration camp that they forgot about, and the Jews lived in like peace and happiness there, or some dumb autistic shit like that or something. Yeah.
Be afraid of that, because you move then is just to say, okay, well then, like, it's buzzword deconstruction time. It's like, okay, well, if you're going to stretch the word of concentration camp to the point where it includes things like the most liberal concentration camp where you're basically just living a life and you can need a checkpoint to go through. You can do that if you want, but it's the connotation is not matching your denotation anymore. When you say concentration camp, it's very clear the connotation you're trying to put into that word. You're trying, when people think of a concentration camp, they're not thinking of that liberal type of whatever it is that, you know, well, you get to live your life, you get to work, you get to, you know, you have your girlfriend, whatever, and then you just need to go through a checkpoint, and it's annoying, or it's hard, and conditions are worse than they would normally be. But they're thinking of fucking Auschwitz. They're thinking of like the internment of the Japanese. They're thinking of, you know, that's what the connotation is there. And so when you're using that word, it's like, yeah, you're able to modify the denotation of the word to stretch it to include, you know, this is much more benign thing, but that connotation is like, you know what it's like? It's like if someone accuses you, let's say someone accuses you of rape, and say, okay, you're a rapist. Like, okay, well, how am I a rapist? Well,
on Discord, you emoted that you were fucking that girl, and you didn't even ask her for consent when you typed in star, I slide my dick into your little pussy star. And it's like, well, okay.
Yeah, it's like, well, actually, when you married your wife, there was like an age gap there. And like, you know, I know she was an adult, and, you know, maybe she was like, you know, 26, but like you were way older, and then so there's like a power imbalance there, so it's really questionable how much consent she had. Like, that's what I mean by you're a rapist. So like, okay, if you want to stretch the word rapist like that, fine, but like your connotation's not matching your denotation. So that's the move to make if like he comes up with some obscure example of concentration camp where like, oh, well, it's the Peachy concentration camp.
Yeah.
Fine, dude.
Yeah, it's frustrating because there's the invocation of so much language, and you know what they're like. I don't even. This is a hot take that I don't know how much I'm going to defend this, but like I don't like the usage of the term ethnic cleansing. I think it's
Either. Yeah, it's doing the same thing.
It's a horrible expression. When it was initially applied, it was to the fucking Bosnians, okay, that were actually genociding people. And the idea that this has become like retroactively the way that we define every population transfer in Israel-Palestine is just such a stupid fucking... Nobody thinks of like people moving or being expelled from homes when they think of ethnic cleansing. They think of genocide. And they think of racial superiority because you're cleansing, you're getting rid of like a inferior ethnicity. Like it's just such a stupid fucking... I hate that term. It's so dumb.
Yeah, and look, the procedure for that term is the same procedure as the rape term and the same procedure as any other term like that, like the concentration camp term is saying, okay, well, by ethnic cleansing, if you mean like, so I actually make a differentiation between the per se and the non per se variant of ethnic cleansing. So by per se, I mean it's like the underlying motivation for the removing a group of people from an area is not a security concern. It's not like something that would end up saving lives. It's not something that would result in like, something that we would consider better. It's just like they want to move these people because they are a given race or a given nationality. Or given
But the issue is that like the per se definitions of all of these words are incredibly fucking important, and that's why they are what they are. But then people will throw out they'll throw out like the special intent required to make these things work. So like for instance, when you say like apartheid, right? The big differentiation in Israel has to do with citizenship and non-citizenship. It's not really on ethnic lines. Or when you talk about like a genocide, it's not, even if you blew up an entire village and killed 20,000 civilians, that's not genocide. They're not trying to extinguish the race of, it's all of these are so frustrating. Yeah.
The point to make with ethnic cleansing is like, the key to spot is that if they're again, denotation, connotation, if they use the denotation of ethnic cleansing to a non-per se version, but while still maintaining the connotation of a per se version, that's what you got to call out, saying, no, wait a minute. When you say ethnic cleansing, you mean this stretched out thing that includes things that could be good. But you're connotating at me something that's just so, as if it's so obviously bad.
Yeah, but that's a hard one because I've said, the edgier way of saying that even is that like I've said like, well, not all forms of ethnic cleansing then are necessarily bad, right? Because if you're saying like, for instance, the Sinai Peninsula was ethnically cleansed when Israel gave it back to Egypt, they got rid of all the settlers there. Is that bad? But like that sounds like an unhinged statement, and I feel like it's already an optics loss to even begin on the stage of like, well, is all ethnic cleansing bad if we're going to define it this way? Because it just sounds unhinged,
Yeah.
Like, for instance, like I would say that like all genocides must not be bad if we consider the Republican statement of abortion is a genocide. If that's a true statement, well, okay, well, what the fuck is genocide at that point, right? I guess it's like it's frustrating.
The point to make is just that, look, it's the same. Look, I think who is the other guy that that's going to be with Norm?
Rabbani, Muin Rabbani or something. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
The point he made is like, you are like he. I think he recognized this on some level because he talked about when he debated this guy, and he got charged with anti-Semitism, and he's like, okay, well, you're clearly stretching the definition of that word. You're connotating at me. Like he didn't use these exact words, but the point was that you're connotating anti-Semitism at me, but the denotation of anti-Semitism is just so denigrated now. It's just so stretched that what does it mean anymore? And that's the similar point to make back. It's like, okay, when you say ethnic cleansing, you're clearly connotating something like that that has to always be bad, and it has to, and not just bad. It's like one of the worst things ever.
Yeah.
But when you actually when you actually are plugging in what you're talking about, you're not actually talking about expelling a group of people because of their race per se, because of their bloodline per se, or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about a security concern, and and it's not even clear that it's not clear that they're like even not going to be let back. It's like
maybe, yeah, and honestly, even if it wasn't a security concern, even if it was for like territorial expansion or something, that still wouldn't make any of it like an apartheid, an ethnic cleansing, a concentration camp, a genocide. Like even at that, like we're not at that level yet. But it feels like, yeah, anytime if a lot of people die or if a lot of people are unhappy and Israel is involved, we bring out like the big boy words to describe literally fucking everything. It reminds me of like 19-year-olds talking about their breakups today, where in my day, it was like, oh, I broke up. It was kind of a shitty relationship. Now, when you talk to like a teenager, like, yeah, I broke up with my boyfriend. He love bombed me and then he gaslit me and then he psychologically abused me. And then I'm traumatized and I have PTSD. And it's like, bro, you just had a bad like 2-month relationship. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's just like unhinged, the language.
Yeah. No, it's no, I did a whole video on like these buzzwords. It's a buzzword deconstruction. It's yeah, it applies to all. And by the way, one thing to realize is that human shield is also a buzzword. You have to be clear about in what sense a human shield is being used as well.
Yep, I'm aware. It's literally only a thing I think that's kind of mentioned in international, customary international humanitarian law. And then like even the strict definition of it is like iffy, but if there were to ever be a definition of it, which involves like co-location of military objects with civilian objects or civilians themselves in order to discourage military attack, Hamas has easily met that threshold, or with the intention of gaining a military advantage. Like I think Hamas has pretty easily met that threshold if we're to agree with anything that anybody has ever published on anything ever, including Amnesty International.
Yeah, because there was one slimy move that Jank made with he actually did the buzzword in reverse. Usually people who do these buzzwords do it like they do the hard connotation with the soft denotation. But when it came to, I think he said to him at one point, oh, like Hamas is using human shields. And the slimy move that he did was that, oh, come on, just because they're, they have a weapon and, some civilian is nearby. Oh, you're going to call that a human shield? It's like, okay, no, you're not talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not clearly the same thing when you're like, okay, well, they're setting up like rocket silos near hospitals. Like, that's not the same thing. So he actually did the reverse. He did the soft, so he did the hard denotation, but the soft connotation to flip it around on you. But yeah, really, so people go really slimy with these buzzwords. You always have to make sure the denotation is matching the connotation, and point it out hard. Like make sure you point it out if someone else is doing it when they don't match.
Yeah, I agree. I just have to not look unhinged while doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you gotta make them look. You're gonna like. There's got to be a way to just make them be the one looking like, okay, like you are just doing something clearly slimy here. Like you.
The problem is that it's hard because people will only see. People don't know the history. 2, people don't know anything about international law. So, like for instance, if civilians are dying, it just seems like you're always breaking a law. That must be the case if civilians are dying. And then 3, on their side, they can just like point to numbers. Like, well, look at how many people are dying. And in order to invoke, like, well, why is international law of armed conflict important? Or why should Israel be allowed to defend itself? You have to speak about relatively abstract concepts that are solid. I think there's good reasons why nations should be allowed to defend themselves, even if it means other civilians die in the course of that war. There are very strong arguments for it, but it's just rhetorically, if the other side is just going to stand on numbers, I'm worried that if that's the extent of their argumentation, I was like, okay, well, fuck me, I guess. Like, I look unhinged or whatever.
Yeah, I think one thing that might help is pointing out examples where they've clearly done the same move.
Where who's done the same move?
The Rabbani guy, he's like, he's done the same move with the buzzword anti-Semitic. Like he's done it in that debate with
Oh, that's a really good counterexample, because they're very critical of people who bring up anti-Semitism all the time or invoke the Holocaust, and rightfully so, is it because it muddies the conversation, it makes it impossible.
Yeah, so you point out like, hey, listen, you do this too. You don't realize it, but like, rightfully so. Like when people like every time you criticize Israel, like they do it in a way where it's like they define anti-Semitism in a way that just includes anti-Zionism. It includes anti-Israel criticism. And there's a way you can define anti-Semitism that does that. You can technically define it that way. There's a way you could do that. You can stretch the definition of anti-Semitism to include criticism of Israel because, hey, Jewish religion like kind of says like, oh, they have the land of Israel, blah blah blah, and so any critique of that is anti-Semitic. Like you can have a definition like that, but the point is you're stretching the definition such that your denotation is now stretched and your connotation is still narrow. You're connotating that you hate Jews, but the denotation is really just you're critical of Israel. So you realize this. The point to say to them is that you do this all the time. I'm just doing the same thing you're doing with a different buzzword.
Yeah. might flesh this out a little bit more, but that is a good point. Okay. The Alpha Luke, $20. Who's responsible? Who's responsible for the living conditions in Gaza, i.e., what has Israel done versus Hamas to improve it? Also, if Hamas gets what they want tomorrow, ceasefire, no walls around Gaza, what does tomorrow row look like? I mean, who's responsible for the conditions in Gaza? I feel like it's a really hard question. I feel like that's similar to like what's the most important wheel on the car? I mean, like, obviously the blockade that Israel has enacted around Gaza is going to affect living conditions somewhat, but Hamas is also the sole administrator, really, truly, to that region. They do misappropriate funds. They do steal money from people. They do steal humanitarian aid. They misappropriate money to building fucking tunnels and building fucking rockets and military shit all day. So, I mean, I would say there's like a shared responsibility there, but Israel's excuse for blockading, I think, is much stronger than Hamas's excuse of jihad, I would say. Okay, let's see, I'm scrolling down. Genocide, international support, position on violence, international law, legality of the settlements, resolution 242, majority support in the region, norms and references, Palestinian refugee. Do you know anything about the Palestinian refugee problem?
Oh, the inherited refugee status for 3 generations?
Kind of, yeah. That's not actually the unique part, though. A lot of people bring that up, that technically anybody can inherit refugee status from a parent that's a refugee. But the reason why it's unique in the Palestinian case is because the Arab states have all signed an agreement to never give citizenship to Palestinians, and the UN has a mandate not to resettle Palestinians. So that's why they have like more children and everything of any other fucking refugee ever, and the number just goes up every single year.
Let me ask, is there any other case where refugee status has transmitted like for a whole group of people for like 3 generations plus?
No, I think that in writing it's possible, but what happens is people tend to go to other areas and they just resettle.
Yeah, I mean, so that's unique in a practical sense. It's like, okay, well, because of the situations that they're put in, it's like, okay, yes, on a very technical level, if like you have in like some legal status that if someone is a refugee and they haven't been resettled or they haven't gotten their citizenship back, then yes, they can transmit that status to a child, and yes, that child, and now technically that child is a refugee, and they can transmit that status to that child.
And it's not even, bro, it's so much more ridiculous than that. If I'm I could be a Palestinian born into a quote-unquote refugee camp in Lebanon, okay? I could migrate to the United States somehow. We'll say I'm able to get into the United States as whatever. I could migrate to the United States. I could have a child, okay? Mm-hmm. That child could be born a U.S. citizen and can still apply for refugee status to the UNRWA. And my child could adopt another kid from Canada, and his adopted child would still have refugee status. Even though my son is a full citizen of the United States, the other kid was adopted from Canada and then gets dual citizen from Canada and the United States, could still be considered under UNRWA definition like a Palestinian refugee. It's so retarded how they have the definitions and everything set out for this. It's actually so unbelievably fucking stupid.
Now, I have spoken to pro-Palestinians who like will say like, okay, that part is kind of memey and that's silly, but like we'll keep, like they would still defend like the child transmission thing. So they will say like, okay, like Mia Khalifa is Mia Khalifa a refugee? Mm-hmm. Like that's kind of silly. Like she's like this crazy rich person, and they're like, okay, meme example. No, she shouldn't be considered a refugee. But like what they really mean is just like impoverished in some way and like oppressed. Like I think that's all it really is at this point. Like it's refugee in a very technical sense, but like in terms of what we think about, what any common person thinks about when they think of a refugee,
it's the same thing. Yeah. Same thing with the term refugee camp. Like when you think of refugee camp, you think of like tents, but they're like cities.
Exactly. Different. The connotation is not matching the denotation.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a very technical sense where you can say it's a refugee camp. There is. It's true. You can say, okay, it is a refugee camp, and they are refugees, and you can work it all out on the definition. It's like, but what people get from the connotation of refugee
is that F-16s are flying over literally tents and bombing people trying to escape with like just the hacky sack and their back and it's
they don't think of people living in like urban cities where it's like, okay, well this city is basically designated as a refugee camp, and it's like they're just living the life, and then they live in their life, and they have kids, and then they
for humanitarian purposes it has to be designated that way for funding.
It's so so divorced from what people think of refugee. Like, it's clearly not matching the connotation.
Yeah.
So you have to be very clear. Like, okay, demonization connotation. You're stretching the term. They bombed a refugee camp.
Yeah. That's Joe, real quick, did you have anything? Sorry,
yeah,
Joe.
I just wanted to say that UNRWA and the Palestinian refugee issue happened before the Refugee Convention came into play. So even in terms of individual refugee status, that doesn't exist for Palestinians. It's group refugee status. UNRWA is also a works agency. It's a non-political agency. So they have no ability to resolve and in fact are forbidden from resettling. That actually belongs to the UN, which is the political body. They can't do anything with the Palestinian refugees. Their job is to provide health services, education services, etc., etc. It's this weird, odd legal loophole that has happened where the 1948 happened before the Refugee Convention existed, and therefore things like resettlement weren't the standard at the time. It was about and non-refoulement wasn't so much individual refugees are fleeing from situations they don't want to be a part of. The Palestinian refugee situation was these people have been pushed out of a land they want to return to, and so the actual legal instrument surrounding Palestinian refugees predates the Refugee Convention, and therefore the understandings are different, and it's a huge problem. But it's not like, I don't think it's accurate to be like, these aren't like other refugees. No, exactly, they're not like other refugees. These people existed before we even had a sense of what refugee was in terms of international law.
Sure, but I think I don't think that that's like just an unfortunate legal loophole. I think that's like an intentional political strategy that's been wielded for 80 some years to weaponize.
How is it it happened before there was a Refugee Convention? How did they make a loophole before the Refugee Convention even existed?
Why there's no possible way? I'm pretty sure that part of the UNRWA definition or mandate explicitly forbids them from resettling. They don't resettle any of the refugees. But why doesn't the pre-existing? Agency. Yes, but why doesn't? Wait, what do you mean when you say works agency?
A works agency means that they're non-political, which means they can't find a political service for solution for the refugees. They can only provide works, social services, food, healthcare, education. They cannot provide any sort of political thing like resettlement. They do resettle sometimes, and it's like a big issue. It creates political ambiguities, but they are not the people who are meant to be in charge of that.
Sure.
Because at the same time, there was a political body set up, a commission set up at the same time to solve the refugee problem in 1948. But that fell through. Obviously, it's then since become an issue that's to be resolved with final status, and so UNRWA doesn't have the ability to fix this issue. They don't have the political mandate to resettle. That's not part of their job. They can only provide works.
Why doesn't the UNHCR take a more active role in resettling Palestinian refugees?
Because UNRWA, because this is what I mean, not in terms of like a loophole, as you put it, where it's a purposeful thing. It's a bureaucratic issue that's been created because the Palestinians have rights under something that predates the Refugee Convention, which is what UNHCR deals with.
But what do you mean by I don't understand how you're saying it's just a bureaucratic thing when this could very easily have just been changed. Like UNRWA could have been abolished in 51, and then the UNHCR could have just as easily said like, oh, okay, well, we're going to start taking care of, resettlement of Palestinians. But that's not the case. The UNHCR, my understanding is they can't touch anybody that has been defined as a refugee according to UNRWA. They can't touch anybody in those refugee camps.
Because they have the right to return under what they have, 194.
Has any other refugee group in the history of anything ever been given that same right of return?
Well, no, this all comes after. In terms of, I think right of return is the base right of all refugees.
Has that ever been exercised on? Because I feel like when people get expelled from areas because of like territorial disputes or anything like that.
This is the difference between the right of return is a principle in international law which guarantees everyone's right of voluntary return or re-entry to their country of origin or citizenship. The right of return is part of the broader human rights concept of freedom of movement and is also related to the legal concept of nationality.
Sure, but that doesn't even make sense because there's no Palestinian country to have a right of return to, no? Like in a strict legal sense, I don't even know if this would necessarily apply to the Palestinians. Also, wait, when was that right of return? When was that? Is this part of like the UN Charter? When we say the right of return, is that like part of the self-determination or self-determination? Okay, Article 13.2 of the International Declaration of Human Rights. Everyone's right to leave any country, including his own, and return to his country. Because if this came after 48, I'm not aware of. I'm trying to find one. This is like even a solidly established thing. You could argue it came under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was December in 1948, and then UNRWA came in December of 49. But I'm not aware of any other refugee group that's ever had this treatment of like all of us get to go and move back to this country, like in this time period.
They have unique treatment. I don't think that is what. It's not that they get to do that and that's defined by law. It's that they have that right, and a just settlement needs to be reached between the parties. Which, I mean, it has been in the Geneva Initiative, in what was coming up with the Kerry documents. There are lots of times that a just resolution has been found for the refugee situation in terms of some symbolic return, some compensation. There are lots of ways the refugee situation can be addressed without it being like everyone come back.
Sure. But then when we're talking here about then what is the purpose or what's going on or why is it the way that it is, and we're talking about, well, it's not for the health and safety of refugees, it's not for the health and safety of their dependent, it's not for their economic well-being, it's for the establishment of a country in a disputed territory. Well, and it sounds like we just have it's a political problem. Like it's refugees used.
Yeah, it is a political problem.
Yeah, and it's refugees being used to further a political divide. It's not actually doing anything to help them. Like none of the Palestinians.
I'm all for solving the Palestinian refugee problem. Let's come up with a solution tomorrow. Let's,
Well, but
they have a right of return that needs to be justly.
Explicitly, though, nobody wants to solve the refugee problem. That's my whole point. Is that the problem needs to grow bigger and bigger because that's used as a weapon to further the political navigation of do they get a state or not. Because if you wanted to solve the problem, you could resettle refugees, but that's like explicitly forbidden. And nobody will give them citizenship in any of the surrounding Arab states explicitly for the purposes of furthering the political, I guess, like the political disagreement over the territories.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know why UNRWA can't settle people, and that definition of refugee is different to the other definition of refugee, which comes later. I think there's reasons to do with the UN feeling particularly responsible for the problem and therefore owing the Palestinians a bigger debt. I'd be happy to resolve it tomorrow, but I think there still needs to be some involvement of Israel.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. Yeah, that seems to be the case. It's a little bit strange that like what I was saying earlier, that if somebody could migrate to the United States, adopt a kid, and like that kid could have a kid in the U.S. and like these are all considered Palestinian refugees. Like, are we up to like 6 million Palestinian refugees now? And then everybody cites back to the Nakba over and over again, and that's like a joke citation of like these are all people from the initial expulsion of people. Like, not at all.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone thinks that 6 million Palestinians are going back to Israel.
Hasn't that been kind of a sticking point a lot about like what the right of return actually looks like? Are you sure?
I mean, the right of return in terms of like, when's the last time that Camp David, Taba, Geneva, when is the last time that there was a requirement on the Palestinian side that all refugees return, and then that was seen as a just settlement of the issue?
Well, they explicitly never, they say all refugees, or they explicitly say that they don't want to waive any of the refugee right of return, and they've rejected every single offer from Israel to accept any number of refugees, so it's hard to say what are they not talking about if not all refugees.
They've rejected it because they've rejected the entire peace deal, or they've specifically said we're rejecting this right of return claim. We're rejecting just the refugee issue.
Well, as part of the things that we talked about in the objections to the Clinton parameters, one of the explicit things stated is that no Palestinian people have ever given up the right of the Palestinian people to return to their homes, and we are not going to be the first ones to do that. We're not going to give that up. And there's never numbers called out or anything, so.
If I recall correctly, in Camp David, the right of return was not acknowledged. Instead, it was like, we'll accept some people on humanitarian grounds. We won't say that they're refugees and that we had any hand in the issue, and we'll accept a symbolic number, and that means anyone else's claims to resettlement or compensation or anything else is eliminated. Because we actually aren't acknowledging the right of return, we're just letting a symbolic number in.
Of course, because Israel's never going to acknowledge the right of return, because that means that they would have to allow 6 million Palestinians. No. Yes, that's why they want. The whole point of solving the problem is to say, hey, this is over. We're done with the refugee problem. We're done with the right of return, because that can't be like an issue that you leave an open door for, because people don't know if that's going to be like 6 million people coming in. So any resolution is
acknowledge the right of return without allowing everyone to return.
How?
You can compensate. Compensation.
Compensation has been a part of all of these agreements. Israel's agreed to do compensation. I think there was like $1 billion fund that was suggested either for David Taba or Taba. There was like a $1 billion international fund that Israel would contribute to, but I don't think that was enough. I think that they, on the Palestinian side, they still felt like that right of return wasn't being explicitly acknowledged, because it feels like that right of return has to come with the acknowledgement that every single Palestinian that wants to return back to or can trace their lineage back to Israel proper can go back. And obviously Israel says, well, we have sovereignty as a country. We're not just going to accept anybody. That's going to be at our discretion. But I think that's always been like a big stickling point. Sorry, go ahead.
Of course, there's no, you're fine. Of course, there is a limitation to how many. There would be a set number of people. The right of return isn't like, I don't know. I'm clearly not communicating well. The right of return is an acknowledgement that they have rights that come from the Nakba, right? And so that may be resolved through multiple means. One of which is including symbolic resettlement. One of which is including compensation. But there needs to be a just resolution that ameliorates the Palestinians' right of return. To give up the claim of right of return is to say none of that exists. There aren't any refugees caused by Israel, but we'll let a few people in, and we'll just say that's for humanitarian reasons, and it's got nothing to do with our history.
Yeah, that's any final deal is probably going to look like that, right? Because both sides have like irreconcilable histories relating to how they view this particular territory. I don't think that Israeli people are going to say like, yeah, we have committed this grave moral sin because this land is not actually ours, it was yours, and then we're going to pay you money for it. My guess is going to be that any final outline, there's going to be like an international fund set up and something like that to pay people, but I don't know what the exact. I just don't know how you would admit that, okay, you guys do have a moral right of return, but we're also not going to grant that. We're still going to maintain sovereignty over our immigration policy.
I don't know, that's what negotiations are. A just resolution can be found where you can say, yeah, you do have this right, but we've reached an agreement on it. You were wronged, we've reached this agreement on it.
Yeah, but I think that was, the agreement was going to be the internationally set up fund, the acceptance of some 50,000 or whatever, depending on what the number was, people to be resettled. But I've never, if you can link me a thing, that would be interesting, but I've never seen any Palestinian negotiators agree to a number of refugees that would be resettled.
2003 Geneva Initiative and
2003 Geneva Initiative that's not even a real thing. In 2011, what was 2011?
The secret Shimon Peres and Abbas talks that Netanyahu torpedoed. So it's not a real thing unless it's agreed to formally, right?
Well, no, the people negotiating the 2003 Geneva stuff, these people weren't even an active government. It was like backdoor, like random ex-politicians.
It was the exact same negotiators from the Clinton parameters. It was.
Yeah, but those people were working under the government to negotiate. The Geneva Convention stuff wasn't any official government representatives at all. They weren't sent there by the Knesset. They weren't sent there by the cabinet or the prime minister to negotiate.
Not on Israel's side. On Palestine's side, there were active members of government. I mean, yeah, so there was two-track diplomacy, so any secret negotiations don't count as legitimate then.
No, that's not true at all. Secret negotiations are an important part of the history of Israel and these other people, but secret negotiations often start in the government. It would be weird to have a second track of negotiations going that your entire prime ministership and his cabinet are unaware of, while you're also on like a roadmap for peace that you've also tried to commit to. That would just be weird for somebody else to come out like, hey, we have a whole other peace deal set up. I think it's just hard to refer to that as like an official peace that was being negotiated. I think secret negotiations by PMs and stuff I think are fair, or by their people that work for them, but to have random ex-politicians do it, I think is a little different. For 2011, there was a piece.
Random people again. It's Perez. So
I'm sorry. I shouldn't say random people. When I say random people, what I mean is non-governmental people. They're not people that are representatives. They're not officials that are working in any official capacity. Secret negotiations are still done in official capacity. These were secret negotiations done in unofficial capacity, meaning they were just ordinary citizens essentially when they were doing the negotiations.
Yeah.
For 2011, I think Netanyahu committed to a settlement freeze of 10 months. This was 3 years after the Olmert-Abbas negotiations failed. I think Netanyahu even publicly committed to a two-state solution. I don't remember. Why did the 20...
He did it Bar Ilan, but then... there was something about Bar Ilan. It was to do with... I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. Netanyahu has... Whether he says it at Bar Ilan or not, Netanyahu does not want a two-state solution. He's never been in support of Oslo. He's never been in support of a Palestinian state. There's nothing in his actions or rhetoric that suggests he's in support of a two-state solution.
That's probably true, but if
In
he,
the Likud Charter, it basically says there'll be no Palestinian state.
sure, but if he publicly commits to that, and if the Palestinians jump on that, it puts Israel in a position where they're forced to act in some
you
way.
can look up what John Kerry and Obama during those years have to say about Netanyahu and how willing he was to negotiate peace during those years. I think the Palestinians did jump on having Obama as president and perhaps having the most Muslim, Arab-friendly president that America has ever had. I think they did jump on it, but Netanyahu was not playing ball at all during this time.
I know that when he made that public statement, it was the biggest public statement he's ever made in returns to a commitment to.
Yeah, the Bar Ilan speech. Yeah,
I'm just trying to think. I don't remember why this fell apart. Give me like a minute. Hold on.
You're fine. I know why it fell apart, why the peace negotiations fell apart. If that's
Why?
what you mean.
Yeah, why?
Because of the Hamas-Fatah unity deal.
Is that what made? Oh, and then that ended the.
So there was a bunch of stuff throughout the actual process of negotiations in terms of like what always happens, right? Israel commits to something and then they don't follow through. So there was a release of prisoners that was meant to take place and then they didn't follow through. And then the US were pushing and they said, there'll be a vote on it today. There'll be a vote on it today. And the idea was that Abbas had said, look, we will not go to the UN and we will not try and join these conventions. In exchange, you release the prisoners. So they agreed to that. But then Netanyahu went out and said that the Palestinian Authority had agreed to accept a swap of release of prisoners for settlements. And Abbas and the Palestinians obviously got really upset over that. They were like, we never agreed to this. And then there was the big card was played by the USA, the Jonathan Pollard card, where they were going to release this spy in order to get Israel to play ball. And then there was meant to be a vote, but the vote was meant to happen at noon. US keeps calling Palestine saying the vote's going to happen. In the same time, settlements are literally being approved as they're listening. And so the release of prisoners doesn't happen. Palestinian leadership goes to the UN and puts in the treaties. And then Livni was actually a very good negotiator, and I think peace between Livni and like Erekat could have been found. But she tries to make it better. Everyone's threatening to resign, as always happens in the Israeli government whenever you get close to a peace deal. Israel announces 2,000 more settlements, and Fatah and Hamas make a unity government, and Israel suspends talks. Because Netanyahu says you have to choose between peace with Israel and peace with Hamas.
Why wouldn't Abbas choose peace with Israel?
Because he's not getting anywhere with Israel. So they then turn into a method of internalization, where they're like, okay, so Israel's not going to negotiate, given that we've got like the suffering of occupation, escalation of
When we say not going to
failure
negotiate with it
of
because they don't get with Israel, was there not a 10-month moratorium on settlement construction?
There was, but then it ended.
Yeah.
And more settlements were pushed through.
Well, that's what it means when you put a time limit on something, right?
No, I know, but it's like, what do you mean? That's like them getting some major win, that Israel stops doing something that is literally the antithesis of seeking peace? You can't say that you're interested in a two-state solution while you actively ruin the continuity of any future Palestinian state.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I mean, like, that attitude means that Palestinians will never. It feels like there's always an excuse not to move forward.
There's always an excuse on the Israeli side not to move forward.
Well, the Israelis don't need an
including the-
excuse. They can just point to rocket
No,
attacks and
but that's what
terrorism
I-
constantly. They don't have to
but
have
you
an
know
excuse.
what? You say you're like, oh, the Palestinians need to just like pursue peaceful means. Like, I'm not okay. I want to be clear before I say this because I know that everyone's just gonna
Go for it.
soy out and take me out of. But like, I think you present like a whole counterfactual when you're like, if the Palestinians had just like been quiet and peacefully done stuff, then yeah, things would be better now. And it's like, well, no, because Israel's the big dog, right? Like, currently the rockets suck. You will never catch me saying that to me, rocket attacks are terrorism because they instill a state of perpetual fear. So whether or not people are dying or not, the idea that you have to be worried about a rocket attack or a suicide bomber at any point, it doesn't matter how much harm that causes. It causes massive amounts of fear. It causes massive security and siege brain. But my point is, when it comes to living conditions, I could live in Tel Aviv today and never give a shit about what's happening in the West Bank. It doesn't affect me at all, right? Like, things could stay status quo and it wouldn't really have an effect on me if I live in Tel Aviv.
Mm-hmm.
If I live in Ramallah, my life sucks a bit. Like, I want an independent state. I want freedom of movement. I want economic freedom.
Okay.
So what is the incentive for Israel to negotiate with Palestine ever?
Well, there is none right now. Israel has everything to gain by perpetuating the status quo. It allows them to maintain the blockade on Gaza. It allows them to expand settlements in the West Bank. It allows them to slowly annex more territory. That's what Israel is able to do. But they can only do that because the only way that Palestinians know how to negotiate is with rockets. And if something falls apart after 6 months or 12 months, then they go back to rockets. It absolutely is true.
That
When
is
you say
not
that, like, if
true.
Palestinians had been quiet, yes. Unironically, yes. Like, you have so many ways diplomatically to pressure Israel. You've got international people, whether it's all the countries.
You say in your own document that the use of words like genocide and apartheid is to get the international community to look at them as victims and help when they should be saving themselves.
Because
So
it, because
you
though
don't want them to go
hold
to the
on
international
no I want them the reason why those ring hollow is because nobody's going to believe in all these words when you've got people dancing when you rape a woman and kill her and put her in the back of a truck. Obviously it doesn't
Okay.
look good, right?
Yes, but let's talk about the international courts, which when Palestine tries to go to the international courts, the US says
no
"We're
hold on,
asking
stop.
you to take this off the table."
Unplug from the legal shit. That doesn't matter, okay? We're not
No, it does matter because you say peaceful, then you don't accept economic. So, like, I'm assuming you don't accept BDS. You don't accept legislative because you don't want to talk about the courts. You don't accept international appeals because you think that the UN and Human Rights Council and everything else, all of these people are targeting Israel. You don't accept peaceful protests because they're not peaceful when they do the March of Return. Things happen. There's always someone who throws a fucking rock or something, so
Yep.
it's not peaceful. So you don't accept people standing in front of bulldozers. You don't accept any peaceful activity that Palestinians have done. So I'm just wondering, what is it you would like them to do?
Yeah, I can tell you. They need to not
Tell
do
me.
terrorism. Just
okay.
don't do. Well, no, let me finish. Let me finish my point. They need to not do terrorism. There is no appeal to the international community because the moral justification isn't clearly right with the Palestinians. And that's the underlying problem. The problem is, and a lot of the Arab states have this, the whole conflict is they lack the moral justification. They might be able to get writings in a UN resolution. They might be able to get people to pay lip service, and they might be able to get protests, but the moral justification isn't there when the terrorism is there. That's the issue. You're trying to pressure a state, Israel, that has to acquiesce to international pressure, and you see this even when it comes to their military operations, where they're like, well, if we push too far into this territory, the U.S. is going to get really fucking mad at us, or if we do this, we're going to get you fucking lot of heat, and people are going to turn their backs on us, blah, blah, blah. You've got internal pressure in Israel. Fucking Haaretz and Bet Salem are people that we can quote all the time about issues relating to Palestinians. These are organizations that exist within Israel. You've got the left inside Israel. You have all of these people that you're capable of pressuring to slowly move Israel in a certain direction. If your people just chill for some period of time, that process will happen. It's already kind of sort of happened, but when the solution to everything is to push the fire more rockets button and do more terrorism's button, no, the situation is never going to change.
Okay, so in the years of 96 to 99, when Oslo was being implemented and there was extreme repression by the Palestinian Authority against Hamas, against terrorism, the Palestinian police were used to arrest all sorts of people. There was massive efforts by the Palestinian Authority against terrorism. None of that counts toward your just chill for a minute, I guess.
First of all, I don't think
99.
there was ever a total cessation of hostilities, but that particular period towards the end of Oslo, I think, was a relatively peaceful period, but then no deal materialized at the end of the 90s.
Netanyahu.
At the end of the 90s? No.
Yes.
No.
What are you talking about? Netanyahu was in power from 96 to 99. He had the Hebron Protocol, which he used to completely rewrite Oslo. He had the Y Memorandum, which he never fully put into force. He actively built Har Homa. He started a riot because of the tunnel he built
Listen, I understand that there were things that Israel did that might have pushed the Palestinians in a poor direction. Things that, by the way, none of these things were in contravention of Oslo 1 or 2, because unfortunately they weren't negotiated for, I don't know, we can go into why none of that was actually in writing. But at the end of the Oslo 1 expiration period, even for a couple years, there was no permanent agreement reached between Arafat and whoever the Israeli prime minister was. Because I don't think Arafat never wanted a permanent seal. He never wanted a permanent. Okay.
That's bullshit.
All right.
You don't even know that Netanyahu was in charge, Stephen.
What do you mean I don't know that Netanyahu was in charge?
You just said Arafat and whoever. You literally have the person who was so opposed to Oslo that people blamed him for Rabin's assassination, who actively campaigned.
Hold on. The reason why I don't know why you brought up Netanyahu is because David and everything happened a year later with Ehud Barak. That's why I don't know why you brought up that. I understand that Netanyahu from 96 to 99, I know that he expanded settlements. He did do the WYE memorandum. I know that he wasn't a good partner for peace. I don't disagree with you there. But I'm saying that after Oslo expired, no permanent agreement got reached. Even though there was a big attempt on the Israeli side for those negotiations, but nothing materialized. Nothing happened.
Sorry, I'll bring it down.
Okay.
Oslo was meant to reach a permanent resolution, like the final status resolution was meant to happen in 1999, right? So the years between 96
Wasn't 90? Hold on, I'm sorry, just real quick. I'm not correct. I'm just kidding. I thought it was 5 years after 93, or did it get extended under Oslo too?
It might. Well, okay, 5 years under. It was meant to happen within 5 years.
Okay, 98. Yes. All right.
Okay, so still, we're talking about in Netanyahu's term, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Which means the phasing of redeployments, which were agreed to under Oslo, needed to occur under Netanyahu, correct?
Yeah. And under Rabin for a bit, I think, right? From 93 to 9, yeah.
Well, Perez, because Rabin was shot so quick.
Yeah.
But, so we can agree that Netanyahu didn't do the redeployments, didn't negotiate final status, didn't follow through on Oslo, correct?
What do you mean by you say didn't follow through on Oslo?
If there was meant to be a final status agreement by 98-99, we can agree that negotiations should have been happening through that period.
What was the explicit reason why? Like for instance, in 98 or 99, was Arafat clamoring for a meeting to negotiate the final status of things and it just didn't happen? Or was everybody kind of dragging their feet?
Netanyahu actively was very against meeting with Arafat.
Okay.
They did it a few times, but even Clinton will tell you the very famous quote that everyone loves to talk about. Who does he think the fucking superpower is?
Mm-hmm.
Netanyahu was actively, it's fine, right? Of course he campaigned against Oslo. That was his whole position. He was the biggest opponent of Oslo.
Mm-hmm.
Of course he was trying to stall and do as little as he could while keeping America on side. So I am telling you that Netanyahu destroyed the Oslo peace process between 96 to 99.
When you say destroyed, do you mean by following through with settlements and doing things that were antagonizing the Palestinian people, but not necessarily against what was penned in Oslo 1, which is like almost nothing?
He didn't do anything that was penned in Oslo 1. He changed the phases of redeployments. He changed the terms of Oslo, and he didn't follow through on any of the phase redeployments. Y was basically a rewriting of Hebron, and then Sharm el-Sheikh under Barak was a rewriting of Y, because none of these redeployments happened.
Wasn't it still, there was still territory that was handed over. There was still the area A, B, and C.
A little bit of Hebron, and then less than what was it? It was like 11%, but 2% of that was national park. I can't remember the exact numbers.
Yeah, and then the creation of
had to by the end.
The creation of the Palestinian Authority, the total transfer of Area A for their administration and everything. It wasn't amazing, but I mean, like, it was still, the process was like occurring. If you're, I understand. Okay, don't let me misrepresent myself. Okay, from the inception of Zionism in Palestine. Okay, Israelis love conflict because they've been able to capitalize on all of the conflict to further whatever aim they have. So when you say over and over again, Netanyahu doesn't want a two-state solution, Netanyahu didn't want peace, I don't disagree with you. Netanyahu absolutely doesn't want peace. None of the right, even the left people, arguably never wanted like a two-state solution or never wanted an independent Palestinian state. I'm not denying that. That's self-evidently true. The issue, though, is that the only way to truly change their mind on that, because Israel is a democratic country, because Israel tries to maintain some semblance of relationships with Western countries, is that the only way to pressure them is to come to the table looking like you are super actively pushing for a peaceful plan. Because once the Palestinian side does that, or any side, as has happened historically, Israel will be forced to come to the table and negotiate. But absent that, with the excuse of, well, they don't want peace, so we're just going to keep fighting. Okay, well, then you're going to keep fighting and losing. That's the whole history of your people, and that's what's going to continue indefinitely, because October 7th probably didn't get the Palestinians any closer to an independent state. It's not, and none of the violent 2014, 2008, 2008, none of these things have gotten them any closer to any good resolution for their problems. It's just giving Israel like more and more of an excuse to annex and take over and do everything else. So I don't, like, it can't be that, like, well, Oslo 1 didn't get solved in, 99 like we thought it would, so we're now the second intifada. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, how do you...
Not the order of things, but okay.
What's not the order of things?
The second intifada didn't come until after Camp David.
Yes, after Oslo 2 and the failure of the just settlement, or the failure of the resolution of Oslo, which was supposed to be an agreement that would have been either Camp David or the Taba Summit, once that failed to materialize, that's the second intifada, right? I think the second intifada was largely a response to the failure for a permanent negotiation to materialize after the Oslo period.
Part of the problem was even the Palestinian negotiators were begging the Israelis not to withdraw from Lebanon during their negotiations, because they were saying, you're going to make it look like you can violently win back territory. Please don't do this. Please focus on our negotiations.
I'm not aware of that also. I can't comment, but that wouldn't surprise me, I guess. But I still don't think that was that relevant. I think that if at any point in time from 98 to 2000, I think that if Arafat really wanted peace, I think that the pressure on Israel to make peace would have been there. I think it absolutely would have happened. I just don't think there was any will from the Palestinian leadership. I feel like that has been echoed throughout all of Arafat's life and all of the Palestinians' existence from the inception of the PLO.
I completely disagree. Shimon Peres has actively said that you couldn't get a better partner for peace than Abbas. Many people have said that Abbas is as good a partner for peace as you could ever get. Arafat did actively try for peace multiple times throughout his entire life. I'm sorry that Hamas exists and that there are, divisions in the Palestinian movement. I just think it's totally unfair to be like, Palestinians never wanted peace when you've had 29 years, with 23 of those years being Likud leadership, and you're saying that the Palestinians are the one who actively don't want peace. Well, there hasn't been a desire for peace all around.
Hold on. If we're going to intellectually, and we're going to, with nuance, analyze Netanyahu's public statements of him saying like, oh, well, I accept a two-state solution, but we're going to look at what's actually happening politically, well, then obviously, of course, Israeli prime ministers are not going to undermine Abbas, because Abbas is literally the head of the Palestinian Authority organization that was created after Oslo. Obviously, Israeli people are going to say like, oh, yeah, like he's a good partner for peace and blah, 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 because they want to keep him in a high standing with their own citizens if they make deals with them, and probably not to undermine him as much to the Palestinians. But Abbas didn't cut a deal with Olmert. I don't think he had happy opinions about Abbas failing.
He asked to go away for one day and think about it, and Olmert resigned the next day.
How many? Okay. I don't think it was just one conversation that they had, but
No, of
again,
course it
we can
wasn't.
find
The last
infinite. We can
conversation
find
was
infinite
16th of
excuses.
September.
Yeah, we can find infinite excuses for. Well, then he resigned. Well, then Clinton's presidential term ended. Well, then Ehud Barak, he'd already announced presidential. Oh, well, like if the Palestinians want to do it, they can do that. But then that's fine. There's just going to be conflict forever, and nothing's going to get solved.
It's weird how Israeli leaders keep waiting right until the end of their term to try and negotiate something, isn't it?
Well, oftentimes that might be the reason why their terms come to an end, depending on how you view mounting political pressure at home. But I mean, they've managed to pen out peace agreements with other Arab states. But I mean, like those states seem to like really be pushing at times. Like I would, based on my limited understanding, I'm not gonna say limited, based on my understanding, I would give much more credit to Sadat for peace with Egypt than I would to Begin or Dayan or anybody working in his administration. Right? I'd probably give I would give a lot of credit to the Jordanian king and the collapse of the Soviet Union for 94. Like, I don't know if I would give Israel a ton of credit. Even the Abraham Accords came as an attempt to stop Netanyahu from annexing the West Bank. Right? There's a history with how Israel negotiates. I don't know if I would give Israel credit for being like, wow, this country is so magnanimous and they're coming here. Like, it's generally been prime ministers that have had to make pretty politically tough decisions, but it's usually when Arabs have forced the terms for peace upon them with their actions. Whether it's Sadat going in front of the Knesset for the first time in fucking history, or any of these other agreements that are being cut. But if the excuse from Sadat was, oh, well, Egypt is still being, Israel's still being hostile towards us. Look at what they're still fighting with these people. Or if King Hussein was like, oh, well, look, they're still mistreating the Palestinians, and you have no peace with any of these places. I don't know. That's my take on it, but
okay.
I just don't think it can be like, if something doesn't work, it's back to the terrorisms until the next time, because all you're doing is...
I don't think there's ever an excuse for terrorism. I'm not advocating... It's what I hate. It's like, I'm not advocating for terrorism. This weird thing where you say, like, I'm suggesting that we do terrorism because I'm not saying that...
I'm not saying that you're suggesting that. I'm just saying that that's what the Palestinian modus operandi has been. Arafat started off essentially as a terrorist leader. And throughout all of his negotiations, he still seemed to embrace...
So did Begin. So did Shamir.
True, yeah. And so did, arguably, you're right, Netanyahu was in the IDF and everything, yes. Yeah, but
no,
the difference is that...
actual terrorists. He was just a member of the army.
Sure, but at the end, they seemed to be willing to make concessions and do things for peace, whereas Arafat seemed to live in this like permanent state of limbo where he never strongly pushed for anything at all. He just enjoyed the conflict.
Okay.
In my opinion, but...
I'm gonna go before I'm hated by all of the internet. But
okay.
Good luck.
I love you. Be careful.
Bye.
See, now, don't you think it would be better epistemically to just appeal to the current desires for a two-state solution, which that neither side really wants it right now, and there are just certain things that would need to have to change, rather than doing an analysis of what happened 2 decades ago. In a completely different environment that is today.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. There's a quote that I really like, though. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And I think there's like patterns that have emerged from 48 onwards for Israel that I think give some indication about what a future like settlement or negotiation would look like with them. And I feel like historically in this region, when sides have relied too heavily on military, like peace has never come about. If a side relies too heavily on diplomacy, it doesn't come about. It seems like you have to have both arms of these working in conjunction with each other. And right now, Israel is not really willing to do the negotiation part because they don't have to, because they can just point to terrorist attacks. Hamas clearly has no desire whatsoever to do the negotiation part. And I guess the issue that I have is that internationally, it feels like everybody keeps gassing up the Palestinians to keep fighting when it's just making their cause and case worse and worse and worse and worse.
It might affect that ratio of how much you need to rely on military and negotiations in order to push someone into negotiations. It's like if you were at war with a whole bunch of different parties, at some point, different parties are going to cave at different points. When you put military pressure on them, you're like, okay, fine, we need to come to the table, or we need to relax our demands. It just seems like Hamas has a very high threshold there. It's like, okay, well, we're getting destroyed, but we're going to just be in denial about it until, we're going to Black Knight it until the very end.
But I wonder if it would be different if it felt like, because I think Arab leaders have largely abandoned Palestine. I think that's been the case for a while. I think Arab citizens, it's hard because I'm not on the ground, but it feels like they kind of care, but not really that much, but enough to tweet or protest a little bit and, fuck Jews anyway from these people. But I wonder if the situation in Palestine would change dramatically if it really felt like there was a ton of external pressure from other Arab states for some sort of peace agreement to be reached. If that feeling came internationally, rather than the virtue signaling from a lot of the Arab leaders being like, oh yeah, we definitely condemn Israel as we continue to basically normalize relations in the background. I wonder if Palestinians would feel more pressure to okay, well, fuck, we can't keep fighting. We have to actually aggressively push for peace rather than find every single excuse to say, well, this guy resigned or this guy stopped talking to us or, we didn't have enough time to look at this or blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, why do people...
What? Sorry, what?
Hi. About a person threw a stone or something as the most violent event in the March of Return.
Because there's it's Finkelstein. If you ever have a question, you should never ever have a question on where did a bad fact about Palestine come from. The answer is always Finkelstein. I think I've heard him say this, and I think I've read this in Inquest into Martyrdom, where his description of the Great March of Return was a ton of people peacefully approaching the wall, and then basically Israeli Call of Duty snipers basically get out like a tally board written in Palestinian women's virgins' blood to see how many innocent 7-year-old Palestinian children they can assassinate with their 50 caliber sniper rifles for absolutely no reason than just the hatred that is radiating from their bodies for the peaceful people that are marching to escape the concentration camp-like conditions of the genocidal apartheid state that has been inflicted upon them. Sorry. But basically that,
nice. Yeah. Gotcha. Because there was like, the Palestinian side had like, they had snipers and they killed people.
Yeah, and they had Molotov cocktail balloons going over, and they had,
yeah, like
What's
there was
a
actually
Molotov cocktail balloon.
I think they're called incendiary balloons, but I think you get a balloon and you basically load it. I don't know how you make them. I don't know if I'm allowed to say how you make them. Sorry, I don't know if I should. But like, I think they found a way to basically, you would float balloons over the wall. This was a strategy for a while. You'd float balloons over the wall that were filled with shit, and when they crash into something, it would basically like kind of explode like a Molotov cocktail.
Oh. Yeah, like there was gunfire from the Palestinian side as well. It was like to frame it as if like I mean, look, relatively like if you look relatively of all the conflicts, was the March of Return like a relatively violent one? No, but that's not really saying much compared to like all the violence that has happened in these conflicts. But to classify it as like, oh yeah, the stone throwing, like that's what happened.
It might have been too. I want to say that because I only read this in the Wikipedia. I didn't actually go and read the underlying report, but there might have been a UN report as well that said that of the 200 people killed, one of them represented a threat to the IDF, and people might be resting on that too. But I didn't actually read their underlying rationale for that.
Well, if there's at least one bullet that's fired and one Molotov cocktail and one grenade, like then to say at least did that one person throw all of them? Like, because otherwise, what are you defining to be a threat? Like, if you're just are you only considering like live fire to be a threat? Are you not considering grenades or incendiaries to be a threat?
That's the issue. Yeah, the issue is that sometimes I think when international communities analyze Israel, when international communities analyze Hamas, it seems like they do a very strict application of international law. I think the Goldstone report is a really good example of this, where when they analyze Hamas, they'll say something like, there was evidence that Hamas was firing rockets or something from neighborhoods. However, we cannot make a factual determination on whether or not they intended to gain a military advantage by co-locating military and civilian objects here. So we can't really say if they were violating, international law of our conflict. So they'll say that, which on a strict reading is actually true, because you do, like if you're just fighting in neighborhoods because that's just where you happen to wind up as you're fighting, but you're not trying to use human shields, it doesn't count actually as like a violation, like a war crime or anything like that. It doesn't count as a violation of law of armed conflict. But then when they look at the Israeli side, they'll go like, but on Israel, they bombed a house, 9 people were here. We looked afterwards and we couldn't find weapons. Therefore, they're guilty of the war crimes of not obeying proportionality, explicitly targeting civilians, not like all these horrible belligerent war crimes and violation. And it's like, well, hold on, wait, where's the mens rea on the Israeli side? Like, it's very strange that they'll take a very strict application of international law when applied to Hamas and then totally abandon that and make the most dog shit international law analyses when it comes to Israel. It's ridiculous.
Another good example of that would be comparing Cast Lead and the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia. So in Cast Lead, a big thing that the NGOs and UN fact-finding mission, fact in quotations, essentially their point was that the civilian kill count is much higher because of the targeting of police members. But, unless there's either evidence that there is a systematic incorporation into the military by the police or on an individual level, they're taking up arms, that they are civilians. Now, there's a whole side debate to that with the Orient study, and I don't have to get into that because I actually do think the huge chunk of those police members actually did meet criteria for that. But anyway, with the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia, 40% of the militants killed, approximately 40%, were police. They systematically targeted police, and there was no good evidence for either of those things. Nor, when you look at the NGOs that did the reports on this, like this issue was really not even mentioned, except for one mention by Human Rights Watch, and they just say like they assumed them to be paramilitary.
Sure.
That was it.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? Like there was a whole analysis with the UN about like whether they were systematically incorporated in the police. There was a whole debate, like, and they basically no, there's no evidence. That they stuck to their ground and be like, the human rights was like, oh no, we assume it's paramilitary for NATO bombing Yugoslavia, so they're they're militants. Like,
Yeah.
What? They just did a cast lead job.
Yeah. I can't think of it. I don't know why I can't explain the disparate treatment. It's really stupid. I don't want to go to the anti-Semitic thing. I'm sure there are like better things in terms of like just because Israel is a strong power, because it's a Western country, because they've got Western backing, and the Palestinians are such an obvious.
NATO.
What?
This is NATO. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. I'm thinking of like why the disparate treatment of the analyses of like Israeli stuff. It just seems like so wild compared to like everything.
It's Western, but NATO's also Western. So you'd have to like find a difference between NATO and Israel.
Oh sure.
Because they also hold NATO to a different standard than Israel.
Well, maybe because because for like the bombing of like this, like for the Serbs in Bosnia and shit, like that was obviously like a genocide going on, and everything, right? So maybe people felt like the mission was more righteous because of that.
It's possible. I mean, but also like, isn't Israel also being accused of it?
Oh wait, that was Kosovo. Am I mixing up things? Isn't Israel?
This was NATO bombing of Kosovo and Serbia, and some areas in Montenegro.
I don't think the Serbs were being accused of committing a genocide against Kosovo. The idea was that they were going to if they weren't stopped, right?
Yeah, so if they had the view that there would be a genocide, that if they didn't stop, then people accuse Israel of that all the time. Like, oh, if we don't stop Israel, they'll commit a genocide. They're accusing them of it right now. So that might not be a difference. I don't know.
Do people want to bomb Israel? Like, well, I guess some of them do, right?
Well, hey.
Well, wait, who? Do you mean civilians, leaders, countries? I don't think
the point is, well, look, the breaker, the symmetry breaker here that was being invoked was that, like, okay, well, maybe it's a more righteous cause, so we can hold NATO to a more lenient standard because they're preventing a genocide. But then the question would just be, oh, okay, so I see. It's like, okay, I mean, maybe that's true, but like, I don't know. Couldn't Israel just say the same thing then? Like, hey, if we don't like suppress Hamas, like we'll just get more October 7th and we'll get a genocide.
Yeah, but then people just compare the numbers on both sides, so they don't care.
Like, yeah, it seems, I don't know, it seems weak. It's like, because whatever excuse that you can draw for NATO, at least like preventing a genocide, like, I don't know why Israel couldn't say the same thing, especially if like their opponent is vowing to do October 7th again and again, and they already did it.
Well, the people who call Israel like what they're doing right now a genocide are the same people who probably think that NATO shouldn't have bombed Yugoslavia over Kosovo, even though like the number of Kosovars who were being displaced was literally like almost 1 million. It was like 800,000. So, like if they won't want it there, then they won't want it here, right?
So that's true, but we're asking it with respect to like the NGOs and stuff. So like the people who are in charge of because the whole thing is like the NGOs seem to hold Israel to a different standard than NATO bombing of Yugoslavia, because there was like a whole big thing with the police, with Israel, and like they didn't budge on a dime, not one of them, and so the civilians killed jacked up, the militants killed went down by the same amount, and then like when it came to the militants killed in NATO bombing of Yugoslavia, the police force, there was even a higher proportion of the police force that was killed in the militants in Yugoslavia. It's almost 40%. They systematically targeted them. It's just, and they did more of a cast lead job than cast lead. And I only found one NGO that even addressed it, and they just basically said, they said, oh, assume it's paramilitary. Like, what? Like,
reading these, God, fuck, I'm just Googling, bro. Norm lives in like shitty quotes. Like, does he, fuck, I'm trying to be personal. I'm sorry. One argument that I've made a lot when I'm talking to somebody who's knowledgeable is I feel like if you're knowledgeable on a topic, you read information, you assimilate it in your brain, and then you create like these cohesive conceptual understandings of things, and you speak like that. I feel like I read so many articles by Norm where he's literally like a quote machine. I Googled something about that because I'm trying to find those statements he made on the March of Return. I found the video on it, but then there's another article that he'd written for, and he also does like a great assist. He repeats a lot of these quotes all the time. It was an article that he'd written for The Intercept after the March of Return, and he's like, Well, he always uses these same talking points. Now let's return to Gaza. What are the facts about Gaza? Well,
And
number
I don't
one,
quarrel with facts.
yeah, I only do the facts. Number one, beginning in 2012, the UN, very staid, dull-witted, but competent bureaucrats, began issuing reports. The first one was in the form of the interrogative. It said, "Will Gaza be livable in 2020?" Then in 2015, another report was issued by UNCTAD, one of the premier UN agencies, and they switched from the interrogative to the declarative. They said Gaza, on its current trajectory, will not be livable in 2020. Then in 2017, a senior UN official, again, very conservative, proper bureaucrat, said, "It seems like our forecasts have been optimistic. Sanguine," he said, "Gaza has crossed the threshold of unlivability a long time ago." We're not talking about poetry. We're not talking about hyperbole. We're talking about the assessment, the verdict of very conservative but professional and competent UN bureaucrats. Gaza is in an unlivable space. This was 6 years ago, by the way. What does that mean concretely? Now, I like how he says this, but what does that mean concretely? Oh, is he about to break down like how it's like unlivable, like are people dying or whatever? And then he says, well, let's take one indicator. 97% of Gaza's water is contaminated. It's unfit for human consumption. Well, what does that mean? Oh, okay, well, at least he's going to tell us what that means. Well, let's take the opinion of Sarah Roy, who is the world's leading authority on Gaza's economy. Very bright woman, very decent woman. I know it's not relevant, but I'll mention it. Both of her parents were in Auschwitz concentration camp, so consider her language. She said, innocent people, most of them children, because Gaza is overwhelmingly majority children, 51% children, are daily being poisoned. And that's a fact. And people don't want to hear it. They get all squeamish. Why are you talking about concentration camps? Why are you talking about poisoning? Well, hey, don't blame the messenger for the bad news. Concentration camp? That's Baruch Kimmerling, the one guy that we looked at the quote of. Poisoned 1 million children. There are 1 million children in Gaza that are being poisoned. Israel poisoning 1 million children. So now let's get back to the question. Calling things by their proper names. Are the people of Gaza trying to breach a border fence? No. The people of Gaza are trying to breach an unlivable space in which the population is daily being poisoned. Those are the facts. And we shouldn't recoil from those facts. Like what? Jesus Christ. Ugh.
I really do want you to read the part of his book that he basically says the rockets are just fireworks in Method and Madness. Do you have that book?
I don't, but I think he reincorporates a lot of his work into the Inquest into Martyrdom. He might use the... Let me check. In Inquest into Martyrdom, early on page 15, he says... because Norm's favorite historian to quote is himself, by the way. Of course, if Gaza, quote, would just sink into the sea, end quote, from Nobel Peace Prize laureate Yitzhak Rabin. I like that quote too, because we looked up the source of that quote too, and Rabin is just talking about the frustrations of dealing with like the Palestinian problem, but it's so incredibly intractable and difficult. And he's like, if only it would just sink into the sea. But he uses this as a justification that even Rabin wanted to murder all of the Palestinians, because fuck God, oh God. Or if it unilaterally surrendered its destiny to Israel caprice, Israel wouldn't brutalize it. But short of these options, Gaza could only exercise as much, that is, as little agency, as is allocated to any people held in bondage. The notion that enhanced fireworks emanating from an anthill could, in and of themselves, inflect state policy in one of the world's most formidable military powers is laughable. Or would be, were it not for that power's formidable disinformation apparatus. So that's one. I think he makes 4 other references to fireworks in his book. One sec. Here's another one. The official Israeli post-mortem on Protective Edge alleged that several residential communities on the border with the Gaza Strip were battered by rocket and mortar fire. Yet, even allowing that a certain percentage landed in open areas, how could the thousands upon thousands of Hamas rockets have inflicted so little damage? How could only one Israeli house have been destroyed and 11 others hit or damaged by a mega barrage of rockets? The obvious and most plausible answer was that the preponderance of these so-called rockets amounted to enhanced fireworks or bottle rockets.
Yeah, that's the term he uses, enhanced fireworks. He uses that in Method of Madness also, yeah.
Yeah.
He develops the argument, but I think he just develops the argument for why he thinks they're just enhanced fireworks and just Method of Madness. I sent it to you in DMs. It's on page. Let's see. I think it's 127. Method of Madness.
Wait, give me 1 second.
Yeah, it starts on. Yeah. see where I put it. Yeah, 127. Although Israel reveled in the success.
Hold on one sec. Let me just talk to each other for a minute, okay?
Oh, what's going on?
No.
Okay, no.
Fuck you.
Oh, I was going to chime in on where exactly you think the big sticking point was for Palestinians in the peace process, because it seems to vary depending on what. It feels like for a while you were fixed on refugees, but now it seems like we're less sure.
Or, I mean, I feel like it's always the issue is that here's the problem. This is a very macro level take. Is I feel like Palestinian leadership has never had a coherent, like, this is what we want and this is what we're going to like negotiate towards and we're going to try to figure this out. I feel like that's never been crystallized on their end and they haven't been able to go into negotiations with that crystallization and then kind of like push in a way to make whatever agreements with Israel. It feels like on their end, it's always been relatively amorphous because the leadership is trying to maintain political popularity or political cohesion within the Palestinian people, and they don't want to divide anybody or piss anybody off. That's what it feels like.
So they just kind of like say no for one reason or another, but there's not really any particular issue that they just can't solve, like Jerusalem or refugees or fucking borders.
Yeah, or it feels like when they go into negotiations, it feels like on the Israeli side, it's like, okay, well, we could give this, we could do this, well, we want to figure out this, or blah, blah, blah. And then on the Palestinian side, it just feels like over and over again, it's like, okay, well, I see you guys are willing to do that. Like, we'll get back to you, and like, maybe we'll see this, and like, oh, maybe we'll get back to you, and blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't ever feel like there's like a crystallized, like 100%, like this is what the push is for on the Palestinian side. It feels like that like never materialized. At least under Arafat. I don't know, maybe under Abbas, I'm not sure.
Because I noticed you and Joe are arguing about like what exactly does it mean to recognize the right of return but to not do it. I'll give you a poll from 2003. The thing is that you do actually get that kind of like mixed opinion from Palestinians where they'll say like 90+% of them will say that right of return is a sacred right and it has to be fulfilled and we have the right to return to Palestine. But if you look at different groups like Jordanian refugees or the ones in Lebanon or the ones in Gaza and the West Bank, very few of them actually say that they're going to go to Israel as their right of return, because technically right of return can mean literally 194 back to your home, or it can mean return to Palestine. And ones who maybe kicked out of kicked out of Haifa, or they left Haifa, and then they want to go back, well, they can go back to Gaza or the West Bank and say that they're back in Palestine.
Yeah, but I think the issue is Israel, after Taba and I think Olmert in 2008 also agreed. I think Israel said, like, listen, you guys can have as many people as you want going back to Palestine. We might accept a few into Israel and we'll make an international fund to compensate you. But I think for instance, after Taba, I think they explicitly said, we're not giving up ever our historic right to return. We're not giving that up. Nobody's done that before. And we're not going to be the first.
And I'd imagine if it's like the response to the Clinton parameters, they'll also say like, we're never giving up the right, but we're willing to be flexible. And with the implementation, we recognize Israel's demographic concerns, but we're never giving up the right.
That kind of flies into like that. Well, what are you actually?
Yeah, because I will say, I'll give you another poll as well. This is from because Palestinians and Israelis were both polled on like the Clinton parameter framework from like 2003 until 2010, like every year basically. And they're asked, like, it's broken up. And so, like, how do you feel about the Clinton parameters when it comes to borders? How do you think it comes down to refugees, Jerusalem, security, demilitarized state? And it seems to be that Palestinians they don't tend to have a majority favorable opinion of the refugees thing. Usually it's at like 40-45%. Sometimes it's lower depending on what's happening. But it seems to be that the consistent thing that they definitely don't like is the demilitarized state. That's the one that constantly gets below 30% in the polls.
Do you really think so? Well,
yeah. Well, this is this is from PSR, so it's like
this is something that I've been softer on. I don't care as much about. I don't know if I care as much about polls because I think I read a convincing argument. I kind of agree that like a civilian population might think a certain thing, but when something like novel or revolutionary comes before them, that political conditions and social conditions on the ground can change very, very, very fast. So, like, for instance, a huge sticking point for Israelis might be like the old city of Jerusalem or some shit, or they might say that like we want a unified East Jerusalem. We're never giving up an inch of this to Palestinians, okay? But if it was the case that tomorrow, like Hamas disbanded, all the hostages were freed or whatever, and like the PA came to Israel and they negotiated something similar to like say like at the end of Taba Summit, where they're like, listen, we're gonna cut East Jerusalem on ethnic lines and allow the Palestinians to stay here, but we have a peace plan. All the PLO, the PA, everybody's on board with this and we're ready to sign it and we'll do it tomorrow. I think that the opinion on the ground, I think, would change very quickly. There'd be a bit of upheaval, but I think like if something like that was ironed out, I think people would be like, oh, you know what? Fuck it. Okay. And I think that public opinion would change to match. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, that's probably true. But I think also when you have polling data like that, that's kind of consistent over a period of, I guess in this case, it's 7 years. But I think that's kind of like confirming what I would say is that like, I think in exchange for a state, people in Gaza and the West Bank would absolutely cede right of return. They would not give a fuck because it's not them, right?
Sure.
And the refugees just sadly have less say. And even the refugees, if they were said like, you can go and live in the West Bank and get full citizenship. If you're a refugee living in Lebanon, like you're not going to say no to that. Like what the fuck? If they get that as a whole.
Sure.
Oh shit. Why are you coming on my phone? Jesus.
Why wouldn't I come on your phone?
Don't ask. Not in front of the chat.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. Let me close this. You said methods and madness.
Yeah, I sent it in your DM.
Oh, shit, hold on.
The PDF. He starts it on page 127. He starts developing the enhanced fireworks argument.
Oh. Him actually developing an argument instead of just like quoting the headline from a news story. I'm excited.
Well, I mean,
you said wait, don't spoil. No spoiler. Okay, you said on page 127.
Yeah, 127 it starts. So.
Wait, why the fuck does the browser version of Kindle not give me page numbers? You really gonna do this to me?
Can you control F? Are you able to do that?
Yeah. Okay. Give me the sentence.
Although Israel reveled in the success of its newly deployed Iron Dome anti-missile defense system.
Got it. All right. The armed resistance Hamas put up during the 8-day Israeli assault was largely symbolic. Although Israel reveled in the success of its newly deployed Iron Dome anti-missile defense system, it almost certainly did not save many, perhaps not any, lives. During cast led some 925 quote-unquote rockets and an additional number of mortar shells. Landing in Israel killed 3 Israeli civilians, while during Pillar of Defense, some 850 quote-unquote rockets and an additional number of mortar shells. Landing in Israel killed 4 Israeli civilians. It is unlikely that, in the main, and allowing for the aberration, Hamas used more sophisticated weapons during Pillar of Defense. Through its army of informers and its state-of-the-art aerial surveillance, Israel would have been privy to any large quantities of technically sophisticated Hamas weapons and would have destroyed these stashes before or during the first day of the attack. It is also improbable that Netanyahu would have risked an attack just on the eve of an election if Hamas possessed weapons capable of inflicting significant civilian casualties. A handful of Hamas projectiles did reach deeper inside Israel than previously, but these lacked explosives. An Israeli official derisively dismissed them as pipes, basically. If Israel ballyhoed Iron Dome, I don't even know what that word means, it was because its purported effectiveness was the only achievement to which Israel could point in the final reckoning. The last act of Pillar defense came when Israel hit up against a tactical dead end. On the one hand, it had struck all pre-planned military targets, but on the other, it couldn't directly target the civilian population. Hamas had successfully adapted Hezbollah's strategy of continually firing its projectiles, the psychological upshot of which was that Israel couldn't declare its deterrence capacity had been restored, forcing on it a ground invasion to stop the projectile attacks. Israel could not, however, launch such an invasion without suffering heavy combatant losses, unless it blasted everyone and everything in and out of sight as it cleared a path into Gaza. But because of the novel circumstances, the regional realignment after the Arab Spring, in Turkey under Erdogan, the threat of a mega goldstone, as an Israeli commentator put it, the presence of a foreign press corps embedded not in the IDF, but among the people of Gaza, Israel couldn't launch a... What?
I'll pause you there because his argument gets further, stops being developed now and restarts being developed 20 pages later.
Israel couldn't launch a murderous cast-lead style ground invasion. It was caught between the proverbial rock and a hard place. Nice.
So his argument picks up, if you control F, the notion that Hamas fired thousands of rockets at Israel. It's on page 145, but you don't have pages.
So if the notion that Hamas fired thousands of rockets at Israel.
Let's see. The notion.
Mm-hmm. The notion that Hamas fired.
Yeah, I see.
Got it.
In broad strokes, then, and allowing for the occasional exception, the picture prior to Protective Edge was this. Hamas had no rockets in its armory, no allies from whom to acquire them, no way to smuggle them in, and no wherewithal to manufacture them. The notion that Hamas fired thousands of rockets at Israel and had thousands more still hidden away, while it was the miracle of the Iron Dome that spared Israel from devastation, is almost certainly a fiction. Dismissing Israel's Iron Dome hoopla, MIT missile defense expert Theodore Postel estimated that fewer than 10% of Iron Dome's intercepts were successful, and he ascribed the fewness of Israel's civilian casualties to its sophisticated civil defense system and the smallness of the warheads on Hamas rockets, 10 to 20 pound range. But this hypothesis...
Citation 29. Now, if you go to 29, you'd expect to find Theodore Postel there, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Wait, that is him, right?
No, it's not.
Wait, are you sure?
Go to citation 29, because, like, look, any normal person reading this, you go to citation 29, oh, that should totally be Theodore Postel's work then. The MIT guy you're citing for this.
Wait, it is. Is your book flawed?
Wait, 29... Yeah, 29 is Matthew Kalman. Israel set war plan more than a year ago. San Francisco Chronicle.
Are you using a Kindle or something else?
Oh, I'm using another one. Hold on, never mind.
Yeah, because citation 29 here does go to Theodore Postel.
Oh, it's the one on Kindle. Oh, the one on Kindle's so much better then. Okay, my thing is messed up. Never mind. That actually is. Okay, so that is his argument. But notice that. But actually, go to Theodore Postel then.
Wait, no to what?
Go to what he's. Theodore Postel. Complete the argument, and then we'll go through the whole thing.
Sure. Hold on. I opened the Theodore article.
Okay, good.
Back to here. Let's see. But this hypothesis would not yet account for the minimal infrastructural damage Israel witnessed. If Iron Dome did not disable 3,500 of the 3,900 incoming Hamas rockets, wouldn't total property damage from even small warheads exceed 15 million? The only plausible explanation is that Hamas rockets consisted overwhelmingly of enhanced fireworks. Initially, Israel grossly inflated the threat posed by Hamas's projectiles to justify its campaign of terror bombing. However, its pretext backfired when the projectiles kept coming and, among other things, Israel's tourism industry took a big hit. When a Hamas projectile landed in the vicinity of Ben Gurion Airport, prompting international airlines to suspend flights to Israel, former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg obligingly flew over in order to reassure prospective travelers. But if all was well in Israel because of Iron Dome, then why was Israel pulverizing Gaza? Not missing a beat, Israel conjured a new rationale, quickly aped by credulous and apologetic journalists, Hamas's terror tunnels, which exist solely to annihilate our civilians and to kill our children. But this pretext also backfired when Israel evacuees recoiled at the prospect of returning to their border communities, so some Israelis eventually conceded that the targets of Hamas fighters infiltrating via tunnels were Israeli soldiers, not civilians, spewing forth one lie after another. Israel kept catching itself in the tangled web of its deceits.
He completed the argument. So, I mean, his argument is twofold. So the first part is that, okay, look, if you take a look at cast lead before Iron Dome, if you look at the number of rockets fired and you look at the number of casualties, of deaths from rockets fired, if you look at that ratio, and then you look at Protective Edge after Iron Dome, and you do the same ratio, it's basically the same. You know, so it's indicating like it basically made no difference.
What made no difference? For his
Iron Dome.
Okay.
Because he's saying before and pre-Iron Dome and post-Iron Dome. So what he does to get the pre-Iron Dome ratio is he just looks at the cast lead time frame, which is like, you know, both of these time frames are like a month or like 3 weeks. One is 3 weeks, the other is like a month and change. So then he goes to Protective, and he compares that to Protective Edge, rockets fired to deaths from rockets, and he says, okay, well the ratios are about, you know, they're roughly around the same. They're like 300 rockets per death or something like that. So like, okay, well doesn't that mean the Iron Dome didn't do anything? Then he says, okay, and now I'm also going to cite Theodore Postel from MIT, who basically says like he's disputing. He says only 10% of the interceptions were successful. But when you actually read, so there's a couple of things here. So okay, so then Theodore Postel attributes the issues with economic damage. Now Finkelstein doesn't even agree with Theodore Postal here. He's like, okay, no, he's wrong about that too. It wasn't economic damage because he wants to maintain that they don't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a couple things. So first off, just pulling cast lead and protective edge out is basically the same sort of move that like a global warming denier does when they just put two snippets of a chart out of the entire temperature CO2 relationship. It's like, oh look, here's an area where like CO2 goes up and temperature goes down. No, you want to look at the entire data set is what you want to do.
Sure.
If you're going to compare pre-Iron Dome and post-Iron Dome, like look at all the numbers. Don't just like pick out two periods of time which lasted like a month out of decades pre and post.
Mm-hmm.
And then also was in like the height of a combat when civilians would be more alert and more ready to take shelter.
Yeah, that makes sense, especially because a lot of these rockets they don't have like the damage to actually like, if you're in your house and one of these rockets hit a house, you're probably not going to die, right? It just kind of blows up your roof or whatever.
I mean, it can kill you. But they have these so they have these designated areas where they can go into like not just a house, but a designated area that's more protected from a rocket, where you're even safer. So they like a shelter.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a bomb shelter. So the point is like during these active conflicts, rather than periods of relative lows, the civilians are at a more heightened state of alert and are more ready to do that. And so, yeah, I mean, there were very few deaths during cast lead and protective edge from rocket attacks. That's true. It was a month. One was 3 weeks and change, one was a month and change, and B, like, yeah, that's active combat. The vast majority of the deaths had nothing to do with cast lead or protective edge.
Yeah. And actually, now that I think about it, I think in protective edge, I think a lot of those villages near the Gaza Strip, weren't they literally fleeing? I think like people actually fled some of those villages that were close to the Gaza Strip in fear.
There's commonly displacement also.
Mm-hmm.
There's displacement near. Look, there's still displacement in the current conflict as well. Those areas are all like. There's like I don't know how many. There's like hundreds of thousands of Israeli civilians that are just still internally displaced because they don't want to be near the areas where the rockets are. So yeah, there's all these factors during these active combats where it's like, okay, civilians are doing over and above measures to protect themselves from rockets, and you're just selecting those periods of time where that's not going to happen. But the main point here is when you actually do, and today I just corrected those numbers and expanded the data set. So here's my new tweet on that with the full data set. So I did it. I looked at all the year from 2001 to the current to January 2024. I'll DM that to you.
Uh-huh.
I sent it. And when you actually look at the full data set, you get the total pre-Iron Dome rockets to rocket deaths. The ratio is 243, so around 243 rockets per rocket death. And then post-Iron Dome, it's 643. So it's about a 265% increase in the number of rockets required to kill a civilian post-Iron Dome. And also, Iron Dome is improving over time, and we'll get to the Theodore Postal point on that.
Yeah.
So the technology is not just like Iron Dome deployed, same technology throughout. Like, no, like as time goes on, like the Iron Dome gets upgraded.
Mm-hmm. Also, I would like to point out too that the rockets coming from Gaza have been upgraded as well.
They're also upgraded. That's true as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Although the Iron Dome is getting upgraded more than the numbers pan out to the Iron Dome being upgraded more than the rockets are.
Sure. Yeah.
So like if you look at 2015, because remember Theodore Postal's pointed out some issues with the Iron Dome in 2014. So 2015 and above, the ratio was 703, so 300% in the number of rockets compared to the pre-Iron Dome levels. And then for the current conflict, it's actually 800, so 330% increase.
Uh-huh.
So what was the whole Theodore Postal thing that Finkelstein was citing? Well, the Postal point was, he says 10% were only 10% were successful interceptions. However, if you actually read what Finkelstein is citing, Postal is defining a successful interception as it has to be a head-on geometric collision that destroys the warhead. So if it's not a head-on collision, if it just hits the tailpipe, even if it's aimed at a city and it ends up landing in a field, Postal does not consider that a successful interception,
even if that just like that could save 10 lives or whatever. Like, and now zero died because it landed in the field instead. He would consider that not a successful interception. Now, maybe, I mean, so again, it's the buzzword thing, denotation, connotation. It's like, okay, well, when you define it that way, sure, but that's not what we care about. Like, surely that's better. Like, sure, if we want to improve the system, fine, hit it head on, destroy the warhead, don't land it anywhere, even in an open field. But that point may work if, like, Hamas is launching rockets randomly at a random direction toward Israel, but they're not. They're not playing spin the bottle with the rocket. Like, they're aiming it at cities. They're aiming it at densely populated populations. Yeah, they're not precision guided, but it's clear where they want to hit, or where they're at least trying to. And so, yeah, if you have an Iron Dome system that hits the tailpipe of a rocket instead of a head-on geometric collision, like, oh, fine, do that. Let it not reach the city.
Yeah,
So-
interesting. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's citing things like it's almost like it's a reliance on people not like actually going and reading the things he's citing, because it's like once you read that and be like, okay, well, if that's how you're defining it, it's like, okay, that really doesn't support your point. And the numbers don't either. Like, the numbers just, and I think he's the only quote unquote academic who still argues this point. I think like everyone else, I'm not sure if there's anyone else who hasn't gone silent about this, because there used to be critiques of the Iron Dome. And they all have sort of fallen silent. I think Finkelstein is like the only one who hasn't at this point.
Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. I'm just reading through this thing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like he needs to maintain that belief that like rockets are harmless, like rockets are good, rockets, fireworks, symbolic, yay. Which is an insane belief. Like, this is just wild.
Jesus. I don't know if we'll get into Iron Dome interception, but yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If you do, like, yeah, just have that data ready.
Okay. Are there any other? Do you think are there any other broad points or anything you think we should keep in mind, or narrow points, I guess?
Narrow points. I mean, relative risk. Try not to play into civilian casualty ratio if you know about relative risk. I know it's annoying to explain that to people, but I don't think you're explaining it to someone like Jank, who who's become just an unhinged lunatic lately. Because he's going to try to pin you in terms of, like, he does this a lot. He's like, oh, well, Israel should be like this 1,000 times over because look how many more civilians they killed. Like, he always does that. He always does that move. And that whole thing needs to be shut down. Like, that's like, okay, well, that's only true if someone is committed to, like, their criteria for this is like, you've killed this number of civilians, like in all contexts.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, no, that's just a 5-year-old analysis.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Yeah, so that, and then just, yeah, just make sure he actually addresses and answers your questions, which is easy to do because he's a slow talker.
Yeah, and I've got time to sit and take notes and like rewrite, over and over again now.
Yeah, and just like keep pinning him because he's like really weaselly with some things, especially when he doesn't want to answer a question. He'll like give some vaguely related answer that doesn't actually answer the question. Well, here's the like. Well, do you support Israel's use of the Iron Dome? Well, here are the facts. The facts are that the Iron Dome was deployed in this date, and this one, just like, and they'll go on just like, wait a minute. Like he does, and he won't do it on something like that because he probably wouldn't have a problem answering that question. But when he doesn't like to answer a question, he does that move. Like, he's really slimy there.
Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah.
Yeah, pin him down. Okay. Anything from you, Loner?
Oh no, I was just miles away. Sorry.
When is the debate happening? It's happening tomorrow?
Day after tomorrow.
All right. Well, good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Later.
I was just gonna mention too. I don't know if I know you were talking about how Finkelstein was kept appealing to those 3 quotes when it comes to concentration camp. You were watching that video with Mark Hill, and Mark Hill actually calls him out and asks him about those 3 quotes and how would he describe it himself instead of appealing to those 3 quotes. If you keep watching the video, you'll see his response. Just thought you'd find that interesting.
Oh, okay. I'll watch. Thanks. Bye.
AULD. And one of the things he accused Captain Old of having done was, anybody familiar with, for example, the Warsaw Ghetto, will know that even amidst the most extreme despondence and poverty, there's always a class of people who manage to figure out how to make do and live it up. In the Warsaw Ghetto,
That's an important distinction to make. You're not saying that it's inaccurate that there are people who are living lavishly. You're saying that represents a small slice of the Gazan population.
yes, enter concentration camp.
Yes.
Okay. And now you're going to find a memorandum from March 2004. And if you scroll down to number 12, paragraph 12, you're going to see Gira Island. And how does he describe Gaza?
Concentration camp.
A huge concentration camp.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Hughes, here is my question to you. Gira Island was the head of Israel's National Security Council. He said the epidemics in the south of Gaza are a good thing. He said that we have to keep up, even when the international community starts showing pictures of those incubators with babies dying in it. This is Gira Island. So obviously,
he's not war dove, and he's not an anti-Zionist.
Right, he's not in my camp. He said that. Do you think that Mr. Island has an agenda like Norman Finkelstein? Mr. Island is a completely bestial, knowledgeable but bestial character in the past few weeks. Hughes, roughly the same. Ecuador, Gaza.
Right.
Why is it that Mr. like Gaza, where people went to the mall, they had burgers and fries at McDonald's, and every once in a while they went on a European vacation? It's an interesting thing since nobody can go out of Gaza.
Right. And there's no airport. It's a fascinating argument.
How that occurred. Let me take one last person. Israel's leading authority, probably the leading authority in the world on life in Gaza. Sarah Roy is the leading authority on the economics of Gaza. I think I can claim, it's a tiny distinction like the tallest building in Wichita, Kansas, but I can claim to have the most knowledge of the political history of Gaza. But the person with life experience and a citizen to this woman, daughter of survivors of the Nazi Holocaust, whether concealed or openly, justify any suffering that does not reach the climax, which we the Jews define, meaning she's against those who say, it's not the Holocaust. It's terrible, it's awful, but it's not the Holocaust.
Right.
And so a life of depression, a life of contaminated water and soil, and dependence on ever-dwindling charity. And that is even without the military bombings and incursions, the mowing of the lawn, which we'll get to in a moment.
Absolutely.
Bergen-Belsen, as a prisoner's camp, and thereafter as a concentration camp and extermination camp for Jews, it was dismantled after about 4 years of existence with the defeat of the Third Reich. The concentration camp that is Gaza has existed under I have to be careful with the words. The concentration camp that is Gaza has existed under ever harsher conditions for almost 3 decades. Contrary to Israeli propaganda, it was created, assuming good faith by Coleman Hughes, and he's not just pandering to his subscribers. Assuming good faith, I would want to know, why would Gira Island call it a huge concentration camp? Why would Baruch Kimmerlin call it...
Bro, it takes this guy forever to make a point.
Or play devil's advocate. Is that
he does.
One?
Amira has called a giant concentration camp. That just genuinely perplexes me.
But let's what I don't want them to do, what one could argue, if I were to play devil's advocate, is that well, 2 things. One, you're appealing to authority, and you're appealing to the expertise and analysis of people who you otherwise would be dismissive of. But also that they could just be wrong.
Oh shit! What a great point. I love the smart guy. I think I super disagree with him over a lot of this stuff. But what a smart dude. Good question. Okay.
If we don't appeal to authority, and if we don't, instead we actually dissect the argument itself, what are the conditions that must be in place to satisfy the conditions of being a concentration camp? And then the subsequent question would be, does Gaza meet that standard? And the reason why I ask this is not to just engage in kind of philosophical exercise, although I think for me it'd be worth it just on its own, but because this is a consistent debate and challenge that we see emerge in the Palestinian movement. And the pro-Palestinian movement is, if we say that Israel is an apartheid state, people will say, no, it's nothing like South Africa. If people say, well, it's a genocide, people will say, well, look, the population is growing and it's nothing like it's nothing like Cambodia. It's nothing like Uganda at times. It's nothing like Congo. It's in fact, just any place where our recently deceased former Secretary of State has been, you probably fill in the blank there. It's not like any of those places, but instead, it's different. And that by using the language of concentration camp, we're smuggling in an agenda, and a very specific one, though, right? Not just an agenda, but a specific one, right? Which is to demonize the Jewish state, which is to frame them as Nazis, part 2, which is to ignore the complexities of the region. So I would say, first, what makes
one of the things I say, if you want to, if you really want to have an understanding of any topic, you should be able to argue both sides pretty well, ideally better than anybody you argue with. His steelman here for the opposition is very good. This is an incredibly accurate steelman. And he hits it on multiple points too. He's steelmanning not just the factual claim of like, well, you know, is it actually a concentration camp? What even amounts to a concentration camp? He's also steelmanning I guess the contextual disagreements or the moral baggage that people are accusing of being smuggled in as well with the concentration camp word. So it's good. It's a good steelman.
these double barrel questions. Forgive me, but I have to do this. I really get this type of space with you.
If you look at 10,000 videos with me now on YouTube, so if you want to say something interesting, then you have to ask me the tough questions.
Fair enough.
I'll just be repeating myself.
Right, which is not interesting, right? So then the question becomes, right, what makes a concentration camp a concentration camp? Outside of someone else saying, I think it's a concentration camp, because we certainly wouldn't agree. If they disagree, we wouldn't be appealing to them. And then the second question is, which is in some sense a praxis-driven question, is what are we afforded and what do we lose when we draw that type of comparison, whether it's apartheid, whether it's concentration camp, whether it's genocide, whether it's ethnic cleansing, these types of...
I love that he... I like that that's so interesting. His question there is he breaks it down actually in the same two important components that I do on all of these as well. So like whenever I'm asking on any section here about the types of words we use, oh shit, where is it? Oh, here, apartheid, genocide, refugee camp, right? There's like two parts to like how we utilize a word. One is like on the factual ground, and then the second is, he says praxis, he's a fucking Marxist, but it's the factual part and it's also the ethical part. Like, what is the factual significance of what we're talking about? What is the moral significance of what we're talking about when we utilize the terminology in this way? So he's looking at both ends too, which is good.
If they disagree, we wouldn't be appealing to them. And then the second question is, which is in some sense a praxis-driven question, is what are we afforded and what do we lose when we draw that type of comparison, whether it's apartheid, whether it's concentration camp, whether it's genocide, whether it's ethnic cleansing, these types of, whether it's pogrom, what do we get for that?
Okay, very good questions. And I'm glad you're playing what's a critical role in trying to achieve truth, which is playing the role of the devil's advocate.
Yeah.
When we want to figure out whether what's happening, say, in Gaza is a genocide, you can look at a dictionary, but then it's one person's definition, one person's interpretation of the definition versus another. So what is normally done? You'll know because you've done it. You call in experts.
Oh, God, no. Please tell me he's going to engage with it. Norm, does Norm not consider himself an expert? I'm so curious. Like, because I call him a pop historian to be mean. Does he not consider himself an expert on the matters of Israel-Palestine, even though he's dedicated decades of his life, at least 20 years, to the study, at least 30 years, to the study of this conflict? Could you imagine if I brought on Benny Morris? Like, Benny, tell me what you think about this or that. And he's like, well, Avi Schleim says this. Well, actually, yeah, I'm going to quote this book here. And, well, if you look at this New York Times article here, and it's like, Benny, you're a fucking historian. No, tell me what you think. What is your research told you? Tell me in your words. Why the fuck are you quoting other people? You're a historian. Tell me. Like, you tell me from your own mouth.
People who claim a certain professional expertise in genocide to parse the term, its legal term, and whether it applies in the case of, say, the present moment, Gaza. The second thing we look for when we evaluate evidence, it's what's called in law, evidence against interest. If you said, I didn't kill my wife, okay, that's not going to carry the day if you're being accused of murder. However, if you said, I did kill my wife, as a matter of fact, I'm very happy.
Hold on. He's being provided the opportunity to explain why he believes a particular thing that, hitherto he's only given quotations of. And now his defense is going to be, well, if we were to try to figure out what's true, we would just quote experts and look for conflict of interest? There's no way that he actually thinks that those are the only two things you need to do to understand something. I cut him off, so maybe he'll give a better explanation. That would be astounding.
One person's interpretation of the definition versus another. So what is normally done? You'll know because you've done it. You call in experts, people who claim a certain professional expertise in genocide to parse the term, its legal term, and whether it applies in the case of, say, the present moment, Gaza. The second thing we look for when we evaluate evidence, it's what's called in law, evidence against interest. If you said, I didn't kill my wife, okay, that's not going to carry the day if you're being accused of murder. However, if you said, I did kill my wife, as a matter of fact, I'm very happy I did. Well, it's possible that you're legally insane, and that's why you said it. But that's evidence against interest. And therefore, it carries much more weight in a court of law and a court of public opinion. So what did I do when I gave my three examples? Right. I can pull off the shelf right now a definition of concentration camp, as many people have done in the course of...
I don't even know if that's necessarily true. The presumption is innocence for anybody in criminal court, obviously, because you're in court. Obviously, you're innocent. If you were guilty and you plead guilty, you don't go to court. So if you say, I'm innocent, it's not because you're biased towards yourself that the court discredits your opinion. It's not that you have an interest against the court. It's that you're presumed innocent. Of course, by virtue of going to court, every single utterance, every motion, every witness you call, every single thing is you saying, I'm innocent, here's why. I'm innocent, here's why. If you say, I'm guilty, well, then of course you're guilty. Then you pled guilty. Your presumption of innocence is gone and you're just guilty. It's like he's saying that, like, well, if a friend testifies against me, that evidence is stronger than if an enemy testifies against me. There's no shot in criminal court. like, I'm sure that a jury might subjectively weigh some things like kind of true, but there's no way that in a cross exam you could be like, well, aren't you friends with this guy? And the guy's like, yeah. And he's like, so wouldn't you lie to protect him? Well, no, but you are friends with him, right? Yeah. I rest my case, jury. Conflict of interest. No shot. I think it's a historian's heuristic, not a legal standard. Okay, well, he used a legal example as like the analogy here. I'm sure that, by the way, going away from court, I'm sure that as a heuristic, this is a good heuristic to use. I use it. Everybody uses a heuristic. If you're going to advocate against your own interests versus advocating in favor of them, we would obviously look for a conflict of interest. That's completely fair and totally true. I wouldn't use that as a criminal court standard, and I definitely wouldn't use that to figure out complicated matters of like, is X, Y, or Z a concentration camp? That is a wholly and unbelievably inappropriately weird standard to use here. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't tell you if anything's true or not. What?
3 examples. Right. I claim, I can pull off the shelf right now a definition of concentration camp, as many people have done in the course of trying to prove me wrong or prove me right. They've pulled off the Merriam-Webster's definition, and they say, well, as a matter of fact, Finkelstein is correct. A concentration camp is the...
Why would we ever go to I don't understand. Why would we go to the dictionary for a definition on genocide? Genocide this is an international law term. Why wouldn't we like look at the actual like internationally recognized legal terms about genocide? Why wouldn't we look at like actual like the conference of genocide? Why wouldn't we look at like the International Criminal Court definition of genocide? We have a whole ass fucking book, that these guys took the time to write to give us the exact elements to meet the threshold of committing the crime of genocide for an individual. Why would you ever reference a dictionary when you have a convention and you've got actual international criminal standards for it? He said concentration camp definition. I think he said genocide because concentration camp isn't barely even going to have a definition. Did he?
That's why you said it. But that's evidence against interest. And therefore, it carries much more weight in a court of law and a court of public opinion. So what did I do when I gave my 3 examples? Right. I claim, I can pull off the shelf right now a definition of concentration camp, as many people have done in the course of trying to prove me wrong or prove me right. They've pulled off the Merriam-Webster's definition, and they say, well, as a matter of fact, Finkelstein is correct. A concentration camp is the
he does
coercive...
Never mind, he does say he must have said genocide earlier. Fuck it.
Coercive containment of people in a limited space, and technically he's correct. But I didn't do that. I didn't use the dictionary style. I didn't just pull off. I tried to do something else. Number 1.
False alarm. Sound the Malding alarm.
We could say at the very least for the head of Israel's national security establishment, Gera Island, that as that occupying that position and also being Jewish, and here it's not an irrelevant fact, he would know what a concentration camp is.
What? First of all, hold on. Was Island in a concentration camp? Or does he just do all Jews have like imbued in them like knowledge and information of concentration camps? Well, this guy was born in 1952. Were their camps run a lot later in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Or what does he mean by that statement? I'm sorry, maybe I misheard again. My bad. Let me go back.
Correct. But I didn't do that. I didn't use the dictionary style. I didn't just pull off. I tried to do something else. Number 1, we could say at the very least for the head of Israel's national security establishment, Gera Island, that as that occupying that position and also being Jewish, and here it's not an irrelevant fact, he would know what a concentration camp is. And you can assume, because he's such a right-wing fanatical, if I can use a term I don't particularly like it, but fanatical Zionist, you could assume he wouldn't use that word in a glib fashion to describe Palestinians. And yet, knowing the situation as he does, that locution immediately leapt to mind. It's a huge concentration camp. There's nothing to argue here.
This is such an unbelievably horrible thought process. His thought process is just so bad. It's like, let's say that we're having an argument over 2 people see a thing, okay? And one person wants to argue that this is a car, and one person wants to argue that this is a horse. And I'm trying to figure out, like, well, who's correct? My thought process would be, okay, this guy says it's a car. His expertise are, he's an automobile expert on whatever the fuck, This guy over here says it's a horse. He claims that he is also an automobile expert. Oh, okay. They've got similar Areas of expertise. Okay, well, the first thing I would do is probably go, okay, well, is there like an internationally recognized definition like of a car and a horse, right? Oh, okay. Well, these things have actual real meanings in the real world that we all get together. Okay, cool. So we have that separated, okay? Well, but we still have a matter of disagreement between the car guy and the horse guy. Okay, well, now this is where me and Norm diverge. Okay, well, we have disagreements. Well, what do they actually say about cars and horses? Okay, well, this guy up here, he says that a car, is a slang for automobile, thing powered by an engine, usually has anywhere from 2 to 4 wheels, depending on what type of particular car thing you're talking about, blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. I'm looking at his underlying arguments. I see that they seem to roughly comport with my layman's understanding of what this is. These arguments make sense, sure. Okay, and then this guy who says it's a horse, well, he says that, they have engines and, engines have horsepower. And if you've got a thing that carries you around with lots of horsepower, it must be a horse. Well, that's interesting. That doesn't seem to jive well with at least my layman's understanding of what a horse is. Are there other experts that also support this particular argument that make this? No? All right, well, that's kind of weird. I don't think I believe this guy. But Norm would cite to this guy. He would say, I believe the horse guy. Okay, Norm, well, tell me, how do you arrive at that conclusion? Well, first I would see if the horse guy stands to gain any money by declaring this thing a horse. And I would see that, well, the Jewish horse guy, he actually owns an automobile plant. So he stands to gain a lot of money, or he stands to gain no money. It's actually against his interest to call this thing a horse. So that's a very big deal. I see that in his interest, yeah. And also, he's an expert. And that's it. Are we really going to make it through this entire video? This is a 35-minute video with the majority of the contents are about that Substack that took us like 4 minutes to read. And he's not going to engage with a single factual analysis of leveraging the term concentration camp? It's just going to be an analysis of like, well, who said it and what are their incentives? By the way, he's not even giving us the context for these quotes, of which when I look up all three of them, none of the context of the quotes even really supports what he's saying. They weren't doing like a factual analysis of like, are these things concentration camps? The Gira Island guy was just basically saying like, oh yeah, the Gaza Strip, that's basically a concentration camp. We need to figure out what to do with this as we negotiate with Egypt and figure out peace and blah, blah, blah. That was it. It was one passing reference, talking in a memorandum where he's basically talking about what their negotiations, I think, with Egypt for peace should look like, right? Currently, he said, there are 11 million people in Israel, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and that number will increase to 36 million in 50 years. The area between Beer Sheva and the northern tip of Israel, including the West Bank and Gaza, has the highest population density in the world. Gaza alone, he said, is already a huge concentration camp with 1.3 million Palestinians. Moreover, the land is surrounded on three sides by deserts. Palestinians need more land, and Israel can ill afford to cede it. The solution, he argued, lies in the Sinai Desert. It's not even like a big analysis. Actually, wait, hold on. I'm curious. Let me make sure I understand this exactly. Is he not even the one saying concentration camp? Concentration camp. I don't think Island is the one writing this. I think this is being written by somebody different, right? In a series of meetings with Goy of officials between March 26th and 30. Here are official guests. You need to have clear ways of conveying standards during the debate. I think I'm pretty clear. Is this written? Is this just like a summary of? It's just a leaked document, so. I think it's just a document summarizing like a briefing that Israeli officials had. Yeah, okay. So he here is referring to Island, yeah. But it's not even like a factual analysis of the concentration camp thing. So like, let's say that we agreed with Norm and we're like, okay, cool, let's go look up his quote to see like the good argument. It's not even an argument for it being a concentration camp. It's just like him saying like, yeah, Gaza's basically a concentration camp. Let's do something about this. Like,
very least for the head of Israel's national security establishment, the Island, that as that occupying that position and also being Jewish, and here it's not irrelevant.
Destiny, how would you identify something as a concentration camp though? Like, what is the answer? What is a concentration camp? What definition do we use? I personally, almost everything involving the Holocaust or almost everything involving like Nazi shit, I probably would just abandon those terms because it's way too much gravity. Unless we're approaching something similar to, at the very least, a genocide, I probably just wouldn't use these terms because you are summoning such unfathomable moral weight behind the term concentration camp that I wouldn't use it to just describe a place of territorial dispute with a blockade. I don't think I would ever, like, I wouldn't have described like all of Cuba as a massive concentration camp because of a U.S. embargo or whatever. I wouldn't. I probably wouldn't.
He would know what a concentration camp is.
Destiny, it's not even an actual quote. Are there quotation marks? Yes, that particular part was quoted. Yes. Go down. The top is a summary. It says here that he quotes Island of a huge concentration camp with 1.3 million Palestinians. So that is a direct quote, or at least whoever's writing this cable is writing it as a direct quote.
And you can assume, because he's such a right-wing fanatical, if I can use a term I don't particularly like it, but fanatical Zionist, you can assume he wouldn't use that word in a glib fashion to describe Palestinians. And yet, knowing the situation as he does, that locution immediately leapt to mind. It's a huge concentration camp. There's nothing to argue here. There's nothing to debate here. It's just perfectly obvious to the naked eye.
Like, it's self-evident. He's asking you for justifications, and you're saying it's axiomatic. Like, he's asking you for an argument, and you're saying that, like, well, no, it's just, like, a priori true. Of course, it's a concentration camp, obviously. Like, this guy wrote the word concentration camp.
The second person I chose was Baruch Kimmerling, who was a senior sociologist at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem.
So he's going to cite this guy that he's also cited in the past. But when we look at Kimberling's quote in his book, he also doesn't really justify it. He says, various versions of this idea became very popular. It's talking about the construction of the West Bank Wall. Various versions of this idea became very popular among Israeli Jews, and the construction of the fence began at the initiative of the former Minister of Defense, Benjamin Ben Eliezer, more or less along the pre-67 lines. In fact, the fence around the Gaza Strip was completed a long time ago, and the Strip has become the largest concentration camp ever to exist. That's it. That's it. There's no underlying factual analysis. He's just like offhandedly refers to it as that. There is no factual analysis there.
That credential ought, as it would in any other debate, carry weight. And the third person I chose was a person, Amir Haas, who A, lived in Gaza, B, is notorious for being a stickler on facts and detail, and 3, professedly loathes Hamas and could never be found extenuating or apologizing for it.
That is true, but she explicitly says that, she says, one, the Gaza Strip is a concentration camp, but it's not like Bergen-Belsen. It's not like a Nazi concentration camp. Not only is it not like a concentration camp, she says that she is opposed to parallels that lack information, knowledge, and understanding, and are drawn for purposes of provocation. The use of the term here as concentration camp is based on the need to break free of the linguistic bonds of the Nazi period. He's trying to bring forth the idea of the Nazi period, and he's using it for provocation, the exact opposite of what the author intended. And he omits this last sentence when he's quoting her from that Haaretz article.
So those seem to me to be very worthy pieces of testimony and evidence. And I do find it perplexing, leaving aside the fantasies about European trips, leaving aside that kind of sheer lunacy by Mr. Moynihan, I do find it perplexing that these 3 individuals who I named couldn't distinguish between a concentration camp and Ecuador. I find that very hard to compute. And I also said the kinds of argument that Coleman Hughes made were just very commonplace with African Americans in the pre-civil rights era. I remember one guy came on, he was African American, and he was a Coleman Hughes of his day. Yeah. And I'm not saying this in a pejorative sense to Coleman Hughes. I don't know him from Adam. I don't find him particularly interesting or particularly bright. I have nothing. This is not.
He's no Ben Shapiro. He's no child prodigy.
Yeah, to the extent that Ben Shapiro is a child prodigy, except in his Jewish mother's eyes, and every Jewish mother thinks their son or daughter is a child prodigy. But leave that aside. I don't. You just caused me.
Oh, so I forgive you.
In the 1960s, I remember.
He's about to do the slavery example, and it fails on a philosophy. I already know what he's going to do, and it's not a good argument. He's about to make the argument that, like, well, some people argued that the slaves had better life expectancies and blah, 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 and that's why slavery was actually good. But that argument is disanalogous, right? Slavery wasn't bad because of, because slaves died or because slaves had poor health, or like that was irrelevant to the question. Slavery is bad because in the name of slavery, the implication is a revocation of autonomy. And in the United States, slavery was especially bad because chattel slavery meant that by virtue of your skin color, that you and your entire fucking progeny would forever be slaves with no way out. You will never have freedom. Even if the slaves of the United States were the healthiest, strongest, longest life expectancy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the moral failing there is the revocation of autonomy part. It's the lack of autonomy. It's the destruction of your freedom. It's the inadmittance of you as an autonomous adult human being. It has nothing to do with you. If somebody were to say that slavery, if somebody was to say slavery was bad because the slaves were not healthy, then you actually could rightfully say, well, hold on, that's not a good argument. Slaves in the United States were healthy compared to blah, blah, blah. But you would never argue against slavery on the grounds of the health or the life expectancy of a slave. You'd argue against it on the grounds of philosophically why slavery is bad.
You know, when the civil rights era was my youth, you remember these sorts of things. There was an African American who came on. He was a kind of what you might call a.
I just did a whole shadow pre-argument straw man. I just did a straw man argument, okay? Because Norman didn't say that. But we're about to see the very rare, maybe, if my prediction powers are correct, we're about to see the steel man straw man, where I punched a straw man to kill it, but there was actually a steel man underneath the straw man, and he was constructing it the whole time. Let's see if he says it. Sorry. Or I'm totally wrong, and I just wasted all of that. So
a pre-Coleman Hughes. And he said, if we were in Africa, we'd still be swinging on trees. That's what he said. And I think there was a guy who responded to him, I thought, in a quite clever way. He said, as far as I know, the only one who swung on trees in Africa was Tarzan, and he was white.
Very true.
Yeah, I thought it was a very insightful comment.
Yeah, it's the same argument. The idea that, like, well, when they came to America, they were healthier. They weren't on trees. They had more economic opportunity. That's a right-winger. That's a Nazi argument. Well, sorry. That was a far-right argument of the, well, when they come to America, look at how much better off they were. They might be better off. That could be true for a variety of different ways. But that doesn't make the underlying philosophical underpinning of slavery morally acceptable. What a weird 34.5-minute video to never actually bring up a point. Bro, I've got a 5-hour convo. He wasted 35 minutes here saying nothing. Holy shit. Oh my God, it's Dan. Dan, I know. Hello? Oh, fuck, it's Bad Dog. Dan, I know your whole history. I know everything about your whole family lineage now, okay? I'm an expert on your people, just so our friendship can deepen and grow.
Hey, Destiny. I'm the anthropologist archaeologist you had on a while back.
Yo. Okay. Hi, Dan. Wait, real quick, Bad Dog. What's up?
I was just going to share some points that you might want to know historically.
Go for it.
Okay, so Benny Morris, when you're gonna go up there, something you got to know is that in 1948 and very early on in the conflict, the United States was not actually super favorable to Israel in terms of like the Defense Department, and then also in terms of like the State Department.
True. Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, real quick. Dan, do you want to say anything real quick? Because Dan came in.
I'll
you got the most unlucky timing in the world as Dan makes his once-in-a-year visit to our.
No, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. I'm feeling it a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I mean, whatever. So tomorrow's the big day for you. Yeah.
2 days. Tomorrow I fly to New York City, and then the day after I have my debate.
With Norman.
Yeah,
Is
Norman.
that right?
Some other guy called Muin Rabbani.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about it?
I think I feel pretty good.
You know, is it my place to give you advice? Me, who knows nothing, versus you, who knows everything.
Sure. Sometimes you can say random shit.
Although I am also ADHD'd up, so I feel like we're on a similar playing field. You know, one thing I think that could make you a little bit more powerful is sometimes you're not 100% sure on something.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. I read a note on this. I'm not going to use like I think or in my opinion or it feels like. Yeah.
Like you'd be like, I'm not 100%, but I'd have to go research this. I'm pretty sure that something happened. I think that you should just come out and be like, that's not true.
Yeah.
In 1956, this happened.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
I'm aware. Yeah.
Because I think
because when my opponents are willing to stake out strong claims and I'm like willing to hedge everything, it makes my opinion or makes my position look weak. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, no, I think you're gonna like that. That's like I think that's like the only like huge thing that I've seen is that it's not obviously it's not a fear, but like you're very careful not to like to you it's like a bad thing to be like, you know, Israel did this in 1955 and they're like, no they didn't, you're wrong. Like to you that's like a bad thing, but fuck it, YOLO, just go in there and be like, yeah, this happened. And then you know, chances are you're probably right because you're all riddled up and you know all that stuff, but I think it'll make a lot of your points stronger. There's that. So yeah, what else? I don't know. How's it been? The Israel warrior. Boy, I never thought this was gonna end up like this.
The problem is that like your people have such an unbelievably fucking fascinating history, especially in like in modern, recent, short terms, and it is very inspiring. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, and then like all the characters involved are cool. Like the story is cool. Like just the overall narrative of like this region, unexpectedly like cool people, leaders in other countries are like really cool. Yeah, it's just like I think it's like a really interesting, fascinating history. Yeah,
it's a what you may be one of the most well-read people on this situation now, which is kind of wild.
In terms of like people on the internet for sure, but in terms of like historians and stuff, they're gonna know way more than me. But I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. It is a crazy situation. I know almost nothing about it, but yeah, man, it's kind of just if you think about how long has this thing been going? When was the it was something 7th.
October 7th.
October 7th. Man, it feels like a year. But it hasn't been a year. It's been half a year. Man.
Yeah. Wow. That's
yeah. Wow.
True.
I
That's
don't know.
the passage of time. Yeah, for
I
sure.
don't know.
Yeah.
It's just it's some crazy shit going on. You know. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know the Think Dog. You know he's gonna be talking down to you the whole time. Do you have a strategy for that? He's going to be.
I mean, I don't think he will, but if he does, I mean, like I'll let him bite first, and I think that I can navigate that. If he opens up, I mean, like I'll be fine. That's my area. Trash talking is my area. Okay.
Not necessarily trash talking, just more so like you're like, you know, like he's doing you a favor doing this debate with like.
There are so many rhetorical ways that I could maneuver out of that space if he tried to do. Like if he was trying to say, like for instance, if he was going to say, well, I'm going to discredit you, like you're just a YouTuber, like I don't know if you read enough, then I'll say like, well, if we're going to pull credentials and I'm not allowed to cite anything because I don't know enough, well, why is it that you're allowed to cite anything about Benny Morris when he knows infinitely more than you? You don't even speak the fucking language and you call yourself an Israeli historian? It doesn't make any sense, right? So if we pull credentials, he immediately loses because he calls himself a historian of Israel and he can't speak Hebrew or Arabic. It doesn't make any sense. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think with Benny Morris, if it was a one-on-one debate, I think he could maybe try to little bro me. But with Benny Morris there, that's going to be really weird for him to try to like pull credentials. I think that'd be wild. I don't think that'll happen. But also, I'm sorry, that was really aggressive. To be fair, in most of the debates that I've seen, Norm can be like a bit like snappy kind of, but I haven't seen Norm be like unhinged. I think if I show up, like my plan is to be cordial and polite as much as I would be to anybody else. And I think he'll probably return it. I doubt that he's going to like go unhinged mode and start like screaming at me or like or making a ton of insanely snarky comments, you know?
Is it known if it was Norm that was like being frisky with you before about the previous engagement or one of his like interns or whatever?
It was kind of him, but I don't know how much was him versus like his media team. It's hard to like know for sure, you know?
Interesting. I don't know. I feel like, you know, it feels strange to say anything about it because you're, man, you've gone crazy. You're like the big dog now.
I got the fucking Vivant's brain. Yeah. Oh my God. Wait, hold on.
No, you hold on. Listen, I have ascended beyond Vivants, but that's okay. You go ahead. No, what?
Well, I was going to say I become an Apple slut. I got the iWatch or whatever, or the Apple Watch. I got the iPad. I think the iPad changed my life. What a cool device. I don't even know if I'm
ever. What do you use it for?
I can do reading. So like my Kindle stuff automatically takes notes, syncs it to the Amazon cloud, and I can pull them into Obsidian for like note taking. I can like do all the normal stuff I can do on a laptop in terms of like checking email, doing messages, running my calendar. It's like a phone, but like bigger. And I don't need like all the bells and whistles of like a laptop. I don't even know if I would like take a laptop with me anymore. It's just and it's like convenient. I just like have it. It's like small. It sits in my fucking hand. I can bring it with me if I go out to eat, just throw it on the table, read or do shit while people are boring. Like, yeah, it's amazing. I love it.
So at the end of this, Destiny realized that he gets way more bitches that like him when he doesn't have the green bubble in the chat, and that's it. And
well,
the
thing is, I actually still use my Android phone, so
why?
Because the notifications on the iPhone are dog shit. It's just, that is the one thing. If Apple can update the notifications on their phone, I will switch. But I can't. I cannot be productive with that horrible, god-awful fucking device. Whenever time I open my phone, there's 50 million random notifications smattered across my fucking screen, like corpses that are strewn across the ground in fucking Tiananmen Square. I cannot make sense of any of the monstrosity that is managing notifications on my iPhone. But if they change that, then I'll switch over.
Interesting.
Also, you can't archive text. That bothers me too. I don't like to have a whole list of text when I open it. I want to see nothing because I've done all my messages.
Archive text? You mean like you want to get it off of the screen? Let's see. Can you?
Yeah, like when you archive, trust me, you can. When you archive your messages on an Android phone, you just swipe and then the text message goes away.
Anyways, so I have become the god of ADHD, as I was born to be, because I'm slightly older than you. I have ascended past Vyvanse, and I am now on dextroamphetamine, and it's better. And I'm losing weight like crazy, and I don't know if you know this or not. You remember that nice wood deck that I have in my backyard? You know, it's about 800 square feet, really nice.
Yeah.
You know, it's made of Ipe wood, very expensive. Yeah, I completely rebuilt it from fucking scratch. I ripped it out and I put in a brand new foundation. I didn't even know what was going on. I have become a woodworking god.
Nice.
I've started from,
Wait, why do you like dextroamphetamine versus Vyvanse? Is basically the same thing.
It's better. I don't know. It's better. That's all.
Okay.
I can't explain it.
Dextroamphetamine it's the pills that you have are what? Does it last for like 6 hours? Is it short release?
Yeah, because I can't fuck around with my sleep. Right now, I'm taking some wacky shit to go to sleep, Steve. I'm going to be honest with you, all right? Listen, oh, God. So, yeah, well, you know what? I'm just going to put it out there. To go to sleep, I feel like I shouldn't say this, but it's fine. It's fine. I can say it. To sleep, I take 1 milligram of clonazepam, which is a benzo.
Jesus. Yeah, I know.
And I take 100 milligrams of Seroquel, which is an antipsychotic. So that sounds bad, granted, right? But that second one, you know, you don't actually have to be psychotic to take it.
Yeah, antipsychotics and antidepressants can be prescribed for other things. There's like off-label and even on-label prescriptions for them. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, my the dude who's giving me this shit, he's wild. So, but he was like, listen, bro, I don't know how I felt. He was like, so tell me about stuff that you've done. Like, you know, it's like, well, you know, this, that, and the other thing. I was like, so you used to be on streams and do things like that. And I was like, oh, so you Googled some things, and he thinks that I should do more of it. So I'm coming back a little bit. You know, the problem with you, of course, is I'm always waiting for things to chill down with you, but every day it's just you're getting more and more intense, more and more enemies, more and more insanity happening. It's not like I thought we were at a fever pitch back in like the Keffels days. Man, to go back to those times now, right now, it's like, but that said, it's fine.
We'll figure it out. We'll get there.
I think we can, you know, you have a lot of debates going on, which is fine. I think there's some games that we can play. Maybe. I don't know. I don't play a lot of games. Maybe there's a Warzone or I don't know. People said Helldivers, but I haven't seen shit about it.
Yeah, true.
Take it easy. What else? I don't know. That's it, man. You have a whole crew of wild people that show up here now. Yeah.
Kind of. I think actually they're actually a lot more chill. Everything is kind of chilled out over really the past like year and a half, 2 years. I think Lav and Mr. Grow were definitely peak insanity, and then I think from there stuff is tapered off such that over the past like 2 years, the only drama has really been like, I guess, the divorce arc, which lasted for like 2 weeks.
So is that done now?
Yep.
That's like dunzo.
Completely done so. No
100
contest, paperwork
100%.
filed, approved by the state of Florida, judgment of $0. Absolutely escaped.
So that's like you are
scot-free.
no longer married.
Correct.
Basically.
In the state of Florida, in the United States of America. Yes.
How's that feel? That's kind of a wild. That's wild for me. It must be even more wild for you.
Well, my life has improved in every single measurable way. So, because it was obviously, I say obviously, like the audience knows, but you know more than anything else, it was a massive fucking source of stress for a long time. So to wipe that completely away is like, holy shit. Like I can dedicate all of my time right now to work-related stuff or like hanging out with friends that I have fun with. And I don't have to like manage all of like this insane, ridiculous, like double standard game, crazy fucking shit in the background anymore. It's just like, everything's like very simple on its face. It's like boom, boom, boom. Yeah, super preferable.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then the financial escape is also good too, thankfully. It was like short term, no contest. Like, we're in, we're out, easy.
And you're like a proper millionaire now.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, doing okay.
How's that feel? You ready to get into some real estate?
It's okay, but I mean, like, it is the most soul destroying job in the universe. It's probably one of the hardest forms of work that any human could ever endure. So
It's not hard work. It's not hard work like taking apart your deck and redoing it without knowing anything. It's not that type of hard work. However, it is mentally.
Wait, do you know what I'm referencing right now?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Hassan.
I mean, I agree with you. You're restating my take. Obviously, I agree. Yeah. Being a streamer is harder than being a carpet cleaner, but like it pays more and it's better and there's more freedom and like it's a good kind of hardness, right? Like,
is it better than being Is it harder than being a carpet cleaner?
Yes, absolutely.
You think so?
Yeah. But it's like hardness isn't really how we evaluate if we enjoy or don't enjoy something. For instance, beating Dark Souls is harder than working at McDonald's. But like I would play Dark Souls for fun because that's a fun type of challenge. It's a fun type of, you've got autonomy, you're choosing what you want to do. It's like fun. But like that doesn't mean that playing Dark Souls is like worse than working at McDonald's or something like that, right? Yeah.
Man, working at McDonald's though, that is not a good thing. All right. Well, so debate with Big Norm. What other huge events do you have on the schedule?
That's it. Thank God. Because after this, I have to take I don't know if I'm going to take like a month off my medication or if I'm just going to try to find shorter things to study. But I don't think from a streaming perspective that it would be sustainable for me to become like a fucking full-time historian.
There's a question.
Yeah.
I've only watched this stuff very casually. How much of Norm's credibility comes from the fact that he's just Jewish and is harping on this stuff? Like if he was not Norm Finkel's whatever,
it helps. It helps a little bit.
If he was just like Norm like Stevens, would it like be different? You think?
I think it helps a bit for sure, but not like it's not the most important thing, but it definitely helps. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, I think that's about all I have. That's a good intro.
Good catch
to
up. Okay.
A good catch up. You know, good. Dip the toes in the water, the paw in the water, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we'll go from there.
Wait, upgrade to Premium Plus. Is there another upgrade for Twitter? I already got Blue.
There is, but I didn't do it.
The fuck is Premium Plus?
Listen, I just got my Twitter going. Twitter.com/DBL. You know, I sound like Carantos now when I do that. That's fine. I'm learning from him.
Get paid to post.
It's like $300 or something.
Yeah, $168 a year.
That's wild.
I'm doing it.
Really?
Yeah, fuck it. Why not? It's part of my job, right? Fuck it.
B is in boy. L is in llama.
What? Okay. Do I get a new? Is my thing gonna change? Are people gonna see I have like an extra cool check mark or?
No.
Oh well, fuck me.
You just get like an extra promotional boost. For you, you should definitely do it.
Yeah, because Elon like pays us money for no reason now to tweet. I don't know why he changed that, but that's cool.
Is he gonna make it work? Is Twitter gonna work under Elon? Is he gonna
I have no idea.
I mean,
still surviving.
he can YOLO it forever, right? Basically, he doesn't have to like give a shit about advertising. I mean, obviously he does because he's like going crazy at fucking Disney and shit like that. But what's gonna happen?
My only question would be, and I don't know how this works because I'm not this financially integrated or integrated into financial markets, is I wonder if Elon's personal financial situation influences the other countries that he has huge ownership stakes in. So, for instance, if Twitter was a huge money loser, if it started to be a huge financial black hole, and people could see that Elon was going to have to start to liquidate shares of Tesla or something in order to pay or secure loans for X, for Twitter, would that influence his like other companies? Like, I would wonder if that would be the case. I'd be worried about that, you know?
It's going to be a big... How much does it cost to run Twitter? How much did it cost? Like what, like $1 billion a year or something?
No shot, really?
Well, with all the debt?
Twitter yearly... Oh, I wasn't even thinking of debt payments. Twitter operating costs. Oh, maybe it was. Maybe it's even more than that. Damn. Okay. All right. Well, anything else? I got to talk to this guy, and I got to sleep for my flight tomorrow, so I'm not fucking my life up.
Go check out redact.dev. I have to said that for Cake. He told me to say it. And Sly Fox. That's it. I'll try to hop on more, and yeah, that's it.
Be careful.
That's it. Yeah, bye.
Twitter operating expenses in 2021 were $5.6 billion. Damn. Okay, Bad Dog, what you got for me?
Yo.
Okay,
so,
yeah, you're bringing up 1948, yeah.
1948. So there's a few things in here. Very quickly, because the religion thing is a bit of a trap, which I don't want to rehash all that shit. But basically, there were 2 fatwas issued by the Arabs to actually have a formal jihad in 1948. There was one at the beginning of the conflict and one in December. And you need to know this because Benny Morris is one of the people who discovered this. So if he says that, you know, now you know. Like, you don't have an asymmetry there.
Sure. We're going to meet beforehand, and I'm going to share with him this outline for the debates. We're on the same page for things. To be fair, I don't even anticipate the religious aspect of this coming up at all, because I don't know if Benny Morris is going to lean into this as a huge explainer of anything, and I doubt the other 2 are going to. So
there's an interesting thing about it. Which is that the real introduction of the religion into this actually starts with Nazi propaganda. And I don't know if you want a full-on lecture about any of that stuff, but
I'm good.
It's kind of
next time maybe, but I'm good for now, yeah.
All right. And then what else? Settler colonialism. The easy way to defeat that one is just to say that both groups are natives to the region.
Both groups are natives to the region. But he's going to say the Palestinians were more native than the migrant Jews, no?
If he says so, this is a bit of a trap, which is that if you go deeper down one side or the other, you'll end up in sort of a zero-sum game argument. I can give you the full lecture of all that, but basically it's a trap. And so Jews only really became a minority in the region as somewhere between the 3rd century AD and the 5th century AD. And they actually had a sizable minority all the way up to until the Crusades. So up until then, they were about 1/7 of the population. And then you get the Crusades go in, kill a lot of Jews, and that's followed by Saladin's conquests, and then the Mamluks. And by the end of that, you basically had everybody converted to Muslim.
Okay.
So, and it wasn't really so, and that's ends up being like 1266 AD, I think. And then just 600 years later, you get the, that's when the beginnings of Zionism stuff happens.
Okay.
So it's kind of one of these things where it's like many of the place names are originally Jewish, all these kinds of things, and people there, they can't really escape it. So the Samaritans, very closely related to Jewish religion, they stayed a sizable group in Samaria, what we call the West Bank. So it never really stops, and then there's always a consistent small community going back and forth. Different Muslim groups kind of moved in and out over the years. It's not, you had Muhammad Ali was going and stationing troops there in the early 1800s.
All of this might be true. I'm pretty sure Benny probably knows literally all of this. I don't think and I don't know if it's going to come up as I'm sure he should have all this.
Yeah. Norm's, I think Norm's like his background with all this stuff. His parents were supporters of the USSR. He argues from sort of a critical theorist historian perspective, where it's all about the politics at the end of the day, as opposed to anything else. You've basically got his technique dialed in. just sticking to the facts, sticking to the legal stuff, I think you've got it.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, if anything else comes up, shoot me a message or we can chat or whatever.
Yeah, if you want, because I did the full deep dive on all the settler colonialism stuff, and so if you need anything on that, just shoot me a DM or something.
Okay, cool. I appreciate it.
Yeah, peace.
Be careful. Okay, hold on real quick. I opened a bunch of things. Jews are the only colonizers where archaeological evidence of the land proves their indigeneity. Is that a reference to not letting Jewish people dig under the Temple Mount, or?
My dude, even though you're like the socialist guy, you're kind of in it for the check. You want to get the biggest check, so you stream for 12 hours a day. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's all good. Oh, this guy must like Hassan, because Hassan is trying to like brainwash everybody by trying to redefine what socialism. Not redefine, but like he tried to play on this definition of, hey, listen, no, I'm still in belief of all of this while I'm like the richest nigga who believes in this. Come on, stop it, bro. Like, stop it, dog. Just stop it, bro. Please stop it. That nigga just like me and everybody else. That nigga love the nice cars, the nice shit. You know what I mean? He just plays the character like, oh, no, I feel bad for y'all, and I wish the government, it really is society and these other bad guys, because they don't feel bad for you. They're rich and they don't feel bad. I'm rich, but I feel bad.
Damn. The first genocide in history where the victims are the ones who openly promised and celebrated genocide. This belongs to The Hague. Who is this guy? On this day, we are witnessing all that is happening with the grace of Allah. Oh. This is Faithy Hamad, the Hamas Political Bureau, Al Jazeera Network, Qatar, July 12th, 2018.
لنتطلع إلى أمرين مهمين نحن قاب قوسين أو أدنى منهما. أولا هو تنظيف فلسطين من دنس اليهود واستئصالهم بإذن الله، وهو قاب قوسين أو أدنى. 4 سنوات إخواننا، 2022 بنكون خلصنا منهم. أما الأمر الثاني وهو إقامة الخلافة بعد أن تتعافى الأمة من سرطانها وهو اليهود بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى. أنه لا يعني أننا سائرون في مسيرة العودة السلمية، أننا تخلينا عن المسيرة العسكرية الجهادية، فيدنا على الزناد ومصانعنا تشتغل وتعمل في الليل والنهار، وفي كل يوم نقدم جديد من كل.
Okay, Jesus. Memory TV memes. Wait, what? There's a subreddit for this news station? Hold on, what is this? Ludwig on message got obtained in the Mogul Mail for sponsors.
Was saying that people were attacking him for taking. Did you see that?
I don't believe. I'm contributing to conspiracy theorists. I don't believe that Mogul Mail was taken down for sponsor issues. I bet he took it down because Hassan cried over it.
Ludwig was saying that people were attacking him for taking down the MAGA mail from yesterday. He told me they were sending him death threats for taking down the MAGA mail from yesterday. Just the most normal anti-Hassan fans out there. Just well-adjusted and normal people. Just, that's what normal people do. It's just like, that's how it works, guys. Keep it up. You guys doing a great job.
That are voting like committed.
No, all archaeological evidence in Israel ties to Judaism, whether it is Jewish coins, text inscribed in walls, or things like menorahs from the first ancient temple. Oh. Core speed is where the LGBT movement. That is Let's Go Bomb Tel Aviv based. This is a meme, by the way. There's no way that's real. New Harvard Harris poll. 82% of U.S. citizens express support for Israel, while 18% express support for Hamas. Jesus. Why is it XMAS? HXMAS. Why do people do this shit? Let me stick this down here. They don't want to get shadow banned? It's kind of stupid, but okay. No jumper. Interviewing Taylor Lorenz now. Who did I talk to? Chris Williamson. Chris Williamson said that Taylor Lorenz is a massive fucking troll. That was his take on it. Like, I cringed because she, like, wears, like, the mask still outside and shit, because I just thought she was, like, a super uber progressive person. And he said that if you go and you look at, like, her Instagram and shit, it's all, like, triggering meta shit for conservative. I don't know if I believe him or not. But I haven't, like, looked hard. She claims to have long COVID. Okay, I have no idea. Don't know, don't care. Ludwig cancels his Dubai trip. Clip is not available.
They're worldwide. Reason 2, which I think is the much bigger reason, you don't need a travel visa to go to Dubai. So that's why they picked Dubai. Again, literally $0 being transferred. That's it. So anyway, that's the reason. It's not an excuse. That's just the facts of what's happening. And then the third thing, Red Bull's also very supportive. So like I was like, hey man, can I just not go? And they're like, sure. So I'm just not going. But that was what the trip was meant to be. That's why it was where it was. And I just am no longer going. But I did see a lot of like, this is crazy. Ludwig is sports washing, which is a term I never heard. Dubai, I can't believe he's doing content out there. I can't believe he's getting money from big oil. None of that is true. That's all just a lie. Or, you know, not a lie. It's an...
Okay, don't care. Just they thought we were going to do something in Dubai. They decided not to. Just saying what else I have open. What the fuck is all this shit? No one knows her age either, which is funny. Dude, that President Sunday dude is like unhinged. I can't tell if he's just trying to be like...
It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock kicks life away. It's so unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on to didn't even know or wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to be will eventually be a memory of a time I tried so hard and got...
feel the flames yet.
No fucking shame. Exactly where you're standing. Exactly where you're standing. A man burns to death. Quit your job! 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 Quit your job!
Oh, what? Okay. Boom, boom. That tweet was unhinged. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. I just saw so much on Twitter. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. All right. I'm gonna go pack and clean up and get my shit ready and blah, blah, blah. And wow, fun times tomorrow. New Hassan clip. Hold on. We're obsessed.
Did you see that Ludwig was saying that people were attacking him for taking down the MAGA mail from yesterday?
Wait, we just watched
He
this,
told
didn't
me
we?
they were sending him death threats for taking down the MAGA mail from yesterday.
What?
What people do?
Okay. Jesus Christ. Has this been posted yet on Twitter? There's actually so many movie scenes you could draw. You could just have like a thumbs up. Thumbs up free Palestine. What would it be? Oh, it would be like when I ask my friend if he supports Palestine, and then you would just like post his picture. Oh, fuck, that'd be a good meme. I have to stop. I have so many of these in my brain. Okay. I'm not tweeting these. I'm in disagreements. I want to give you a small thing if you can. Do you feel slightly nervous? No, I feel like I don't think there's going to be esoteric historical fact. I think the only two things, the one thing that might be scary is if some event comes up that I'm just not aware of. So like you didn't know that in 2016 there was the Great Circumcisioning when all the Jews went to the Gaza Strip fence and circumcised themselves to shit on Palestinian freedom or something. And I was like, well, fuck me, I don't know about that. And he's like, everybody knows about the Great Circumcisioning. I'm like, well, fuck me, I guess I didn't know that. Either that or everything else is just going to be rhetorical or philosophical maneuvering. Like, how do I communicate that like this type of advocacy is harmful, basically? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine. Who do we got in here real quick? Fuck it. Bay Daffodilus, what do you got? Binary Ice, you're in here. What do you got?
Hey, you hear me?
Oh, yep. Go for it. You're up.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I just wanted to mention. Fuck, I hear myself. Wait.
Turn off the stream.
Better. I wanted to mention that I think you're ignoring the anti-Semitic aspect. And I know that when you go with Finkelstein, you don't want to delegitimize him because that's weak. But I think that you're not actually going to debate him to convince him, right?
Yeah, of course. It'll be.
So-
Also, wait. Are you German? Where are you from?
I'm Israeli and I'm living in Germany.
Why do I have so many fucking German livers that are in my fucking stream? I feel like we had like 4 of them yesterday. Okay, sorry. That's not relevant to anything.
German livers.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, because I guess you're not technically German. I understand what you're saying, and I do detect, like, I think anti-Zionism unfortunately, bleeds into anti-Semitism really quickly, and it gets like there's a lot of people that play between both worlds, and I truly do feel like Norman Finkelstein plays into this. However, I think that if I make a single charge of anti-Semitism, I immediately come off as unhinged, because that's like the number one thing that Norm constantly accuses other people of doing, is overplaying the anti-Semitism card. So I don't want to have a conversation where I'm saying like, well, you can't overplay apartheid, genocide, ethnic cleansing, blah, blah. And then I'll say, but also I think you're anti-Semitic, because it's going to, like, that was the one point of agreement I wanted to hit on with him. I don't think I want to go that route.
Of course, but you don't have to actually accuse him of anti-Semitism. You can just say, I mean, I'm assuming you're gonna debate him in order to talk to an audience. It doesn't really matter that it's Finkelstein, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the point is that you can just mention that the ideas that he is propagating are based on anti-Semitic ideas, just so that the audience is aware, the same way that I feel like, I mean, I've been following you for months now, and I feel like you truly want to know the facts and you want to educate people on facts. So I think it's also...
Well, like, I mean, I think that you can make a lot of these criticisms from secular places. I don't think they have to be anti-Semitic. Like, what's a criticism of Israel that you think
anti-Semitism is not a religion. Has nothing to do with religion.
Or when when I say secular, I mean maybe secular is not the right word, but I mean I think you can levy a lot of non-religious, non-anti-Semitic criticisms about Israel. I don't think that any of these are necessarily anti-Semitic in nature. Or what do you think is like necessarily an anti-Semitic, anti-Israeli talking point?
Okay, I'll give you an explanation. So for example, I'm a leftist. I've been criticizing my own country for years.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Bibi's re-election a few years ago was the reason I moved out.
Mm-hmm.
So, however, I mean, I live in Germany, and here you can see posters where it says Zionist equals Nazi. So that is not a criticism on Israel. That is an anti-Semitic speech.
Why is that anti-Semitic? Like, if you truly
because it's not actually...
Well, if you truly believe factually that Israel is engaging in like genocide and putting Palestinians in concentration camps, wouldn't it make sense to compare them to Nazis? It's stupid, but I mean, I don't think it's anti-Semitic, right?
No. First of all, I mean, you can say Israel is committing genocide, stop the genocide, that's fair. If they think that Israel is actually committing genocide, that's absolutely fair. But first of all, equate all Israelis to Zionists, using Zionist as a derogatory term or as a cuss word, which is, I believe, that's how it is today. And it kind of surfaced very, very quick.
Well, do you think?
And I think also to have it as an equation on the literally two words with an equal sign between them, I don't think that's actually a criticism on Israel, to be honest.
Do you think that equating Zionism with Jewishness, or being like, if you say like if I would say I hate Zionism, fuck Zionism, we need to get rid of Zionism, is that necessarily anti-Semitic?
Listen, I have Israeli friends who hate Zionism for historical reasons, and because the Zionist movement of the 50s, it's not great, I have to say. It was not great towards some of the Jewish populations that came into Israel in the 50s, but that is an internal criticism within Israel, okay? But when you look at the criticism of the international community right now towards Zionism, first of all, I think it's ridiculous to debate Zionism, yes or no, 70 plus years after the state has been established. And a second, to your question, if Zionism is necessarily anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish, I think right now you cannot say kill all Jews, but you can say these Zionist bastards, these genocidal people.
I think, right?
And Israel kind of represents Jewishness right now, which is also ridiculous because Israel is.
I understand what you're saying.
You know.
I just think there is, like, if I was in an academic environment, I think that there is an argument to be made that saying that you are anti-Zionist is necessarily anti-Semitic, because you could argue that, like, no, what? I was just agreeing with you.
That's not what I'm saying, though. Okay.
What do you? Okay, I'm sorry, I don't understand that. Can you explain again?
I'm not saying that necessarily being anti-Zionist is being anti-Semitic. You can be an anti-Zionist and you will knowing what Zionism is, knowing the original Zionist movement, and having criticism over it, or for example, within the discourse in Israel, saying how the Zionist ideas and theory are still affecting society today within Israel, and not liking the Zionism as an ideological movement. That is one thing. But what can I say? Sometimes I am suspicious of ideas that are propagating, especially from international community, in the discourse in the international community, especially from people who are not educated and are not informed, people who don't even know that Israel is not 100% Jews.
I know, yeah. I understand what you're saying. Okay, so I won't try to restate your position. I don't really do it. But I understand what you're saying. But I just think that this type of argument is the only thing that the opposition and their supporters are going to hear is like, oh, you're just wielding out claims of anti-Semitism again. I think I'd rather just explain why a comparison is bad, why these aren't like genocidal actions or concentration camps or whatever, rather than try to say like, well, actually, I think that internationally when people say they're anti-Zionist or say fuck Zionists or Zionist equals Nazis, I think that's actually anti-Semitic. And then here's why. Because it just way too easily falls into the trap of all Israeli criticism becomes anti-Semitism, and I now like that's like literally the worst. That's like the number one hole where all of these criticisms would feel, or they would feel like the most comfortable fighting. It's just being called anti-Semitic or claiming they're playing an anti-Semitic rhetoric.
In principle, I would agree with you if this was a regular debate. But from what I understand, with Lex Friedman, you can go into several hours of explaining yourself, right? So. And your goal is not actually to convince Finkelstein. Your goal is just to bring out these ideas. And I mean, actually, I'm not assuming your goal. Okay. But maybe bring out the idea that, okay, maybe well-meaning leftists right now who are Western, who truly, I believe, want to be on the good side of morality, who want to be on the good side of history and are good people, but are just not really informed with the nuances and the complexity of this, are kind of like propagating anti-Semitic ideas without knowing it. And maybe it's good that they, I don't know, that they think about it a second time. But actually that's not really... Yeah, that was not really my point.
Okay.
I mean, the main thing that I wanted to talk about, but it's fine. You're at the end of your stream, so...
What was it? Well, hit me up real quick. What was the main thing you want to talk about?
Well, for example, the claim of indigenous people. Okay, first, let's jump to the end. I'm actually in favor of Palestinians and Israelis living together in the same society, first of all. Okay. I'm not, whatever I'm going to say now is not to delegitimize the Palestinian people from living in a state, be it the Israel state or their own state, okay?
Okay.
The thing is about the claim with indigeneity is that the claim is that Palestinians have Canaanite DNA, and they have been living in the land of Israel for all these years, which is correct, and therefore they are the indigenous people of Israel, and therefore the Jews colonized Israel. You can look at it that way because on the factual level this is true. They do have Canaanite DNA, most of them, and it's kind of mixed. It's like Canaanite DNA and Canaanite DNA, and also, of course, DNA from the Arabian Peninsula because of the Arabian conquest.
Okay.
The thing is that it is true that they were not a Palestinian people back then. However, they are a Palestinian people now. They have an identity, and this definitely should be recognized and not. No one should gaslight them and tell them that Palestinians don't exist, blah, 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 blah. But they did not have an identity as a people, whereas the Jews who lived there did have a cultural and ethnic identity all those years. This was maintained in the diaspora, and then they came back. And some of the Palestinians were actually Jews. They used to be Jews, but they converted to Christianity and then to Islam. There are some communities in Israel of Palestinians who still practice some practices of Judaism. And I just think it's really, really interesting. And I truly believe that there is a future where we can live together in the same society. And I think it's kind of important to keep that in mind, that it shouldn't be a zero-sum game.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, listen, thanks for
Nice.
the point.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll keep it in mind. Bye. Ice, you're next. Go. Oh, still not talking. Okay, I'm bringing out these two, and then I'm going to sleep after this, or gonna go get my shit ready. Okay. Eli or Gauntlet, whoever get their mic working for first, or Binary if he can get his mic working.
Hey, I'm here.
Gauntlet, go. What do you got?
Okay, there's a book that I think you should hold up. Let me mute
Yeah, I'm gonna read a book right now. Yes.
No. Sorry, it's just a quick beginning. Okay, there's this guy, Don Peretz. He's a professor at the University of.
Yep. What's the book about? What about it? What is it?
It's about the actual factual claim of like Palestinians' identity prior to like 1948.
Okay.
He goes into it and he talks about how there was actually like land laws that were established prior, like 1858, 1864, and then what happened from this was the nobles from the Ottoman Empire came, and they bought up all this land. It caused a lot of fighting, and then people were recognized by clan rather than any sort of like national identity. And he also talks about how they were they mostly identified by religious group rather than any sort of nationality, and that along with the clan identity, they had a ton of clashing because of the clans, and that even after sorry, a little nervous.
Even after what, 48 or 1920 or after?
Sorry, prior to the Israelis coming and starting the Aliyahs and stuff. They were trying to establish them. They were distinct in that they wanted to be known as Arab rather than Turk as part of the Ottoman Empire. And there was a conference in 1912 where they explicitly said that they did not want to secede from the Ottoman Empire. They didn't want their own nation, but they wanted like a multinational and racial like empire within the Ottoman Empire. So I just thought that was of note for like Palestinian identity.
Keep it in mind. Maybe I'll throw it in later. Thank you. I love you.
Yep. Bye.
Eli, what do you got? Benny or Binary or Eli?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
All right. I have a minor disagreement with you.
Go for it.
In regard to the settlement expansion under Netanyahu. All right. So in the original post, the claim is that there was an expansion of settlements under Netanyahu, and that those outposts should be considered under the construction of the settlements. I disagree with this claim. I think that the expansion was within settlements, within existing settlements, and what he referred to is something that comes from a report that's called Sasson report that made by 2005.
Okay.
In this report, there was the author is basically claiming that the Israeli government retroactively supported the outpost, right? But those outposts, this retroactively support comes after 2000 and not before that. So those outposts that were made by 98, they weren't like legalized by the government. they were just like a protest against the Oslo Accords and the We Agreement and the Hebron Agreement. They weren't like registered as a existing neighborhoods by then. So I wrote a post on the Reddit, on your Reddit, like a long post that shows everything, that gives all this information, like
Okay, is it up right now or?
Yeah, it's up right now. It's called the most dishonest paragraph on Wikipedia, so you can follow that.
Is it? Wait, did you post this like a month ago or?
It's about 9 days ago. No one cared about it.
How the fuck am I supposed to find it now?
Just write the most dishonest paragraph on Wikipedia.
Okay, I'll search it for it. All right.
Thank you.
I love you. Bye. I think we read a little bit of this. He's talking about this post. Jesus. All right, I'll check this out. Okay, listen, I love you guys. Tomorrow I go to New York. I have my debate the day after, and I'll be back on probably the 1st. Allow movies? Yeah, no, I guess out. I love you guys. It's been fun. Stay safe. Rip your cappuccino, 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 news. I will catch you guys in a couple days or Reno. Be careful.